analistas e inversores despojados de su dinero y salidas a bolsa canceladas en el último minuto. ¿Cómo se llegó a ese punto? Un hombre en la red. Comercia con criptomonedas. Todos los días transacciones millonarias. Cientos de miles de clientes le confían su dinero. Sam Bankman-Fried dirige la bolsa de criptomonedas FTX. La empresa es durante años un modelo de éxito. 32.000 millones de dólares de valor, más que el Deutsche Bank. Pero en el otoño de 2022, el cuento de hadas llega a su fin y el niño prodigio del sector es arrestado. Sam Bankman-Fried, en la primavera de 2023, quedó en arresto domiciliario a la espera de su juicio. El daño, al menos 30.000 millones de dólares. Se le acusa de fraude, lavado de dinero y soborno. Nassau, Bahamas. Playas paradisíacas, agua cristalina, puertos deportivos, un paraíso para turistas y también para los negocios. Autoridades fiscales y reguladores están lejos. Aquí empresarios tecnológicos y bancos tienen vía libre. Western Road, cerca de Old Fort Bay. Aquí se encuentra la sede de la plataforma de FTX. Un área cerrada. Acceso solo para empleados. Desde 2021, Bankman-Fried gestiona su empresa desde aquí. La bolsa comercia con criptomonedas como Bitcoin, Ethereum o Solana. FTX se convierte rápidamente en una de las plataformas más importantes del mundo.
Era una bolsa que con excelentes campañas de imagen consiguió clientes de todo el mundo. Con ello, la empresa se volvió cada vez más valiosa y atrajo más y más fondos.
Stanford, California. Aquí nació Sam Bankman-Fried, muy cerca de la universidad de élite. Un joven de buena familia. Sus padres, Bárbara y Joseph, ambos profesores universitarios. (2010) A los 19 años, Sam comienza sus estudios en el prestigioso MIT. Se gradúa en física. Luego se muda a Nueva York. Son sus comienzos en el vertiginoso y agitado mundo financiero. Durante 3 años trabaja como corredor en Jane Street Capital.
Él provenía de un entorno muy elitista, muy mimado. Creo que se esperaba mucho de él. Le dijeron que lograría grandes cosas. Eso lo hizo temerario. Y esa autoconfianza es muy seductora para otras personas.
Muy pronto, Bankman se da cuenta de que las criptomonedas se negocian a diferentes precios en todo el mundo. Compra monedas a un precio bajo en Estados Unidos y luego las vende a un precio más alto en Asia. Las transacciones le reportan decenas de millones de dólares.
Los precios no están equilibrados como en el mercado de acciones, donde, por ejemplo, una acción de Daimler tiene el mismo precio en toda Europa. En Corea del Sur, a veces los precios del Bitcoin eran más altos que en otros países. Y si encuentras una forma de aprovechar eso, como hizo Bankman-Fried, puedes armar un circuito y obtener un 5 o 10% cada vez.
2017. Bankman-Fried funda FTX y convierte la plataforma en un lugar de encuentro para aventureros. FTX se especializa en futuros. Los clientes apuestan por la subida o bajada de las criptomonedas. Es posible obtener enormes ganancias o perderlo todo. Bankman entusiasma a los inversores, aunque él es un novato. Y sí, Bankman-Fried es exitoso. 3 años después de su fundación, FTX ya tiene 1 millón de clientes y es la tercera bolsa de criptomonedas más grande del mundo. Bankman-Fried avanza estratégicamente. Compra los derechos de nombre para la cancha de baloncesto en Miami. FTX se hace conocido como marca. Con publicidad costosa como esta, seduce a inversores.
So, Mark.
Are you in?
I'm in. All right, this last one might be tough.
Nah, he loves you.
Con famosos como Giselle Bundchen y Tom Brady, entrar al mundo de las criptomonedas parece muy fácil. Eso funciona. En 2021, FTX mueve $20 mil millones al día. Muchos clientes son adinerados. Bankman tiene muchos usuarios de alto volumen.
El 90% de nuestro volumen de operaciones proviene de personas que operan al menos $100,000 al día.
Bankman-Fried hace una fortuna. A los 30 años posee $26 mil millones y se presenta como un defensor del medio ambiente. Quiere hacer la tecnología blockchain más ecológica. Su motor, reconocimiento. Su búsqueda de ganancias se la justifica con nobles objetivos. Es miembro de la organización benéfica Giving What We Can. Supuestamente, dona regularmente una gran parte de su fortuna para la lucha contra la pobreza en el mundo.
Todo su estilo de vida, el veganismo, su generosidad, el altruismo. No había altruismo. Él quería ganar tanto dinero como fuera posible en el menor tiempo posible.
Lugar soñado, Bahamas. Cerca de Nassau, en Louis Drive, se encuentra la lujosa residencia Albany. Puestos de seguridad controlan el ingreso. Solo acceden los propietarios. Bankman-Fried es uno de ellos. Así se promociona la colonia en su página web. Aquí, Bankman compró un penthouse por $30 millones. One Cable Beach, a pocos kilómetros. Aquí, FTX compró más propiedades. Departamentos para el círculo más cercano de ejecutivos. También hay casas de vacaciones para los padres de Bankman-Fried y empleados de alto nivel. Valor total de las propiedades, más de $120 millones pagados con fondos de la empresa.
En este caso, no había los controles clásicos que suele haber en las empresas. Una supervisión que verifica si el dinero se gasta de manera razonable. Eso no existía en su caso y se había obviado para que pudiera desviar dinero.
Con el dinero, Bankman-Fried establece lazos con la política estadounidense. Antes de las elecciones de medio término, dona casi $40 millones a los demócratas. A los republicanos les transfiere a través de testaferros 19 millones, trabajo de lobby con dinero en efectivo.
También financió, por decirlo de alguna manera, a políticos, pero oficialmente solo a demócratas, porque él decía, no, los republicanos no tienen buena imagen, los demócratas sí, son más sociales. Eso lo publicó, lo otro lo mantuvo en secreto.
Además de la plataforma FTX, Bankman-Fried tiene desde hace años un segundo negocio, el fondo Alameda. La sede de la empresa, las Bahamas. Lo dirige la expareja de Bankman, Caroline Ellison. Entre ambos mueven millones.
This whole thing seems like weird.
Ellison es considerada un genio de las matemáticas y fan de Harry Potter. Su tarea, mantener la máquina de dinero en funcionamiento con arriesgados negocios.
La empresa hermana Alameda Research había tomado posiciones muy arriesgadas adquiriendo tokens incluso a crédito. Pero luego el mercado no se movió como se esperaba, al contrario. Y entonces se taparon esas pérdidas con fondos depositados en FTX.
Bankman-Fried mezcla las cuentas de ambas empresas y le da a Alameda créditos ilimitados. Se dice que transfirió dinero de clientes por casi $8 mil millones. Luego, se vuelve difícil para FTX. Noviembre de 2022. Los inversores de todo el mundo intentan retirar su dinero alarmados por un informe sobre balances financieros incompletos. Pero ya es tarde. FTX colapsa. Bankman-Fried está en el ojo público. Se espera que responda a muchas preguntas, pero se muestra esquivo. Debe declarar la quiebra y dejar su puesto como CEO de FTX. Pocos días después le colocan las esposas. El rey de las criptomonedas es extraditado a los Estados Unidos.
Dijo cosas como estaba abrumado Cometí muchos errores, no sabía lo que hacía. Y se trata de si uno le cree o no.
Los investigadores quieren entender lo sucedido, revisan las transacciones, pero la contabilidad está incompleta y los acuerdos entre empresas hermanas no son comprensibles. Bankman-Fried afirma, hubo errores, pero no fraude.
Mi impresión fue, o es un mentiroso extremadamente bueno, el mejor mentiroso de todos los tiempos, o realmente no cree que haya cometido un delito.
Bankman-Fried dejó a 300 empleados sin trabajo y a 1 millón de inversores sin su dinero. Para ellos, el ex rey de las criptomonedas es un impostor que los engañó deliberadamente. Por fraude y malversación, el fundador de FTX fue declarado culpable. En 2024 se dicta la sentencia. Sam Bankman-Fried debe pasar 25 años en prisión. El siguiente caso. Un hombre en un escondite seguro. Jan Marsalek, exdirectivo de Wirecard. Desde mediados de 2020 es una de las personas más buscadas del mundo, especialmente en Europa, ya sea por la policía alemana o Europol. Pero los investigadores no logran atraparlo. En Alemania, sus antiguos compañeros de la junta directiva comparecen ante los jueces.
Markus Braun, ex jefe de la ex empresa del DAX, ahora en el banquillo de los acusados.
Al igual que Braun, Marsalek podría enfrentar juicio y prisión. Jan Marsalek, nacido en 1980 en Viena. Desde junio de 2020, en paradero desconocido. Se dice que ha malversado al menos 1.900 millones de euros. Viena, capital de Austria. En las afueras, entre la placidez y el estilo de Viena, crece Jan Marsalek. A 15 minutos en coche está Klosterneuburg, una ciudad de 28.000 habitantes. Un lugar tranquilo y pintoresco. Verena Pochel también vive aquí. Conoció a Marsalek cuando era joven. Fue compañera de escuela. Compartieron aula. Recuerdos de principios de los 90.
Jan Marsalek era un estudiante muy tranquilo, muy bueno, un buen compañero, pero sin grandes amistades.
En la clase 5C casi no tenía amigos. Un solitario que evitaba las fiestas. No hablaba de sus padres. Prefería escribir programas de computadora. Un perfeccionista.
En cuarto grado, un maestro le dijo que su caligrafía no era lo suficientemente bonita. Y entonces empezó a escribir todo con regla. Después su escritura parecía impresa. Era perfecta.
Jan es ambicioso y trabajador. En el aula se sienta en primera fila. Todos están seguros de que se graduará con buenas notas, pero pocos meses antes del examen de bachillerato, lo deja.
Participó en una competencia de informática. La ganó y luego recibió una oferta de una empresa de Alemania para trabajar de inmediato. Eso fue 3 meses antes del examen y Jan decidió irse.
En el año 2000, a los 20 años, Marsalek se une a Wirecard como desarrollador de productos. La joven empresa se encarga del procesamiento de pagos en el lado gris de Internet, sitios eróticos y de apuestas. Al principio, Marsalek es visto como alguien raro en la compañía.
Recuerdo el primer encuentro con Jan. Tenía un corte de pelo militar, llevaba jeans rotos. En ese ambiente empresarial era una figura muy inusual.
Los videos corporativos muestran un ambiente joven y dinámico. Wirecard desarrolla los pagos electrónicos al final del milenio. Solo escanea y paga. Wirecard convierte el pago sin efectivo en una nueva forma de vida. Comprar parece fácil. El procesamiento del pago ocurre en segundo plano y Marsalek hace carrera.
Se podía ver cómo Jan cambiaba con el tiempo. cómo empezó a usar trajes, cómo le agradaba convertirse en un hombre de negocios.
El jefe de Wirecard, Brown, apadrina a Marszalek. El visionario ha encontrado un aliado. La búsqueda de crecimiento y la inquietud los une.
Parece extraño que alguien que ni siquiera terminó la secundaria termine siendo CEO de una gran empresa. Para entenderlo hay que saber que las grandes carreras no se basan en primer lugar en las habilidades y destrezas de una persona, sino en las relaciones.
Jan es considerado un hallazgo y rápidamente entiende las reglas. Trabaja sin tregua durante la semana. Y los viernes, en el restaurante de lujo Kefer, fluye el champán. 350 euros la botella. El estilo de Marszalek es bien recibido.
Jan era el que en las fiestas anuales de Wirecard conversaba con los empleados, hacía chistes, era divertido, accesible.
Marszalek es encantador y comunicativo. Pero su simpatía tiene un objetivo.
Parecía estar siempre muy interesado en las personas, pero en realidad solo tenía curiosidad hasta evaluar a la otra persona. ¿Me sirve? Y si no veía ningún beneficio, la otra persona dejaba de interesarle.
Jan era muy ambicioso y quería escribir una historia de éxito global.
En Ashheim, las luces nunca se apagan. Marszalek trabaja como loco en la central de Wirecard. En 2010 se convierte en Chief Operating Officer y entra a la junta directiva. Su oficina, 110 metros cuadrados. La decoración debía ser impecable.
Las sillas en la sala de reuniones debían estar a la misma distancia. Cuando te levantabas tenías que dejarla igual. Le prestaba mucha atención a la simetría, a que las cosas fueran tan perfectas como él las imaginaba.
Marszalek viaja cada vez más al extranjero. Manila, Chipre, las Islas Vírgenes. Wirecard crece. Los negocios van de maravilla. En 2008 la facturación alcanza los 200 millones de euros. Singapur. La ciudad inteligente con sus sistemas de pago electrónicos es el lugar ideal para Marszalek. Aquí levanta su negocio con socios externos. Porque en Asia, Wirecard no tiene licencias propias. La empresa pone intermediarios, que son llamados adquirientes externos, entre los minoristas y ellos.
El negocio con terceros permitió ocultar pagos ilegales, como inversiones fraudulentas, sitios para páginas de póker ilegales.
En sus viajes de negocios, Marszalek disfruta de la vida. En 2016, por ejemplo, se hospeda en Singapur. Al fondo, el icónico hotel Marina Bay Sands, con vistas al puerto. Marszalek siempre está viajando. Explora la metrópoli india de Chennai en rickshaw. O aquí, una reunión de ejecutivos en el Four Seasons de Bombay. Negocios millonarios, hoteles de lujo y restaurantes caros. Una vida vertiginosa. Múnich. También en Alemania, Jan Marszalek lleva una vida de lujo. En la calle Prinzregenten, en el exclusivo barrio de Bogenhausen, está la Villa Alfons. Allí entra y sale Marszalek. Alquiler mensual, 50.000 euros.
Esa era básicamente su oficina externa, donde podía hacer todo lo que no podía hacer en la central de Wirecard en Ashheim. Un grupo muy selecto se reunía allí, una mezcla de ex empleados de servicios secretos de diferentes países.
Una oficina estaba equipada con paneles acústicos. Era una sala a prueba de escuchas. Justo enfrente de la villa está el consulado ruso. Expertos creen que Marszalek entabló temprano contacto con los servicios secretos rusos. Conexiones útiles, años después.
Sabemos que tenía contactos muy buenos con Rusia y que conocía al cónsul ruso en Múnich. Ayudó a su hijo con su tesis de licenciatura. Tenía muchos contactos rusos, hasta los círculos de servicios secretos.
Marszalek tiene 6 pasaportes austríacos diferentes, además de un pasaporte diplomático. Es muy cauteloso, usa varios móviles y nunca viaja a Estados Unidos. Hace que las fotos de él en Internet sean borradas. Marszalek es un fantasma.
Para engañar con tanto éxito como Jan Marszalek, hay que ser muy inteligente. Uno debe entender y ordenar contextos muy complejos. Siempre hay que tener en cuenta qué mentiras se han contado y dónde.
Otoño de 2018. En el distrito financiero de Frankfurt, Wirecard disfruta sus semanas de mayor éxito. La empresa está valorada en unos 24.000 millones de euros y es incluida en el DAX. De repente, Wirecard pertenece a las empresas más valiosas de Alemania. Los gerentes de Wirecard están muy satisfechos. Han ganado miles de inversores. Han neutralizado las advertencias de periodistas británicos sobre los números falsificados. Y han silenciado a los especuladores que apostaron contra Wirecard. Marszalek es considerado el hombre detrás de estas acciones, un hombre con muchas caras.
Si uno lo observa, es un rostro que genera confianza. Un rostro suavemente perfilado y algo así, por supuesto, es útil para convencer a las personas.
La verdad es que Jan tenía millones en efectivo para pagar a gente para que hiciera cosas ilegales o legales. Dirigió un ataque a los críticos. Los seguía, entraba en sus casas.
18 de junio de 2020. Reina la calma nocturna sobre la sede de Wirecard. Pero el día que llega será una jornada funesta para la empresa. Wirecard quería presentar el balance anual, pero horas antes las auditoras se niegan a firmarlo. Faltan justificantes importantes. Marszalek sospecha lo que está por venir. Escribe a un confidente. Febriles conversaciones con socios en Asia. A las 10:30, Marszalek sabe, ya nada va a ir bien. A 400 kilómetros, el distrito financiero de Frankfurt. A las 10:43, una alerta urgente de Wirecard llega a la bolsa. Está claro. Recibos sobre 1.900 millones de euros están falsificados. El valor de las acciones se desploma. En un día se esfuman más de 7.000 millones de euros. La empresa es un montón de escombros. Y Jan Marszalek pierde su empleo. En la mañana del 19 de junio, la junta directiva de Wirecard comparece ante los medios sin Marszalek. El jefe Markus Braun asegura no saber nada.
No se puede descartar en este momento que Wirecard AG haya sufrido un fraude de gran magnitud.
Mientras, Marszalek logra una huida digna de película. Un confidente lo lleva en auto de Múnich a Austria, ya que Marszalek no tiene licencia de conducir. El destino, el pequeño aeropuerto de Feslokotinbrunn, a 30 minutos de Viena. Marszalek llega al aeródromo en la tarde del 19 de junio.
Solo llevaba una bolsa de lona y vestía Prada, chaqueta negra, zapatillas negras, pantalón negro. Sube a la avioneta y paga en efectivo alrededor de 8.000 euros. No quería recibo.
A las 20:03, el Cessna Citation Mustang despega. En ese momento aún no hay orden de arresto, por lo que la salida es legal. Incluso sus mensajes a personas de confianza son cortinas de humo. El sábado 20 de junio, Marszalek escribe: en realidad vuela a Minsk, capital de Bielorrusia. Con su pasaporte diplomático pasa por la aduana sin problemas.
En Minsk disfruta de un servicio VIP al llegar. Alguien lo había reservado. ¿Quién? Aún no se sabe.
Luego Marszalek sube a un Mercedes negro. La huida está minuciosamente planeada.
Suponemos que fue recibido, por así decirlo, por los servicios secretos bielorrusos. Luego lo llevaron a un hotel cercano. Y allí se pierde la pista de Marszalek.
Marszalek aún mantiene contacto con algunos pocos allegados y envía mensajes. Las preguntas sobre su paradero quedan sin respuesta. Nuevamente, da pistas falsas. Pero Minsk es solo una escala. Los servicios secretos lo llevan a Rusia. Para cruzar la frontera no se necesitan documentos. Las pistas conducen a Moscú.
Tenemos imágenes suyas saliendo de un edificio de apartamentos en Moscú. Parece que allí tiene una amiga. Las autoridades investigadoras creen que esa persona es Jan Marszalek.
Se sospecha que desvió millones para pagar a los servicios de seguridad rusos. Las solicitudes de extradición hasta ahora han sido en vano.
No hay una dirección de Jan Marszalek y las autoridades rusas hacen oídos sordos.
Jan Marszalek, el escurridizo, el impostor de las 1000 caras.
Jan Marszalek es quizás para cada quien lo que cada uno quiere ver en él. Para la Fiscalía de Múnich era un interlocutor confiable. Para sus clientes en Rusia y en Asia Oriental, era el hombre de mundo. Y probablemente tal vez fue uno de los mayores estafadores de la historia económica de Alemania.
Derroche, codicia y ansia de reconocimiento. Megalomanía es lo que subyace en las historias de Bankman-Fried y Marszalek. Y es probable que encuentren imitadores. Llaman a las víctimas carne. ¿Por qué?
Son personas que teclean con 2 dedos y usan una sola contraseña, ya sea su nombre, el nombre de su perro o su fecha de nacimiento. Personas que no tienen conciencia digital y por eso son devorados por los ciberdelincuentes como si fueran carne. En los tiempos que corren, uno no se puede pasar todo el día frente a la pantalla sin tener la más mínima idea de los riesgos y de cómo protegerse. Es una irresponsabilidad.
El problema con los delitos cibernéticos es que no se ve el sufrimiento que causan.
Si falla un respirador, el hospital paga el rescate, porque de lo contrario, las personas pueden morir.
Sont créés en guise de mot de passe. Quelqu'un qui n'a pas de conscience numérique, destiné à se faire manger par des cybercriminels. Ah pardon. Pas de conscience numérique. Manger.
Los hackers nunca fueron tan poderosos como ahora. Utilizan las brechas de seguridad de nuestro mundo hiperconectado para atacarnos. Roban dinero, documentos, datos privados e incluso identidades. Cualquiera puede ser víctima de esta nueva forma de delincuencia. Particulares, empresas, hospitales, escuelas y autoridades. Nada parece detener a los piratas informáticos. La pregunta es, ¿hasta dónde llegarán en el futuro?
La gente se ha dado cuenta de que puede ganar mucho más dinero desde casa y sin ningún riesgo. No tienen que atracar un banco ni poner en peligro su vida. Como ciberdelincuentes, prácticamente no les puede pasar nada. Permanecen en el anonimato y pueden piratear cualquier objetivo.
$6.000 millones. Según los expertos estadounidenses, los hackers se hacen con esta astronómica suma cada año en todo el mundo. En Suiza, por ejemplo, la ciberdelincuencia representa el 40% de todos los delitos, y el fenómeno se está extendiendo. En 2022, el número de ciberataques aumentó un 26% en Europa y un 38% en todo el mundo.
El eslabón más débil sin duda es el ser humano. Puedes inventar todos los sistemas de seguridad que quieras, pero de nada sirve si alguien por teléfono revela voluntariamente su nombre de usuario y contraseña.
Waters and the economy on life's. $1979, with Japan is just entering one of its all-time greatest booms in the stock and real estate market, with Japan absolutely dominating international markets in the 1980s. Japan was developing unrivaled technology and workforce efficiency. In 1988, the 8 largest banks in the world were Japanese, and Japan accounted for almost half of the global stock market. In this climate, in 1979, a clever little fellow was growing up in the streets of Tokyo. While his true identity is still unknown, this kid would later go on to be the legendary name Sizz, the most notorious day trader in Japan. Sizz's first lesson in day trading came in kindergarten. Sizz loved playing games but hated losing. He and his kindergarten friend would often go to the local snack store to purchase snacks and play the lottery game. However, they always walked away with a loss. And as competitive as he was, this was upsetting Sizz. After months of repeatedly buying in and losing, he had enough. One day, being the clever kid that he was, Sizz came up with a plan to beat the lottery game. Instead of buying single lotteries, both Sizz and his friend each bought themselves an entire box, feeling confident that this way, they would definitely win. They started handing in the numbers at the counter, and the results were astonishing for both Sizz and his friend. Much to their surprise, both the winning numbers in each box were exactly the same. While he did not know it at the time, that day would mark on one of the most important lessons Sizz would learn throughout his entire life, the lesson of the universal law that every game has expected values and patterns. But with the Japanese economy re-emerging after World War II and growing up in a traditional middle-class Japanese household, Sizz's parents were extremely strict. His parents wanted Sizz to have a great education, which was a problem for Sizz as he sucked at academics. Unable to make his parents happy and succeed in academics, Sizz was forced into feeling like he's a good-for-nothing kid. As many young kids, Sizz dreaded going to school and would spend most of his free time playing fighter games with his friend at the local arcade in Tokyo. Instead of facing the academic challenge, Sizz was more drawn to a new challenge, beating his friends at the fighter video game. Having a sharp eye for patterns, Sis was a natural, but his emotional instability made him easy to taunt, which often led to Sis throwing games because of his anger. Determined to be the best player in the arcade, over countless hours, Sis started to learn that he needed to think fast and stay calm in order to win. Shortly after, Sis started destroying all his friends and quickly became a notorious tough player to beat among the local arcade fanatics, which led to him coining the name Sis, which in Japanese means death. However, mastering the game came at a cost. His grades had dropped even further. Despite having built up a sense of pride from his notorious reputation at the local arcade, Sis' true challenge was only just beginning. Having experienced the poverty of World War II, his parents deemed education as one of the most important opportunities for Sis to get a better future. His mom was relentlessly tough on him for getting failing grades and often beating him up with a belt or by throwing her sandal. With limited finances, household abuse, Sis grew up a skinny kid feeling hopeless, trapped by his surroundings. With no passion for school and middle school coming to a close, his parents were getting increasingly tough on him and started to restrict him from going outside and going to the local arcade unless he improved his grades. Having no choice in the matter, Sis really had to bite through it and just wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. After middle school, his parents decided he would have to study mechanical engineering as his relatives held good positions in the manufacturing business. Spending his college days locked in the bedroom, he would get lost in the virtual universe of Ultima Online, developing his character, forging weapons, and managing his resources, or as he would later call it, building and protecting assets. Despite his gaming obsession, Sis, with barely minimal grades, got a degree and job as mechanical engineer in the family business. Hoping his new job would please his parents, he was further disappointed when he realized nothing in his relationship with his parents had changed. Being trapped in a 9-to-5 as a mechanical engineer, having no girlfriend and little to no money, Sis was feeling dead inside and lost in life. Being the prideful and competitive kid he was, Sis wanted to win now more than ever. Feeling unhappy with his life and determined to prove his parents wrong, Sis decided he was going to do whatever it takes to escape the boring system. From his failure to get the girl he liked and the poor upbringing with his family, he realized that only one thing was going to make all heads turn, and the only thing the system cared about was money. In the year 2000, at the age of 21-year-old, Civ saved up 30,000 worth of yen from his mechanical engineering job and started battling the market as a trader. His sole obsession in life became, how can I beat the markets? He entered with the classic strategy of buying undervalued, quality companies with the objective of holding them long term. However, he quickly realized this wasn't going to make him money fast enough. So what trading strategy would allow him to make the daily wins? He quickly shifted to day trading and a more active strategy of scalping, buying and selling short gains multiple times a day to generate a daily earning. But his experience with the market was limited, and even though he had great pattern recognition, macro variabilities and a high risk often led to an equal amount of losses, getting him nowhere near his goal of making a lot of money. Despite the repeated failure, Sis refused to give up. After a fateful encounter with the legendary Japanese day trader BNF, and determined to beat the odds, Sis developed his new strategy centered around his gaming-honed skills, pattern recognition. Sis started trading emerging trends and patterns using a few key indicators off the daily chart, the 5-day moving average and the 25-day moving average, determining the direction of the trend based on the angle of the cross. bad hit. He was quickly growing his account to a tune of 100K. Regardless of the early success, he realized his strategy still needed some fine-tuning. Just like his favorite online game, Ultima Online, and as many experienced gamers know, one of the most important lessons that you can learn is understanding when your opponent is too strong and choosing to get out. The stock market is no different. As a day trader, Sis didn't care about a company's fundamentals or earning reports. He knew in essence he was up against people. Using his gamer experience of knowing when to get out, he started minimizing his time hold of losing bets and increasing the time hold on winning bets, which dramatically improved his earnings and further snowballed his early success. His account grew to $3 million worth of yen by the age of 25. His determination had paid off, and he beat the market, making lots of money in the process. Having proved his parents wrong and changing his environment, his new life came with a newfound confidence and vigor flame of pride. With each win, he felt like he restored a part of his soul and made him feel alive again. But Sis would soon learn nothing stays the same forever. His overconfident chat style on Japanese forums, Tuchalon, and his rapid growing gains on the markets quickly birthed him the reputation as one of the most notorious and aggressive day traders in Japan. His gambling habits and wild dog reputation started growing him a cult-like following amongst Japanese day traders and communities. His increasing attention to successful trades fueled an even greater flame and monstrous sense of pride. He was unstoppable. When he was wrong, he lost small, and when he was right, he won big. Trade after trade, Sis was growing in skills and money. He transformed his account from 3 million yen to 30 million yen in 1 year. He was a money printing machine, an outlaw who beat the system, and a legend. There wasn't a single Japanese day trader who hadn't heard of him. With the weight of his notorious reputation on his shoulders, his pride started messing with his brain. Despite having beat poverty, the numbers in his bank account started losing their significance. The thrill he felt from the trades winning back his freedom was starting to fade, and the money he so craved for as a kid was starting to feel like just another number on the computer screen. What more was he missing? With his growing account size and decreasing satisfaction in his wins, Sis started increasing his trading size in an attempt to recreate the same highs as the trades in his early day trading career. However, things took a turn for the worse. On January 17, 2006, news spread that a young Japanese e-commerce company called LiveDoor was under investigation for accounting fraud. The news spread like wildfire across Japanese markets, and investors started to panic, leading to numerous sell-offs and triggering countless stop losses. Sis was quick to catch on, but was unable to save his position, as the large account size prevented him from quickly exiting the market, forcing him to have to wait for sell orders to fill. The market was ruthless. As the storm settled, 92% of Japanese stocks had dropped and Sis was down $5 million, his greatest loss ever. In true prideful fashion, Sis joke messaged his fans, "Hey, I'm losing $5 million," referencing Son Goku in a play of words. Despite trying to brush it off and still growing his account significantly on a yearly basis, the losses didn't stop there, and Sis would soon face his toughest battle yet. After a gut-wrenching loss, Sis wanted to defeat the markets more than ever. However, his mind was clouded. Trading was no longer about fighting to earn his freedom, it was now about winning. What was his strategy? Double down on his moves. Focused and once again determined, his grown market experience and long-found strategy had him printing his money back at record speed. However, the markets are unforgiving. Siz's pride blinded him from learning the important lesson of increasing his trade frequency and sizes. He was suffering from a serious case of gambler's fallacy. The countless hours of trading were also taking a toll on his health. With the recent increase in trading volume, the accompanied stress was giving him gray hair and chronic stomach pain. August 2027, after two Bear Stearns hedge funds filed for bankruptcy, the loom and doom of the 2008 real estate bubble started spreading. Mass fear spread amongst investors, causing the Lehman Brothers stock to drop sharply in less than 24 hours. In this single day, Siz lost $6 million of his wealth. It was no longer a fluke. The market was starting to beat him. The market had adapted, and his large portfolio size now proved his winning strategy no longer worked. And the stress was starting to take a toll on his health. Despite the millions in his bank account, the recent sharp losses had set him back multiple years of hard-earned gains. Games taught him to think fast and stay calm. One of his legendary quotes his cult-like following worshipped him for, yet lately, he hasn't quite felt it. His recent aggression and large portfolio had made him slow and blind. He had proved his parents wrong, got filthy rich, and beat the system. What else could he want? While his humble lifestyle didn't feel the losses, his notorious pride did. He worried he would lose the hard-earned acknowledgement he had so fought for. After such a painful loss, yet still having such a large fortune, many men would have rolled over and just laid back and enjoyed the rest of their lives. But Siz is different. After reflecting on his journey, Siz realized he was the problem. The weight of his pride had left him blind and arrogant. He hadn't become a worse trader, he had simply stopped changing and improving his strategy to fit the current circumstances. Even though his external environment had changed, inside he was still the same clever kid who was playing games. And the one thing he hated more than anything was losing. In order to be the undisputed again, he would have to create a new day trading strategy, one that would be better adapted to his portfolio size, yet still allow him to make the large profits with the aggressive plays. Refusing to compromise on his pride and losing his title as one of the top dogs of Japanese day traders, Siz set out to make the largest size trade in his entire day trading career. It's August 24th, 2015, 9 minutes after the opening bell, and all the major stocks have started to plummet. Fear is spreading amongst the trading floor as more and more seek to withdraw their investments. News had spread that a recession was imminent, as China's decade of growth would finally come to an end. It was Black Monday, and a reversal was coming, like never seen before. In a tiny bedroom apartment in Tokyo, Japan, there was one man tensely staring at the red numbers on his 7 screens. Betting against the markets was dangerous, but it was now or never. There was no going back. After being short the paper futures of the Nikkei 225 stock average for the last 2 weeks, small profits started rolling in. Despite a $12 million profit, it wasn't enough, and he decided to further double down on his positions. Struggling to sleep that night, news had spread that the New York markets were collapsing. This thing was turning global. By morning, he was staring at double the profits. He knew his trend trade was right on mark. He went in for the final stage of his trade, betting on the market bounce. The stress was enormous. If his timing was off, he would once again lose it all. With excruciating stomach pain, he transferred his profits from his short positions to his longs, slowly buying in calculated amounts as the downward momentum was decreasing. The momentum shift. As soon as the candles started coloring green, he was already determining his long exits. Countless years of trading had all come down to this one moment. It was the perfect trade. That single day, Sis walked away with $33 million in profit, and his large volume size had moved the leading index of Japan. One man had moved the Nikkei. Nowadays, not much has changed for Sis in terms of lifestyle. He still enjoys playing video games and actively engages in the same passion of gambling. Now being a married man and having children of his own, Sis still spends a few hours every day moving the Nikkei. Despite all his wealth, Sis still lives humbly. And despite having one large property, Sis shows no records of spending and living a luxurious lifestyle. Besides making sure his family's happy and his parents are comfortable and healthy, Sis spends most of his money on the one passion he loves: playing the game. You made it to the end. Feeling inspired? Perfect. Don't click away, as we want to thank you for watching all the way through, and your support means the world to us. If you enjoyed it and you feel inspired, subscribe, because we will inspire you with more videos in the future. And the only way you'll see these videos is if you hit subscribe and the notification bell thingy at the bottom. Thank you again, hustlers. Don't stop. Lock in. In 2005, billionaire investor Masayoshi Son was looking for a new way to grow his wealth. Despite his $4.3 billion, not everybody folds under his pressure.
Thank you for coming today.
It's my honor.
Let's go over the deal we talked about over the phone. I know you said you are not interested, but I believe every man has a price.
Sir.
Before you say anything, I will double your management fee to 50% and a performance fee of 30% and $3 billion of my net worth to manage. What do you say?
I just trade stocks in a closed room alone and know nothing about what's happening in the world. It's almost cheeky for me to advise someone who has much more experience in life. I crafted my own style through experience and I don't like to be influenced by others' opinions. For that reason, I cannot manage your billions, Masayoshi-san.
You will regret this for the rest of your life.
BNF had made a name for himself after the JCOM trade in 2005. Everybody wanted a piece of him. He became a Japanese legend known as the JCOM man. But to BNF, it was just one trade. Cup ramen, anime, and spending most of his days alone in a room day trading. After making 2 billion yen in one trade, BNF felt the same. He just wanted the next trade. But as he adapted to his newfound fame, a deadly storm was coming, as the global market started showing signs of a bear market, the greatest financial bubble of his lifetime, one that could wipe out his portfolio size. He knew he had to cut out the noise. He had always kept it unprofessional. Because he didn't kiss the ring of the people with the checkbooks, BNF had set up his trading in a tiny apartment. His small, unprofessional setup reflected BNF's distrust of the system. (1986) Osaka. What are you doing? That's way too far. We gotta rewind track. In 1986 Osaka, growing up, it was the same. BNF spent most of his days inside. But then a blessing happened to BNF that turned his whole worldview bright and made him ready to believe you could outsmart the system. BNF was living the college life. Like a lot of you, he was experimenting with his life purpose. Ramen, anime, sake. Not much had changed until one day he came across an episode. In 1989, NHK, a Japanese TV network, aired a 4-part series about the world of finance, with the first episode titled The Man Who Lost 50 Million. The episode covered the legendary hedge fund manager Victor Niederhofer. Victor Niederhofer was a wild guy. He was a notorious speculator. His fund trading options on the index futures, and he was known for blowing his fund twice. After watching the series, BNF got hooked. BNF was so inspired by the documentary, lifestyle, and trading, he based his trader name BNF on Victor Niederhofer. The game of trading and the freedom it gave, it was the lifestyle he had always dreamed of. But unlike Victor, BNF wasn't born in opportunity. At the time, BNF was a broke college student. He knew he would have to save up for years to even get started, let alone make profits. Are you kidding me? He knew nothing about trading. And he's not like you, he didn't have YouTube. In the 1990s, Japan had very little textbooks on trading, let alone trading via a computer. There was no information on it. Even though the odds were stacked against him, nothing in life beat the excitement he felt when he thought about the millions of trading, how his life would change. The charts captivated him. He knew he wanted to become a day trader, against all odds. So in college, he got to work. BNF started working part-time jobs. He was working weekday nights and weekend shifts. Besides rent and cup ramen, he saved as much as he could. In between college and his job, he spent every moment he could looking at charts, day in and day out, studying price action. Like a bear studying currents for its next meal, BNF was learning how stocks moved, studying all the top stocks in the Japanese Nikkei index. In time, he started identifying the meaning in the movements. There was a flow to it. To make up for the lack of available information, he relied on building his own theories on how the market worked. He sacrificed all his time. After 2 years, working part-time jobs and studying the charts every single day, the moment had come. By living frugally, he had managed to save up $16,000. It was time to face the markets.
It's described as nothing short of breathtaking, a points drop never before seen on the US markets.
Young, hungry, and disciplined, BNF is anxiously trading to make a living. But the market he faced was an unforgiving bear market. As you know, in 2000, the global stock market had just been hit by the burst of the internet bubble, aka the dot-com bubble. But what you might not know is Japan had already experienced a huge asset bubble burst in the 90s. It was known to Japanese economists as the lost decade, where assets prices dropped over 70%, a decade of terrible economic pain. Despite studying the charts for 2 years, BNF started suffering initial losses. However, through his experience, he quickly developed a strategy that was simple yet brilliant. In a bear market, the overall sentiment is fear. People hate losing and think positive upswings are unlikely on the short term, so they underestimate their likelihood. His strategy was contrarian trading. BNF found when traders are fearful about the overall bear market, they will often oversell falling stocks to avoid the pain of losing. Or in BNF's own words, when going for a short-term rebound, what you should focus on is the moving average divergence. In the bear market of 2001, I would only look at stocks deviating at least 20% off the 25-day moving average, with 35% being somewhat a safe level to buy. Price would then surge, and I would close the trade in a profit. But it wasn't that simple. Even after stumbling upon this revelation, a lot of BNF's trades were losses. With more losers than winners, it was painful to see his hard-earned savings shrink. To him, it seemed like some sectors of the market were trickier than others. Despite the pain, he knew it was unrealistic to expect overnight success. Instead, he decided to focus his mind and double down on analyzing his losers. From studying the losing charts, BNF had realized his losers were repeatedly the same sectors, and each of them had different repeating deviations. He concluded the divergent percentages were different per sector, or in BNF's quote from his old 2-channel posts. For the service sector stocks, the range of deviation from the 25-day moving average was between 22 and 30%. For the post-dot-com crash IT stocks, the ranges were 25 to 45%, and for emerging stocks, it was 28% to 60%. Applying different numbers per sector allowed him to find greater entries to the temporary upswings. BNF had learned he first had to develop a feel for the sector before being able to make a trade. With his intense focus, he was producing more wins than losses. But by December 2001, the bear market got even more insane. There was a massive crash in penny stocks. It looked like a market-wide Black Friday sale. BNF saw 20% deviation opportunities everywhere. These were companies with strong brands and often liquid war chests. A lot of BNF's friends he met on 2channel started buying in. It looked like the perfect buying opportunity. But to BNF's instincts, he felt there was a problem. When everything is on fire sale, is it even a sale? So he passed. Having learned that different sectors have different points of rebound, now was no different. Instead of stocking up on the fire sale, he only focused on the extremer cases. Stocks that dropped significantly greater than the market average. Stocks closer to 65% deviation of the 25-day moving average. He made the right call. All of his stocks rebounded after only 1 to 2 days. A lot of them jumped up 50%, with some even doubling after 2 to 3 trading days. Remaining calm and applying his self-developed feel for the market had paid off. If he had bought at the typical levels like his friends, his losses would have been catastrophic. Instead, by the end of 2002, BNF had grown his account to $1 million in US dollars. He had become the great bear of Japanese day traders. The high was exhilarating. He was finally living off his trades. But then a tragedy happened to BNF that turned his whole worldview dark. Yep. The whole world went on a massive bull run. You heard that right. That's the tragedy. While the whole world was ecstatic, BNF was stressed. See, BNF's strategy only worked in a bear market. He needed the fear sentiment. But now the market had flipped. He was facing a whole different opponent. To continue making a living trading, he had to figure out how to beat this new bull market. And what made things worse is he actually had some money now. He didn't want to lose his freedom. To ensure he didn't blow his account, he had to find a system to minimize his risk. From his past trades, BNF learned the importance of market sentiment. To minimize his risk, he decided he didn't want to fight the bullish sentiment. Instead, he wanted a strategy that profited from it. I mean, we all know bull markets. As long as you hold, you will make money in the long run. But you can't day trade that. So instead of holding long term, using his understanding of codependency in the Japanese market, BNF found a new clever way to ride the bull run. When the market's strong, core companies tend to rise with the index. What BNF found is core companies don't go up at exactly the same time. They're always laggers, and that's where he buys. He would ride these laggers up and then sell after a few days or weeks. Since these opportunities didn't appear every day, his trading transformed into a few trades per month. Instead of trying to force his trades, he stuck with his strategy. Through years of experience, BNF had come to view trading not as individual price action, but rather as one global machine. Understanding the relationship between individual parts of this machine and his unemotional discipline, that's his genius. The strategy allowed BNF to maintain profitable returns in the bull run. His account grew by 10 million in 2 years, and that's when things took a weird turn. It's December 2005, 9 a.m., another morning on the Japanese stock exchange. The markets are rowdy as various new tech companies had IPO'd on the market in the last few months. Traders were hungry for that next unicorn company. However, this morning, their eyes were on a new stock, JCOM Holdings, as it went public on the emerging markets. Within minutes, panic emerged. BNF couldn't believe his eyes. JCOM looked to have one of the greatest stock drops in history. Unsure of what was going on, traders were hesitant to buy. Concerns of financial fraud grew, and the internet started going wild over the story. Meanwhile, at Mizuho Securities, a man was fearing for his life. He had made an unimaginable mistake. His job was to sell one share of JCOM at 610,000 yen. But instead, he sold 610,000 shares for 1 yen each. After it went live, there was no reversing it. Luckily, the Japanese exchange has what you call a limit up and a limit down, meaning there's a limit to how much a stock can move up or down in one day to prevent highly volatile situations such as these. But it wasn't enough. BNF moved quick. In a matter of minutes since the incident, he attacked. He bought 7,100 shares at the limit down price, which gave him an unbelievable 49% stake in the company. He put half of his entire account size on this trade. And his protege, Sis, bought in alongside him. The panic escalates as Mizuho Securities realize they can't reverse their trade. In a desperate attempt, they tried to buy back as many shares as possible. But they weren't the only buyers. By now, even institutional players had caught wind of this. Everybody wanted a piece. The price started rocketing as the market closed approaches. His protege Sis cashes out his profits. He even withdrew the money from the bank, fearing government drawbacks. But BNF didn't. Instead, he remained calm. He decided to take a calculated risk and sell only a small number of shares. BNF held 6,000 shares overnight. Would he lose half of his account size or make an ungodly fortune? For most traders, this would be the most stressful night of their life. But BNF was calm. To him, it wasn't about the money. It was a game. And his opponent had just made a huge blunder of a move. The next morning, while blood was on the streets, the news came out. The JCOM stock had got halted. Fearing legal implications, large institutional players returned their shares and profits to Mizuho Securities. But rogue players like BNF refused. As time passed and government showed no intention of intervening, Mizuho Securities only had one remaining solution: a settlement. Mizuho agreed to buy back rogue trader shares at the expected morning price of the stock. Before halting, that opening price was set at an unbelievably high number of 975,000 yen. BNF had made a total profit of around 2 billion yen, one of the largest profits ever made by a bedroom day trader. Everybody wanted to cover the story. BNF became known as the JCOM man in Japan. Niche trading communities started worshipping as a god amongst traders. He had even won the attention of billionaire investor Masayoshi-san. Despite the high risk, BNF had come out on top. He had now achieved legendary status. Was it time to go pro? He had finally won a comfortable, regular lifestyle, doing the thing he loved. In an interview he did at the time, he said, "I don't enjoy taking money off the account. Seeing the physical amount of cash makes me fearful of how much I'm putting on the line trading. It makes me a worse trader." BNF quickly realized he hated the attention. While the money gave him a comfortable lifestyle, he noticed he had no motivation to spend it on traveling the world or living a high society lifestyle. He would rather grab a drink in town with his friends. Spending the money only took away from his love for trading. He only cared about the art of trading. As BNF battled to maintain his humble and comfortable lifestyle, the tide shifted. The markets were changing. A familiar storm had returned on the horizon, but little did he know, this would be his toughest challenge yet. As BNF once again faced the birth of a new bear market, he found himself returning to his roots, revisiting his same old strategy. The Japanese news even covered the crumbling banking system of the US. This was a global event, but BNF had been studying it for months already. On September 13th, 2008, BNF made a similar bet to JCOM, and he invested $6.5 million in the Lehman Brothers stock. Lehman's stock had fallen 73% that year. See, Japanese banks were safe and boring, and this was the fourth largest investment bank in America. It had a strong reputation. To BNF, a rebound was inevitable, but he made a critical mistake. BNF underestimated the level of corruption in the US banking system. Even though it met all his bear market strategy deviation targets, he didn't know the US market. He hadn't studied it the way he spent years studying Japanese stocks, and the fundamentals were off. He had broken his own golden rule. His $6.5 million went to zero overnight. After suffering such a painful loss, BNF swore he wouldn't trade the US markets ever again. But the storm wasn't over. The US housing market crash led to a global collapse of the financial system. For bear market traders like BNF, when there's blood on the streets, it's time to go in for the kill. On October 10th, 2008, he smelled blood. The global financial system was collapsing. The Japanese markets were taking a heavy hit, and the Nikkei 225 index was no exception. The Nikkei had dropped, and BNF saw an opportunity for a rebound, so he bought in, following his old principles. But the markets continued to move against him. As the market closed, he faced a decision. Should he cut his losses or hold overnight? Knowing the exact setup had worked for him in the past, BNF decided to hold. But the markets got even worse in Japan. In 2008, Japan was one of the countries hit hardest. With the global financial crash, people were buying a lot less consumer products. And at the time, Japan had restructured their economy around export and trade openness. 90% of Japanese export was industrial supplies. Though most of it went to Asia, it was used for Western products, which took a huge demand hit. Further, Japan had been increasing its trade openness. While it helped Japan climb out of its stagflating economy in the 90s, it also meant they were now more prone to shocks on the stock market. The next morning, BNF woke up to nothing but red numbers. His old deviation targets seemed to no longer work. The index kept dropping. BNF was on a losing streak, heading towards greater losses. While most traders would have went on tilt and made desperate attempts to reclaim their losses, BNF remained calm. He found the discipline to cut his losers short, but after the Lehman loss, the hits were starting to add up. He had to go back to the drawing board. Nobody can time the bottom, or else we would all be rich. His strategy of gradual increase in position size based on the 25-day moving average deviations and differentiating per sector, it had always worked. And after careful analysis of the market, he felt now should be no different. However, he noticed over the years his deviation targets had become outdated. Markets had grown and rebounds across the Japanese sectors had become quicker. So, he recalculated his deviation targets per sector of the Nikkei index. On October 27, the Nikkei had fallen. BNF went in for another rebound. The market refused to work with him. The Nikkei continued to fall. As time passed, the weight of his trades got heavier. Watching anime to calm his mind no longer worked. Had he become too comfortable?
When bank shares get hammered, people's pensions get hammered, so everybody loses.
Meanwhile, as markets everywhere react, the bottom to America's financial woes, markets from Asia to Europe are doing their utmost to prevent Monday from turning from dark to black.
for that reason, I cannot manage your billions, Masayoshi-san.
That day, he realized his greatness didn't come from his strategies. It came from his ability to tune out the noise and his discipline to develop his own understanding of the market. BNF stuck to his guns. Instead of doubting himself and his own experience, BNF doubled down on his trading strategy. As the position continued to move against him throughout the morning, BNF went on a buying spree. BNF started taking diversified positions in a lot of the hardest hit companies that formed the Nikkei. His overall position size grew to $64.8 million with positions in over 90 companies, while the Nikkei had fallen below $7,000. After the Tokyo Exchange lunch close, the game changed. A couple of the top names had begun to rally, slowly bringing the Nikkei back up. As the Nikkei climbed, the positive chain reaction started spilling over to more of BNF's positions before the market closed. Having faith in his understanding of the markets, BNF decided to hold his position overnight. The next morning, the market continued to rally, and that's when BNF decided to start to unload his position. His trade gave him a profit of over $12 million. BNF had regained his godlike status. He was once again a god amongst Japanese traders. In the last few years, BNF had diversified his portfolio. He bought 2 commercial real estate buildings. Commercial properties tend to have longer-term tenants, and it offers great tax cut incentives. Real estate is typically a great place to benefit from during an increase in inflation. He sold one of his properties, but he seemed to stick to his main focus, trading. With no signs of changing his lifestyle and his godlike growth, BNF is on a mission to become the world's first billionaire bear bedroom day trader. At the start, it was all different. No, this isn't your white picket fence American dream start. I mean, the kid was popping pills for Christ's sake. Yeah, you think that sounds wild? Wait until you hear this next part. He didn't even need them. That's right. His mom was what you call a hypochondriac and self-diagnosing champion. A true medical infomercial evangelist.
Today, 3 out of 4 doctors recommend the ingredients in Anacin for headache pain.
She decided Kyle will be better off getting started on medication early. For his health, of course. In reality, it helped Kyle put on weight. Growing up lower middle class, his family lived paycheck to paycheck. With hand-down clothes from his father and a daily medication routine, Kyle was different. It separated him from the kids at school. Luckily, his father was a hotel manager in Miami, so when the hotel switched owners, the entire family relocated to Dallas, Texas. Thrown into a new environment, the kid was desperate to change. And shit did. Kyle flipped the script. He loved the waters. In Dallas, he developed a passion for diving. His relentless work ethic for diving later became the backbone of his trading. He worked so hard, he even got a scholarship. Besides diving, college was boring. Chemistry labs, molecules, anatomy, yawn. It's putting me to sleep already. But that's where his life was heading, and he hated it. Every chance he got, Kyle hit the waters to get his mind off things. In his junior year at uni, he faced a choice, picking an elective. Knowing he couldn't take another life-draining class, instead he wanted something more exciting. In his search, he came across a class titled Options and Futures. Deep down, money has always sparked his curiosity. Ever since his childhood and his deep-rooted anxiety towards it, he wanted to learn more, so he took a chance. And like an elk steak fresh off the grill, its juicy taste consumed him. Up till now, his relationship with money had been one of fear and ignorance, even though his class covered a lot of the basics: bonds, stocks, options. To Kyle, it was the book of revelations, the key to escaping living life paycheck to paycheck. After the first class, Kyle took the class book back to his dorm. In a week, he had finished the whole book. Despite his pre-med basis, Kyle finished top of the class, and it ignited his fame. He wanted to switch major. Fearing his parents' reactions, he debated his choice. Could he do it? What if he didn't do it? Would he spend the rest of his life bored out of his mind and unhappy as a doctor? Nah, he didn't want that. So for the first time in his life, the kid followed his gut. He switched his major to finance with a focus on real estate. Real estate had always been historically somewhat safe. Right after, he went crazy. Kyle had become obsessed. He was so intrigued with mastering the concept of money, every day after class he walked off campus reading any finance book he could get his hands on. Plus we're talking any Vincent Norman Peale and Tony Robinson book out at a time, and Tony Robinson wrote a lot.
And I did.
In exchange for his college parties and endless diving, at a slow pace he became comfortable with finance. Naturally, the kid graduated with a degree in finance and undergrad in real estate. He walked away with a solid understanding of finance and a feeling of direction. From a spark flame, it grew into a burning desire. His curiosity for compounding interest molded into resolve. He knew he wanted to achieve financial freedom by mastering finance. And to become a grandmaster in finance, he knew he would have to play in the big leagues. There was only one place to go that's wild enough to satisfy those desires: Wall Street. In the early 1990s, Wall Street was not a place you walk into. You were born into it. Yeah, business was booming, there was plenty of positions, but it was a dog-eat-dog environment. Competitive firms were doing whatever they could to get an edge, and only hiring the best of the best was part of it. And best not as in skill, but best as in fanciest credentials. You know, the Princeton, Harvard, Stanford type of credentials. Places where you couldn't get in unless you had a wealthy family or senior position uncle who would get you that spot. It was cutthroat. But Kyle had already overcome his first obstacle, his mindset. I mean, he was still permanently spinning pens and tapping his feet in every conversation. But hey, mentally, he now had direction. He wanted to get into Wall Street. He wanted to prove himself and achieve true financial freedom, no matter what the cost. Educated on money, Kyle was now thinking like the wealthy, aiming to minimize the time he traded for money. Plus, he had picked up the habit of reading books, from which he learned the power of positive thinking and grit. His credentials were probably as worthy as Dogecoin, yet he refused to compromise. There was nothing to go back to. Kyle had made a simple decision. He was going to interview with every single Wall Street firm until one of them let him in. Kyle wrote countless letters. Sacrificing any last bit of pride he had, he knocked on all their doors. But it got him interviews. And some of these interviews were at retail brokerages. After his third interview at the retail brokerage firm Credential Securities, the interviewer asked him, "Listen, Kyle, I'm going to be honest with you. We normally only hire experienced professionals, people who are moving to their second career. We've never hired someone who's straight out of college. So why should I hire you?" Or translated transparently, why hire a kid with limited economic understanding and no wealthy connections? To which Kyle responded, "Because if you don't, you'll be sorry." But the high was quick to pass. This was Wall Street. And as a lot of rookies on Wall Street, it was straight to the trenches. For a year and a half, Kyle got his start at Prudential Securities, where he went through all their global trading program. With minimal pay and crazy overtime hours, it's mentally tough. His superiors tore his guts out. He had no personal life, but going through that program, Kyle learned a lot. All the different hierarchies of thought and specializations of the big firms. The prodigy finished top of class at Prudential. Within no time, he got an offer for Bear Stearns. With the $2,500 he had earned, he bought his first ticket to Geneva to explore a new industry, hedge funds. While it's nothing new to you traders now, at the time, it was revolutionary. Like crypto nowadays, in the 90s, hedge funds was the new booming game. Kyle wanted in. But he was still a rookie. His new role at Bear Stearns was simple: make the big shots look good. He started out as a research analyst. He researched potential interesting company stocks and presented his findings. The big shots he pitched his ideas to were a group of short sellers. Inspired by their work, Kyle competed against fellow rookies and tried to work hard to impress the big shots. Working long hours and often pulling nighters, Kyle was hungry. His focus in life was identifying overvalued or fraudulent stocks. He researched everything from East Germany shipyards to Texas mortgage lenders. Kyle's macro analysis skills were growing. His research tips were solid, but it wasn't enough. If you wanted to get ahead and move up the ranks, you needed an edge. Something all the big shots at the firm would turn to you for, an edge that no one else developed. After years of grinding his way up at Bear Stearns, Kyle had developed his edge. He developed the talent for sniffing out corrupt bullshit, and he wasn't afraid to let anyone know. Short selling based on macro analysis. See, Kyle was smart. He realized that most traders were limiting themselves by focusing only on the US markets. Kyle wanted to keep the freedom of looking at a global scale. Even though he often made micro-scale trades, shorting overvalued US company stocks was still the name of the game. But with his macro perspective, he could also take global-driven event trades. This liberty allowed him to concentrate only on trades with the largest upside. His edge was unique, and every big shot at the firm wanted a piece of it. At the age of 28, Kyle became Senior Managing Director, one of the youngest in Bear Stearns' history. His tireless dedication had paid off, but not without paying a hefty price. He'd sacrificed his youth to the firm. Despite being behind the analysis of some of the greatest trades, he was still answering to the big shots. While he did all the work, he still relied on the so-called experts to make the final judgment call. They were the decision makers. From shaping his mindset in college to crafting his skills and unique edge over the years, Kyle had grown. But in order to satisfy his grand ambition and truly achieve freedom, he decided there was one final step to take. Risking everything he had built over the years at Bear Stearns, Kyle decided to start his own firm. He launched his firm, Heyman Capital Management LP, with $5 million of his own money and $28 million from investors. The pressure and constant feeling of anxiety reached new highs, but he knew it was his only shot at achieving his grand ambition. But starting your own firm is not exactly a walk in the park. It's like chewing on a piece of glass and staring into the abyss. Not exactly a fun experience, unless you're into that, of course. To build a hedge fund, you need reputation. Since your sole purpose is to manage other people's money, you need to figure out how to get the wealthiest eyeballs on you. And well, Kyle had jack shit. Other hedge funds managers have reputations from their iconic trades and historic performances. Kyle wasn't known for anything. To make matters worse, he was now responsible for the livelihood of other people. Kyle was good-natured. He hated firing people. Trying to figure things out, he was burning through his fund's war chest, a lot of it his own money. With average performance, some of the investors started to express their doubts. Kyle had gone from the golf court back to trenches. He needed a home run play quick. He felt the pressure tightening around his neck.
El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está.
While at a wedding in Spain, Kyle was taking the edge off with some fine wine, finally catching a breather. he struck up a passing conversation with an NYC investment banker who brought up an interesting topic: synthetic CDOs. That's right, a bubble boy. For those of you that watched The Big Short, it was the key to the 2007 housing market crash. AKA the synthetic CDO was the atomic bomb with a drunk president holding his finger over the button. Cal couldn't believe it. Confused with the depth of dog shit behind the conversation, he knew he had to learn more. So at the hotel after, this dude gave him a number to a CDO manager. At the end of the day, he took the call with the manager, who proceeded to explain to him the true complexities of dog shit CDOs. While he learned a lot from the call, Cal felt more anxious and disturbed than ever. If he was right, it would bring down the entire economy and destroy millions of lives. Chilled to the bone, all his trained corruption and fraud detecting instincts pointed him towards a massive opportunity. He smelled the dog shit miles away. He had to figure this thing out, so he set his eyes on a California shop called Quick Loan Funding. Small place started by a guy named Daniel Sadek, ex-car salesman. But the dude was printing money, even funded a $35 million film for his fiancée actress. His firm hired private investigators to test how hard it would be to get a mortgage. Within no time, the investigators all secured mortgages with no income verification or down payment. Based on additional internal research, this was the biggest case in American history. He knew he had hit gold, the kind of trade that would get him his reputation. But no one believed him. Every investor he pitched said he was crazy. He pitched hundreds of investors in an attempt to get more capital. With minimal success, it looked hopeless. No one cared. The pressure from running his own firm was building up. Burning through his cash, losing even more investors' faith, he had nowhere left to turn. This call would make or break him, potentially losing everything and utter humiliation in the industry. His back was against the wall. With all the experienced investors telling him he was wrong, it was hard to swallow. When everyone tells you you're crazy, you're the one that's insane. The fear was paralyzing. One night, working overtime in the office, he started daydreaming, reminiscing on how far he came, his childhood, the medication, deciding to become a doctor, the courage of changing his path, and the years dedicated to proving others that he was great. His constant fear of feeling inadequate, it had always driven him. And then it hit him. Nothing had changed. It was the so-called medical experts all over again. Everyone always knows better. Regurgitating theory from the college medical books or rephrasing Morgan Stanley research reports in their fancy brownie suits. They all had the answers. But how many of them actually do the work? He knew he did, and he knew the corruption he found. And so Kyle made the call. Despite the high stakes, he would rather go out betting on himself than to continue through the fear of others. Kyle decided he would have faith in his own work. Reignited by his youthful flame, Kyle set out to short the housing market. He switched up his approach. Instead of pitching investors the opportunity, he pitched them the low risk to reward. His new approach was more risk-averse. To reassure investors, he shorted the time frame. Instead of going in early and maximizing his profits, instead he would wait and let the key indicators fall first, and then go in. Fewer profits, but more investors, and it was the right call. With more investors on board, Heyman Capital took all hands on deck to prepare their biggest bet. There was no going back. Kyle went all in. If they failed, his firm Heyman would be over. It's August 26. The head trader at Heyman Capital charges towards Kyle's office. The KPIs they tracked on the mortgages had fallen below their set entry point. Unnoticed to most, the falling dominoes had hit a point of no return. Kyle's team began purchasing CDSs as a bet against the multi-trillion-dollar subprime mortgage market. This was it. What followed was months of suspense and disbelief that their positions weren't marked down the way they should. The costs? Millions in premiums. But unlike Michael Burry, he had started his trade way later. As in early 2007, his bet started playing out. Profits started rolling in. Fear had started spreading as subprime mortgage lenders started going bankrupt. Instead of enjoying the wins, Kyle managed to get more investors to tag along in his trade, doubling down on his play. The next few months were the most stressful period of his life. If the fraudsters figured out a way to keep up the facade, Kyle's wins would revert back to the premiums, and he could once again lose it all. It was the perfect trade. When it was all said and done, Heyman Capital made close to $4 billion for its investors off the trade. Kyle used the leverage power of derivatives to short sell about $4 billion of subprime securities to the synthetic CDO market. In the following months, news spread of Kyle's legendary trade. He had earned a reputation, so much so that Kyle testified as an expert witness before the U.S. House of Representatives and the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission. With Heyman Capital's success and making millions for himself in the process, Kyle felt he had become a master of his own fate. While the legendary short saved his firm and made him crazy rich, Kyle was still looking ahead, driven by his constant fear of inadequacy and the pleasure of proving people wrong.
I constantly feel inadequate, which maybe is what drives me.
Kyle has his eyes set on becoming an A-plus firm. For the past few years, Kyle has been focusing his research on what he believes is the next big opportunity for the coming decade: China,
Evergrande on the brink of collapse,
and Japan.
It will be further depreciated, or because it can be overshooting, it can be coming back.
But what does your own research work tell you? Is he right? Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend. Subscribe, lock on. See you in the next one. Before the college dropout put Chicago on the map, Chicago had a reputation for something else. The CME, the world's first iteration of the futures market. In the old Chicago Merchant Exchange, three men were shaking their heads in a total disbelief. They had received word of a drought hitting the state of Iowa, meaning the U.S. corn production would take a heavy hit. In a panic, they started selling their shares in corn companies. A few traders noticed and are quick to follow. In a few minutes, the fire catches on. As fear spreads on the trading floor, more men decide to sell as many shares as possible. On the other side of the pit, there's one man buying all their orders. While he looks like a fool to many, in reality, this man is about to make a fortune. See, the three men who panicked and the buyer are working a scheme. The Iowa drought story was a powerful bluff. For 150 years, stock exchanges across the world were playing these psychological games with one goal in mind: to sell high and to buy low. But a new development would destroy the 150-year history of the stock market and forever change the art of trading. In 1988, the SEC introduced Regulation ATS, Alternative Trading System. It allowed people other than stock exchanges to conduct electronic trading. This birthed a new generation of traders, the digital stock traders. Firms went away from hiring smart, loudmouth extroverts to quiet types, kids who were quick with computers. One of these digital traders was Paul Rotter, aka the Flipper, a German trader who started his career in 1994 at a bank in Munich. As markets digitalized, Paul was one of the first to adapt. Within a few years, Paul Rotter became one of the most legendary online scalpers. His methods were unheard of, and he literally printed himself Ferraris. What was the secret sauce? All psychological. See, when the markets digitalized, the game changed. Trading became anonymous. Back in the day, as a day trader in the pit, you could see the orders of other big market players like Goldman Sachs. It helped you determine the flow of the market. This was all gone. Instead, the digital era introduced what's called the ladder, aka the visuals on your screen showing the string of incoming orders. This introduced a whole new game of psychology. focused on the boring old bond market, long-term government bonds to be precise. A lot of his opponents were old traders from the pits who barely figured out a computer. He knew a lot of them used to front-run orders of the bigger players, and therefore, he decided to target their new blind spot. Here's how Paul typically set up his trades. First, he would flood the market with massive sell orders. Traders watching the ladder would think a big player had started selling. In an attempt to front-run the bigger players, the other traders would also sell. Then, right before his orders were filled, he canceled them and instead bought bonds, flipping directions. Before other traders realized the orders were gone, sell orders would kick in. They were too slow. Once players bought back, Paul had already profited off a few ticks. Using large trading volumes, he was able to scalp profits like this many times a day. But his strategy had one problem. He often hit his own trades, meaning he traded against himself. They called it wash trading, and it's illegal. After receiving warnings from the exchange, Paul contacted his software company, Trading Technologies. After sharing his problem, they developed a software switch called Avoid Orders That Cross. It ensured he never hit his own orders. Unknowingly, they had created a monster. Paul could now change directions in an instant, placing buy orders alongside his sell orders. It left his opponents dumbfounded. It was like getting crossed by Michael Jordan in the 80s. Before you realized what happened, he had already scored a point. In a single month, the flipper will pull in $6 million in profits. His scalping technique would later be called spoofing, to a certain extent, become illegal. At a young age of 24, he moved to Ireland to start his own firm and take things to a whole nother level. But he wasn't the only legendary scalper out there. In 2015, the CFTC charged Chicago trader Igor B. Oychester with spoofing and deployment of a manipulative and deceptive device while trading the E-mini S&P 500. Igor, aka Snuggles, was a Russian whose father taught him grandmaster-level chess at a young age. By 2004, he became one of the largest day trading scalpers in the markets. His strategy was almost identical to Paul Rotter, another so-called spoofer moving the markets. Last but not least, there was Nav, aka the Hound of Hausov, a young Indian immigrant from the streets of London, trading out of his parents' house bedroom. He had already made his first million as a skilled scalper before he got into spoofing out of frustration. Nav was one of the first to notice lots of big players were doing it. He complained about it many times to the exchanges, but they never did anything. To fight the corrupt system, he joined the dark side and started spoofing. These three legendary day traders had global reputations. When they threw their weight around in the markets, other traders felt it. Their large volume size, and they often clashed as they tried to hit each other's trades. They printed thousands of dollars until a whole different type of trader entered their ring. Around 2007 is the year when everything started to change. While some firms dedicated their time to developing a new generation of traders, other firms were placing their bets elsewhere. Robots, high-frequency trading firms, quantitative hedge funds, whatever you want to call them, they all focused on the same thing, building computers that could out-trade humans. And by 2007, their developments had disrupted markets. The way the markets moved was starting to change. Day traders started noticing lightning fast trades and orders that were impossible to hit. We're talking hundreds of trades per second, inhuman speeds. Back in the days of the pits, a common strategy was front running. As mentioned before, it's when a big player trader puts in a trading order and a smaller trader beats them to it, like cutting a queue in the grocery market. In the early day of the quants, it was the same. The main way robots beat traders was to front-run large traders and trends at godlike speeds. Day traders were finding it hard to make money, and as they struggled to beat their new robot competition, things only got worse. By now, Paul Rotter, aka the Flipper, had taught a new disciple at his firm, James Jimmy Chu. James Jimmy Chu was a Chinese mathematician. Chu initially made his name as a notorious scalper. He followed in his mentor's footsteps. But Chu would make a game-changing decision that would flip the tables. James Jimmy Chu decided to join the ranks of a high-frequency trading firm called Jump Trading. As an experienced scalper, James Jimmy Chu started teaching algorithms all their trading secrets. And he wasn't the only one. Over the next years, more skilled day traders started switching over to the dark side. As the quants improved their tech, their profits became undeniable. To give you an idea, by 2012, over 60% of all trades on exchanges were quants. And this number has only grown. Best performing quant of all time is Renaissance Technologies. Its flagship medallion fund returned over 40% annually this last decade. Their dominance was becoming undeniable. As more of the robots chipped away the market's arbitrages, day trading as a scalper became a dying art. Short-term legendary day traders and scalpers were becoming, for the most part, extinct. A lot of them left the game or shifted their strategy to a longer time frame in an attempt to survive. The legendary spoofers were some of the last traders who were still able to fight back against the quants to a certain degree, as their strategy directly punished front-running. They were a problem. So, what do you do when you and a few fellow quant firms are a majority of volume on the exchanges? That's right, you leverage your power and change the playing field. Due to being the majority of traders, quants were able to demand sharp cuts in trading commissions, giving them an even greater edge over their human counterparts. Seeing the writing on the wall, a lot of the legendary traders caved. Guys like Paul Rotter retired their scalping strategy. Nowadays, he still trades, but as a long-term holder from his house in the Bahamas. Yet not everybody was ready to throw in the towel. To some, this battle was about more than trading. Having lots of money always gave you an edge in beating the little guy. It didn't matter what business you were in. The financial markets were one of the few places you had a chance. Having sharper instincts and strategies could turn a broke kid into a millionaire, regardless of your background or skin color. But the introduction of quants meant once again, being rich and having connections gave you an unfair edge. While a lot of traders have voiced their frustrations with the system on Twitter and Reddit, if you take action, one of these legendary scalpers who refused to back down was Nav, aka the Hound of Houselove. He embarked on a mission to beat the quants. Nav and a few remaining legendary traders started using their large personal capitals to develop weapons of their own. While many tried to emulate big player quants, Nav stood out. His genius made him develop a trading algo that was opposite of quants, emphasizing his spoofing strategy. But while Nav developed his own unique system, the quants made their move. Disciples like Chu, now big players of quant firms, started lobbying against the remaining spoofers. They wanted regulators to outlaw their strategy. It resulted in an all-out battle that would forever change the financial markets and decide the fate of many day traders. Tune in for the next episode where we uncover the story of Nav, his genius, and how he beat the quants. Thank you guys for watching. It was election day, and residents made their way to polling station. Britain was in a turmoil after the financial crisis. Unemployment was up 50%. Banks like RBS and Lloyds were in hot waters, and the economy on life support. All the uncertainty flowed into the market, which was good for trading. Between mid-2009 and April 2010, the global stock market bounced back from its lows. But the crisis had just exposed the EU pigs as they battled with their debts. The biggest was Greece. The country was pretty much bankrupt. On May 2nd, the EU Central Bank decided on a $1,455 billion lifeline. On May 4th, thousands of people started protesting. With panic emerging in the EU, large financial players started withdrawing their EU assets and diversifying into gold and fine metals. On May 6th at 3:20 p.m., NAV turned his setup on. He activated the cancel if closed feature and placed 4 sell orders totaling 2,100 contracts, starting 3 levels above the best offer, $1,163. They had a combined value of over $120 million. In the next 6 minutes, these orders were automatically closed and reopened 604 times. At 5:17 p.m., NAV activated the auto trader for the last time. Usually, he used it for 5 to 10 minutes. This time, he left it on for 2 hours and cracked up the size. He had 6 sell orders totaling his value to $200 million. In the final 2 hours alone, he traded a combined value of $3.4 billion, and he made a profit of $879,000. 1 minute after shutting off his trading program, the E-mini started to plummet with a velocity and intensity never seen before. It shed 5% of its value in 4 minutes. It looked like a steep cliff. The S&P 500 and its individual shares started falling. It was unbelievable. More panic emerged. At 1:45, the trading had paused, and the markets had fallen so deep that the automatic pause system had kicked in, and for 5 long minutes, trading froze. After the pause, markets climbed back at record rates, way faster than humanly possible.
Panic selling on the way down, and all of a sudden it just stopped on a dime. All of a sudden here, we started hearing screaming, buy, buy, buy.
Governments and lawmakers got to work to uncover what happened. If you read the Wall Street headlines, it was the quant trading firms, a glitch that wiped trillions in value. By summer 2012, NAV had finally managed to improve his algo further to the point of all his desired features. He found himself a new broker, RJ O'Brien, since his last one had gone bankrupt. Over the years, Mr. Jesus had continued sending NAV updates of his money and had even set up offshore accounts for him. They also presented him numerous business investment opportunities, like new up-and-coming gaming companies in which he could invest. While he continued trading, the regulators were on his trail. They deducted from a recreation of the flash crash that there was a high-ticket player spoofing large volume sizes at MFM trading. On April 21st, 2015, in a joint operation between US and UK police forces, they arrested NAV. His life started collapsing. The tax pressures, the managing of business investments, and the offshore accounts, it had all become too complicated. It wasn't trading anymore. In prison, NAV's autistic character suffered. He struggled to maintain his mental health. When his new cellmate tried to hang himself, as NAV screamed for guards while holding up his legs, NAV broke. As his lawyers struggled to get $5 million in bail from his offshore accounts, they realized NAV was in deep trouble. His business partner, Jesus, wasn't a genius money manager at all. He had been running a pyramid scheme, paying old investors their insane returns using new investor money. Because the entire pyramid scheme was offshore, it was impossible to get his money back. NAV had lost everything. Before sentence, NAV asked to say a few final words. I spent 36 years trying to find happiness on a path built on a lie. I did things society said will give you happiness, and when they didn't, I didn't know where to look. Eric Aldrich put out a paper analysis on the flash crash and the S&P 500 E-mini trading data millisecond by millisecond. From his paper, he concluded that NAV at most had impacted the fall by 0.324 basis points. The free NAV became a popular tag for day traders on Twitter. It became clear that NAV had become somewhat of a scapegoat, taking the fall for much larger quant firms who also played an undeniable role in the flash crash. Amongst day traders to this day, many view NAV as a legendary trader who started with nothing and became one of the biggest traders on the markets, all in the comfort of his own bedroom. Thank you guys for watching, and tune in next time for another day trading legend. Jesse Livermore made $1.8 billion off a single trade.
You ever wonder what it would feel like to make $1 million off of one trade? As a young trader,
I dreamed of it, and the truth led me here. Since you want a taste of my trading secrets, I'll show you my trading journey and my dog pain.
It's the dawn of a new world order. As America exits the Civil War, it's on track to becoming an industrial giant and birthing America's most powerful day trader. But a war between two American tycoons is shaking the very foundation of the country and potentially collapsing the entire economy. Leading the attack is Edward Henry Harriman. Harriman is an infamous stock market speculator. His skills managed to get him control of the Union Pacific Railroad. As railroads lead America's economic boom, Harriman plans to monopolize the entire industry. To realize his ambition, Harriman teams up with the cunning banker Jacob Schiff. Schiff leads investment bank Kuhn, Loeb & Company. Schiff was known for bringing in large European bank loans to fund America's industry. Together, they got capital backing from the Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, and the Goulds. Their plan of attack was simple: use their immense capital to secure control over the West Coast territory, from Omaha to California. But they faced an immediate crisis as one of America's most powerful industrial tycoons made his own advance on a railway monopoly.
That railroad trade was my first big trade in New York. During those times, New York was wild, and I was young. I had yet to learn just how ruthless the markets could be. When I lost everything, I often learned the greatest lesson.
Miserable, the boy was desperately searching for a home. He loved school, but his father forced him to drop out to help out with the farm. Destroyed, he decided to run away from home. With the help of his mother's $5, she arranges a place for him to stay in the city to find a job. But the boy decides to follow his own desire, taking a cab to a place that fascinated him the most: stockbrokers Payne, Weber, and Co. Watching day traders on the floor captivated him. The loud cheers after life-changing profits. The wall of noise as each trader battles for survival. The rush feels amazing. Charming the owners into a temporary job, he works as a chalk boy for $5 a week. His job was to write down prices from the ticker tape onto a quotation board, a big board for traders to view every 15 minutes. While nobody's going to teach trading to a simple chalk boy, his own curiosity came up with an idea. He starts memorizing all the stock numbers at night, trying to find the patterns and theorizing price action. The next morning, he checks the price action and compares it to his theories, doing it all over the next day. After months of repetition, his confidence grows as he wants to try his first bet. While he can't trade at the brokerage, he discovers a shady new place to make his own bet. Industrial tycoon J.P. Morgan also had his eyes set on a railway monopoly. He wants it for his gigantic United States Steel Corporation to transport cheaper and international. As America's greatest financier, his will breaks opposition. J.P. Morgan lends his financial weight to empire builder James J. Hill, the railroad top dog, expanding his railroad empire, the Great Northern Railroad. With Morgan's financial backing, they buy out competitor Northern Pacific, granting them control over their northern front. As the industry blasts forward, they battle to secure the centerpiece. Chicago Burlington Railroad Company was run by Charles Elliott Perkins. While both parties attempt to talk Perkins into a merger, he refuses. He isn't interested unless they offer a crazy $200 per share. But unknown to everyone, Morgan and Hill had made a cunning move. Through third parties, they started buying up Burlington stock on the public market. Their position is so large, internal board members' pressure is building up, forcing Perkins' hand to side with Northern Pacific. As news spread of their partnership talks, Harriman is furious. Refusing defeat, Harriman decides to strike them at their heart. Harriman begins buying shares of Northern Pacific. As the Titan wage war, Wall Street is in a frenzy. Everybody wants to buy the industrial boom. The entire Wall Street hopes to buy stocks of the railroad winner. Even retail investors are frantic. One man is waiting on the sidelines. Ahead of the frenzy, he secured a sizable investment in Northern Pacific. The notorious speculator, Jesse Livermore. The shady bucket shops is where he learned his first painful lesson. Bucket shops were gambling pubs. It's where you bet on stocks going up or down without actually owning the stock. Filled with common folks, it's the perfect spot for him to test his theories. He makes his first winning trade of $3 by testing patterns he had memorized from his chalkboard work. It felt unbelievable. But the high was quick to pass as the boy fought to balance his time between chalkboard work and betting in bucket shops. Working long days and betting on price action memorization in the evening, the fatigue was starting to catch up with him. Through his struggle, the boy accumulated $10,000, but word had gone back to Payne and Weber, and they aren't happy. Pulling him in their office to tell him to either quit betting or lose his job. Jesse decides to bet on himself and leaves. He continues to bet in bucket shops and start winning so much that all his bucket shops start banning him. Even after trying a disguise, word gets around too fast and he's no longer welcome. At the age of 21, trading in the last Boston bucket shop with a bankroll of $10,000, Jesse Livermore decides it's time for him to test his theories against the real market in New York. At the dawn of a new industrial boom, Jesse moves to the King City. Feeling confident and high on life, Jesse gets involved with a lady and marries her only after a few weeks. It's America's second industrial revolution and a raging bull market. Jesse wastes no time and starts trading. His trading technique still relies on memorization, going long and focusing on price movements and patterns on the ticker. He kept it familiar, betting on his own trends and price action. His experience quickly paid off. 4 days after reaching New York, he's already in the green. But in the next few months, he would face the greatest challenge yet. Jesse Livermore risks everything on a railroad battle that could crush the entire economy. Monday morning, mortgage brokers start buying up any Northern Pacific share they find. And everybody wants in. The price rises from $110 a share to $130. Tuesday, the price runs up to $150 as the frenzy for the Northern Pacific shares continue. The action on the Wall Street floors is so wild, fights break out. Unprecedented chaos, the mass of traders move towards shorting, doubting the stock's rapid rise. The pressure tightens as the price shoots up from $143 to $200. All hell broke loose as the share price hits the moon at $1,000 per share. As most of the market have bet on its drop, traders fear the worst. News spread that Northern Pacific shorts are far exceeding buys. Nobody can cover their short, leaving most of Wall Street insolvent. That morning, Jesse Livermore sees his golden opportunity, and that's where he moved. Having sold his stocks near the peak price, his $10,000 now stood at $50,000. He issued his brokers to get him a huge short position on Santa Fe and JP Morgan's U.S. Steel Company. He takes the 4-to-1 leverage short with all his capital on Santa Fe and JP Morgan's U.S. Steel Company. With short is insolvent, Livermore is confident the stocks are going down. While the risk is great, having been calm through the storm, it feels like a well-timed move. With no money left on Wall Street, he knows the market has nowhere to go but down. Despite the state of the market, the two biggest holders, Morgan and Harriman, refused to sell. As Morgan told reporters, he owed the public nothing. Other stocks plummeted as interest rates on short-term call loans go up 60%. As Wall Street is in a state of emergency, with stock dropping at huge rates, Livermore is about to make the largest profit in the history of Wall Street. Unfortunately, young Jesse Livermore makes a critical error. Trading on the New York floor isn't the same as the bucket shops. In the bucket shops, he places the orders himself. Here, he telephoned orders in with his brokers. The broker then still has to fill the order. Despite having good brokers, due to the insane volume on the markets that day, the delay was great. The orders didn't fill until 2 hours later. By then, the stock had already dropped huge. Realizing the dangerous state of the market, powerful players fear a collapse. Later that day, Morgan and Harriman brokers scream over the floors. We will not force payment of shorts on the Northern Pacific. The fear is over, and Northern Pacific drops down to $320 per share. Even though he's right on tape, the 20-year-old Jesse Livermore is broke at $500 in debt. All because of the mistiming of his orders.
All alone in New York, with easy money in my pockets, and the belief in my heart that I was beginning to understand the new machine. But I was still sticking to the tape. That is, I was still ignoring general principles. And as long as I did that, I could not spot the exact trouble with my game.
Broken and frustrated, Livermore isn't mad at the markets. He's mad at himself. Ignoring general principles had cost him. He isn't facing the ticker, he's facing a market. He failed to factor in the broker's timing as well as the high commission rates. In an attempt to build up his capital again, Livermore asks his wife to help. He asks her to sell the expensive jewelry he had bought her. She refuses. They divorce a while after. Broken, alone in King City, he is desperate to find a quick way to pay off his debts. In needed quick cash, Livermore turns to his old heists. Being banged from bucket shops, Livermore decides to turn his bets to other people. While it worked, the bucket shops didn't take long to recognize who was really behind it. Some ban him, while others takes matters into their own hands, gathering troops to swindle him. Livermore responds in kind. He and his rookies start running sting operations on thinly trading stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. Kicked out and hated by bucket shops, Livermore returns to New York victorious with $2,000 to trade. He pays off the remaining $500 debt as he sets out to trade for his redemption. He battles with the dark demons of his past. As time passes, Livermore fights for redemption. The painful bankruptcy lingers in his mind as he trades. Haunted by broker slipperage, Jesse faces the markets. Even though his trades are green, he cuts his winners short. Even though he knows his trades have more upside, he's emotionally damaged and fears the risk. Despite the struggle, his price reading is so sharp that he manages to grow his account. After a few years of trading, Livermore is back and more confident than ever. As he moves up the social ranking in New York, his hunger for money grows. The quicker the money, the more powerful the market makers involved. As he grows, Livermore learns the dark truths behind the markets, sparking the most unbelievable trade of his entire life.
Where each day ends with the promise of an even brighter tomorrow. Enjoy our boats, and the water, and the golden beaches. The Palm Beach Country Club, the real winners.
Invited on a vacation to Palm Beach Club, Livermore joins the eccentric speculator Thomas W. Lawson. Without mentioning too many details, Thomas tips Jesse to go short on Union Pacific Railroad. Was it being set up, or is it insider trading? After all those years, Livermore is now rolling with a whole new circle, New York's finest. This isn't just any club, it's an elite beach club for the most powerful men in America. In a time of American titans such as J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller, architects of generational wealth. Even though Lawson gives off an ominous vibe filled with his desire to be part of the elite club and make profits that span multiple lifetimes, he believes Lawson is telling the truth. He informs his brokers to go short the same day. On April 18th, an earthquake strikes near San Francisco, the largest city on the west coast. With a huge magnitude of 7.8, its destruction strikes the city. Fires break out due to collapsing glass lines, falling power lines. Thousands die, and many more hurt. Following the damage, Union Pacific Railroad Company takes a huge hit. Truly eccentric, one day after placing his trades, Livermore walks away with a profit, $250,000. But America's crisis is far from over. After the earthquake, the American markets entered an unstable period. As liquidity flows from New York to San Francisco, the U.S. Treasury steps in. They start buying government bonds on a huge scale and drop requirements for banks to hold reserves against government deposits. The result, a flood of money supply. Despite entering an economic recession, with the money supply, stock speculation is high. Anticipating the economic return, two men attempt to capitalize. Copper mogul F. Augustus Hines and Wall Street banker Charles W. Moore scheme to corner the market. Their plan is simple: corner the market through Hines Family United States Copper Company. The Hines family already controlled a lot of the shares, so all they needed is to convince speculators their stock is overvalued and going down, talking a huge number of traders into shorting their own stock. Then make the price go up and scheme together a short squeeze. With a lot of their stocks trading at speculative bucket shops, they're confident in their plan. On Monday, they begin purchasing shares of United Copper. The price shoots up from $39 to $52 a share. The next day, they issue a call for short sellers to return the borrowed stock. They continue to push the price up to $60, but the short sellers aren't phased, and they find plenty of United Copper shares from others than the Hines. Hines have misread the market. As word spread of their scheme, the share price of United Copper begins to collapse. The stock closes at $30 a share on Tuesday and falls to $10 by Wednesday. Otto Hines is bankrupt. Both Hines and Morse have controlling positions in the bank. They used a lot of leverage in their attempt to corner the market. The result, the brokerage and state saving bank of Montana go insolvent. Amongst the panic, one man had kept his ear to the street. With his connections to the bucket shops, Livermore sees their plan coming from miles away. Watching the squeeze fail, he knows the drawback is huge. Livermore had his eyes on the squeeze, but had also learned to factor in the larger market trend, anticipating both the shorter time frame events and the longer time frame market cycle. For months, he saw the FOMO and speculation run up. So when the Northern Pacific and Great Northern announced their payment in installment, Livermore read it as the new boost in money had run out. Liquidity is back to its bottom, and the economy heading to a recession. Livermore smells profit. He opens a short position on the entire market. As the headline spreads, bank runs start on all the banks of Hines Associate. The bank runs continue to spread and affects banks on a regional scale. More banks collapse. The hit on the financial system is so severe that the stock market dropped at a rapid speed, heading towards 50%. This could lead to the greatest economic downturn the U.S. had ever experienced in its history. Understanding the gravity of this situation, the most powerful financier in America steps up. JP Morgan organizes a group of banking executives to come up with a scheme to save the markets. JP Morgan gets Rockefeller, the U.S. Treasury, on board to deposit millions into New York's banks. The U.S. Treasury pledges $35 million in deposits into New York City banks, most of which are Morgan's banks. Meanwhile, the markets continue to drown, and Livermore is making incredible profits. His position had gotten so large, it's moving the entire market. It's so powerful that one day he receives an anonymous letter. The letter said, "Please stop shorting the market, as the entire system can take no more." Some say the letter came from JP Morgan himself. Shortly after, Livermore decides to close his positions. And with the new inflow of liquidity into the markets, a lot of panic emerges. JP Morgan, a one-man central bank that saved America's economy. The trade printed Jesse Livermore a profit of $1 million, gaining him the reputation as America's most powerful trader, known as the Boy Plunger.
This time, I was cold-bloodedly right. Not because of a hunch or from skillful reading of the tape, but as the result of my analysis of conditions affecting the stock market in general. I'm not guessing. I'm anticipating the inevitable.
His high life did not stop there. After the trade, everybody wanted a piece of him. After his victory, Livermore buys himself a yacht, a rail car to emulate JP Morgan's Corsair. As Wall Street legend, Livermore changed his fate. From poverty to elite. Along with the fame came a huge pride. Surrounded by Wall Street's finest, their insider information, Livermore enters his prime. His trading is unstoppable. Livermore is in a different class from the ones he calls Wall Street suckers. Addicted to the thrill of trading, Livermore still trades daily. Impatient and stagnant in his daily trades, he plans a huge move. Corner an entire market. For the last years, Livermore had been trading commodities. Familiar with his price action, he's short cotton and long weed. His positions were in profit until one day he receives a dire warning. The Cotton King, only known by the pseudonym Percy Thomas, he misread the market and goes bankrupt. Broken and defeated, the Cotton King learns of Livermore's plans. After tracking him down, he pitches Livermore his expertise, even claiming to have people inside the farms for insider info on the crop yields. Not impressed, Livermore turns him down, as he always preferred trading alone. Despite this, Thomas's knowledge and charm gradually sways Livermore, sharing alarming information, worrying yields, and much more. Livermore's armor is chipped away bit by bit. Before meeting Thomas, Livermore was short on cotton, but after a month of listening, Livermore goes long. With his judgment clouded, he continues to average down on his long position. As cotton continues to fall, he even sells his profitable wheat position to meet margin requirements in cotton. He buys more cotton as prices continue to decline, breaking his own trading rule. It doesn't take long for Livermore to realize what has happened. He sells out with $300,000 remaining, 10% of what he had only a few months ago. Livermore sells his apartment and yacht in an attempt to recoup his losses. In one bad trade, was left once again, alone and broke. But to make matters worse, this time he had a monstrous ego pressuring him to trade his way back as fast as possible.
Gradually, as I begin to accept his facts and figures, I start to fear that I had been basing my previous position on misinformation. I couldn't ignore that feeling and not take action. It cost me millions to learn that another dangerous enemy to a trader is his susceptibility to the influence of a magnetic personality when presented convincingly by a brilliant mind.
Spiraling out of control and desperate to regain his wealth, his emotions run wild. Using drinking and affairs as a coping mechanism, his trading skills are hit. His desperate trading is forcing him into a death spiral. Each trade, he feels the pressure of getting closer to blowing his account. Trading to make his losers back, high leverage bets, and averaging down. He needs to make a big win quick, or else. Livermore is broke again. His reputation as Boy Plunger weighing on him. He hits a cold streak. Everything he touches turns into a loser. Livermore trades himself into debt. His desperation spirals into depression as Livermore tries to retrace his steps once again. He even goes to Chicago to try his luck at bucket shops.
I've been in the speculative game ever since I was 14. It's all I've ever done. And the conclusion that I've reached after 30 years of constant trading, both on the shoestring and with millions of dollars behind me, is this. A man may beat a stock or a group at a certain time, but no man living can beat the stock market.
One day, he receives an invitation to return to New York. Livermore meets Dan Williamson, the owner of a stock brokerage. In awe of his boy plunger reputation, Williamson offers him a $25,000 stake and a brokerage account. Desperate and seeing it as a quick way out, he agrees. Shortly after, he trades his way up to $112,000. Despite his struggle, Livermore fails to realize Williamson's plan. He wants Livermore for his reputation. See, Williamson is using it to hide the brokerage's other trades and even trades on Livermore's behalf, accumulating huge losses. Angry, Livermore and Williamson get into a fight. Livermore leaves the brokerage soon after. Betrayed, alone, broke, and seeing no light at the end of the tunnel, Livermore decides that the only option left is to file for bankruptcy. Looking back on his losses, it had gone to his head. Jesse Livermore realized that he had become the super sucker, breaking his own trading rules, trusting others' views, overconfidence, and impatience. The humiliation destroyed his calm composure and led to even more blunders, forcing trades and averaging down. His emotional state preventing him from doing better. A true super sucker, thinking he was above the market.
A man must know himself thoroughly if he's going to make a good job out of trading in the speculative markets. I sometimes think that no price is too high for a speculator to pay to learn that which will keep him from getting the swelled head. There's only one side of the market, and it's not the bull side or the bear side, but the right side.
While the reflection and filing for bankruptcy felt relieving, there was something missing. With no other option, Livermore returns to Williamson. He begs for another tiny stake of 500 shares. Feeling the pressure of his last chance, Livermore decides to make it one final bet. Clear price action in the line with a larger market trend. For the next 6 months, the markets stay flat. Livermore immerses himself in reading the tape, spending countless hours observing price action and memorizing market movements. He reads newspapers to form his own educated view on the general market. And that's when the beginning stages of World War I unfold. Allied and German troops clashing in a drawn-out trench war. While America vowed to stay out of it, things change in May 1915. As Germany sinks the British Lufthansa, it kills 1,200 civilians and 128 Americans without warning. This incident sparks mass debates on whether America should enter the war. Livermore sees this trade. Seeing no clear end to the war and with potential American interference looming, he anticipates a bullish cycle for American steel companies. As one of his target stocks drop, he places his final bet, going long on Bethlehem Steel, buying on the high margin at $98. As prices rise, he buys again at $115. The following day, he sells the stake at $140, securing a large profit. The next years, Livermore makes his comeback of a lifetime. Some suggest he engages in massive markets manipulation in the con market, while others believe he strictly rides the bull. While the record isn't clear, one thing is certain: Livermore learns the most valuable lesson of his life as a market speculator.
Nobody can catch all the fluctuations. In a bull market, your game is to buy and hold until you believe that the bull market is near its end. To do this, you must study general conditions and not tips or special favors affecting individual stocks. One of the most helpful things that anybody can learn is to give up trying to catch the last eighth, or the first. These two are the most expensive eighths in the world.
Enjoying newfound success, Livermore starts trading a lot less. It had a huge positive impact on his performance. After a long public divorce from his wife, Nettie Jordan, Livermore finds a new love, Dorothy. Living a high society life, and after having 2 children, they buy a house in Great Neck. Here, Livermore begins his conversations with Edwin Lefree, the writer of Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. He moves into custom design offices in the Heckscher building on 5th Avenue, enjoying the distance from the hectic Wall Street. The grass couldn't seem greener until 1929 strikes. Consumerism, After World War I, the Western economies explode, with America leading the charge. Decadence and excess are the name of the game. The stock market flourishes as prices seem to rise without limit. Banks get more lenient on loans and allow everyday consumers way more debt. Everyday folks start playing their hands in the market. Stock trading becomes so popular that telegram services are set up to help people trade on cruises. In 1929, Livermore feels the bubble has reached its limit. With experience trading market tops, the signs are clear. True to his boy plunger name, Livermore makes a massive gamble. He shorts the entire market, as he did in 1907. He takes a huge short position against the market and sustains months of heavy losses. At one point, he's down by more than $9 million. Traumatized by his previous bankruptcy, Livermore starts doubting his call. For months, he eats red numbers. But he knew this time it was his own call. Ignoring fears, Livermore holds on. By September 1929, the bubble starts to crack. Sustained losses hit Wall Street. The volatility exploded in October, with several trading days of huge drops, one of the greatest stock market collapses in American history. In the aftermath, as the world picks up the pieces of a destroyed economy, Livermore emerges with a fortune of over $100 million. If it ends here, Livermore would have spent the rest of his life living like a king. But it doesn't. He's a gambler and a speculator at heart, which ultimately cost him everything. While 1929 was his peak performance, it also marked the end of an era. All the easy money retail traders were left scarred. The excitement of the stock market was gone. The huge inflow of liquidity was disappearing. The reality sets in, America heads towards the Great Depression, and the momentum for the last 20 years is gone, along with Livermore's passion and opportunities. The markets enter a new, ever-changing cycle. In 1932, living lavishly, his wife develops a bad habit of drinking, and Livermore had continuous affairs. His marriage comes crashing down to the tune of a $10 million divorce settlement, and even his mistress sues him. 1934 marks the start of the United States Security and Exchange Commission, illegalizing many of the trading practices that Livermore relies on. His lifestyle and trading are a train wreck. Some say he lost his fortune going long on sugar futures as the FDR put a ceiling on the sugar price. Others say he lost his fortune by going long after the crash and not getting out in time, thinking the 1929 dip would show a similar pattern he experienced in previous cycles. Yet one thing is clear, Livermore is no longer flexible enough to go along with the ever-changing cycle. He failed to speculate the creation of the SEC and the impact of the FDR on the boom and bust cycle. By the end of the same year, his huge fortune is gone, and he declares bankruptcy for the final time. Livermore becomes a symbol of all that is wrong on Wall Street, and as his wealth disappears, so does his remaining prestige. Livermore marries a socialite and American singer, Harriet Metz. 4 times widowed, she had enough money to support their lifestyle. As he heads towards another bankruptcy, he and his wife sail to Europe, hoping to relieve his mind of some of his troubles and to make another comeback. But Livermore never quite does. The dark demon of his depression hangs over his head, and with his wife's finances, he had lost his drive. He felt like a failure. And in 1940, at the Sherry Netherland Hotel in New York, Livermore ends things himself.
China's economy losing further momentum.
This is absolute carnage. The New York markets are collapsing.
He was right. Markets went down, but he's not finished yet.
The guy's a gambler at heart. Maybe the real question is he going to blow up and just sort of piss this all away? You know, he loses on 4 out of 10 trades. When you sit with this guy, he is supremely confident.
Now it's time for the grand finale. Betting on the market bounce. If he's right, he'll make more than 30 million. If he's wrong, he'll lose it all.
Time in the markets is much better than timing the markets.
So it shows you that when you act on the emotions of the marketplace, you're making a big mistake.
Yeah, I think CIS says he's aiming for $1 billion. Can he achieve that? Right. Is it realistic?
It's 34 years since World War II ended.
Japan has come out of the war better than before, becoming the second largest economy in the world.
It's a boom, and everyone is here for it. Well, everyone, except for the soon-to-be family. They are traditional conservatives, stuck in the old ways of doing things. They live in a humble one-bedroom, are loyal to their 9-to-5, believe in the corporate ladder, and place their hopes in the traditional educational system. And they intend to instill these same ideologies to their unborn child. Unbeknownst to them, they are carrying the ultimate antagonist of the system they believe in. And it won't take long for their child to make them realize just how wrong their thinking is. Sis enters the world disadvantaged. And as with any poor family, his parents have put all their hope on him. They have no generational wealth, no real assets, and most importantly, nothing in their bank account. On most days, they struggle to put a meal on the table. And even when they have a nice meal, it's always filled with anarchy and violence as the parents quarrel over cheap change. And that's not even the worst of it. You know what hurts even more than growing up in poverty? Being poor while everyone around you is getting massively wealthy. And when Sis is 6 years old, it hits him. If he wants to be happy in life, money is the solution. Lots of money. Step 1, learning how the system works. Step 2, gaming it. Due to his situation at home, Sis has developed serious anger issues. If he's not able to manage that, his dream of becoming one of the richest people in Japan might go down the drain. The miraculous Japanese economic boom means people can splurge on anything, especially on gaming, betting, and gambling. This seems like the perfect avenue for Sis to channel his anger, because game arcades are popping up left, right, and center. And he desperately needs to win at something. Sis decides to frequent these local game arcades with his best friend, partly to avoid spending time with his parents who are languishing in bitterness. His grades degrade, and when he comes back from school every evening, he's showered with chores and physically abused and threatened by his mom. Her weapons of choice? Sandals, belt, and everything in between. Her punishments will become the catalyst that will usher in a whole new world for Sis. Who needs good grades? The system is rigged anyways. To compensate for the love he lacks at home, he makes sure he wins against all his competitors in the local game arcades. They might be better than him at academics. They might have a couple millions more than his family, but they can't beat him at Karate Champ. He's mastered all the keystrokes. He recognizes the patterns. He knows his competitors' moves. He can play the game with his eyes closed.
In no time, he's a legend in town, and everyone respects him at the arcade.
And this earns him the nickname that we've all come to know him with.
CIS.
CIS. Like CIS.
Meaning death in classical Japanese. But games don't fulfill the hole in his heart. He seeks something new, something bigger. And thanks to his curiosity, he discovers something. A discovery that will help him make $33 million overnight later in his life. For 1 year, Sis has experienced what it means to be a local legend. Every kid in his town's street reveres him, but the thrill has ebbed away. There's no challenge, and that's when he decides to try something new: gambling.
We have the winning numbers. Are you ready for it? 4, 26, 42, 50, 60, and the mega ball is 24. You can also find the numbers.
Sis and his best friend have begun going to a nearby shopping center to hang out and chill. But Sis always leaves the shop a sad boy. While other kids get to buy toys, indulge in big purchases, Sis and his best friend can only afford some M&Ms before their pockets run dry. So he decides to try his luck at the lottery. That day, they buy some lottery tickets and go home hoping to win. And then the results come. They win nothing, and they repeat the losing game for months, every time with the same outcome, until a light bulb moment comes. What if he buys the entire lottery box? Maybe, just maybe, the numbers will match. So they save up some money and do just that, and the results are surprising.
One lucky person is the winner of the third largest lottery jackpot. Someone matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, winning 1 point.
They've won. Not only that, but Sis and his best friend realize that the winning numbers are actually the same in both boxes. The lottery game designers never anticipated someone buying a whole box, let alone 2 boxes. A 7-year-old has outsmarted them all.
And it is at that moment that Sis learns an important trading lesson. Every game has expected values and patterns. All he needs to do is carefully study the rules of the game.
And if he repeats that over and over, it will just be a matter of time before he becomes a millionaire. Sis is 11 years old when the Japanese banking crisis sends shockwaves across the world. Families sink even deeper into debt and poverty, and for Sis' family it only gets worse. Despite winning the lottery, they're still broke.
The money Sis won from the lottery a few years back went to fund their bills and a few new purchases, so they're back to square one with nothing. Tells you something about being poor. It's a vicious cycle that needs a lot of determination to escape.
On most days, his mother shows up in the house angry and bitter, commanding Sis to do house chores while she relaxes on the couch. His dad is always out working and they never even talk. Their relationship has fallen apart completely, and it's only exacerbated further by his poor performance at school. He's no longer allowed to go outside. He comes from school and goes straight to his bedroom to study. If he goes out of the house, it's only to shop what his mother has sent him to get. He loses touch with his best friend and sinks deeper into loneliness. Life loses meaning. All his parents care about is a traditional education. Get good grades, go to a prestigious university, graduate magna cum laude, get a good job, raise a family, die. When he finishes his high school education, his parents force him to pursue mechanical engineering at Hosei University. He obliges for his peace of mind, but he hates it. Sis spends his uni days playing games on his computer, and there's one special game he loves playing that teaches him another important trading lesson: Ultima Online. The lesson he learns? Always protect your assets first before thinking about building more. Always walk away when there's no chance of winning. One day, he comes across an online platform where traders hang out and chat, and this is where his life takes another turn. This is where his metamorphosis into a legendary trader begins. He starts doing some research, learning everything about trading, even in between lessons in class. It was at the peak of the dot-com bubble. He begins trading stocks on the Tokyo Stock Exchange.
During that time, the Japanese market was rapidly growing and attracting interest from both domestic as well as international investors. So it was a perfect place to start trading.
However, it's an extremely competitive and crowded market, with many traders struggling to make consistent profits. But he doesn't give up, and after juggling between school, online games and trading, he manages to graduate with a marginal pass with a degree in mechanical engineering. But even before he breathes a sigh of relief, his parents get him a 9-to-5 job at one of his relatives' companies. It's killing him. The whole system is killing him. This is another turning point in Siz's life. He realizes that there's no hope for him as long as he continues following the system. It's designed to keep us poor, limit our abilities, and forever enslave us to the puppet masters. He has no money to his name, no girlfriend, no properties, nothing but the cigarette in his mouth and the matchbox in his pockets. But when you hit rock bottom, there's only one way to go. This rejection opens up his eyes and he realizes it's time to put his plan into action. Now is the time to rise up and conquer the system. They might have taken his entire childhood, destroyed his relationship with his parents, stole his girlfriend, and reduced him to a degenerate. But if there's one thing he knows how to do best, is beating the system at its own game. And now is the time. His goal? Making so much money the world will know his name.
Look, I'm not paying you to do whatever it is you're doing out here.
Fine. So don't pay me.
Excuse me?
I quit.
Siz has saved up some $30,000 from his mechanical engineering job, enough to give him some legroom after quitting. So he decides to become a full-time trader. First, get a workstation for his bedroom. He needs multiple screens for monitoring the markets. Once he sets up his studio, he starts learning about the trading world. He has high hopes. He's going to be a millionaire. He believes so. He must prove to the world that he's not just a degenerate, but he needs to start somewhere. And the safest strategy for trading is Warren Buffett's the value investing strategy.
Value investing strategy involves buying stocks that seem to be undervalued and selling them later when they achieve their deserved market price.
But this does not cut it. The profits are tiny, so like any newbie trader, he does what they all do best: increase his appetite. He starts making huge lot sizes and taking big risks, and he rakes in massive profits, but also huge losses. It's a +1, -1 vicious cycle, and after a year, he realizes this is not working, so he switches gear to become a day trader. This involves buying and selling securities rapidly, often in less than a day, but the higher the execution speed, the higher the losses he incurs. He seems to have ignored all the lessons he learned growing up. All he needs is a little inspiration before it all crumbles down. Even though he has good pattern recognition, he has limited market experience. He's stuck, but has managed to turn his $30,000 to $300,000. But if he wants to become a millionaire, he must level up, and that's when he meets another legendary trader for some inspiration: BNF. On this day, two legends meet. One already established with $2 million of assets in his account, and the other one just starting out with a meager $300,000 at risk of going down the drain. Siz has been trading for 2 years now, but his obsession with winning has made him lose almost as much as he wins. BNF, on the other hand, is cool, calm, and collected. He's risk averse, carefully analyzes markets before making his trades, exactly what Siz lacks in order to unlock his true potential. Siz has noticed that BNF is not eating his fruits. Siz asks. BNF replies he's not in the mood for eating. He opens his laptop. Finally, BNF shows him his total assets totaling $2 million, but he's not able to scroll down to the trades. There are too many. As time goes by, BNF starts sharing his trading wisdom. He shows him some of his trading strategies.
The first thing Siz learns from BNF is to never set a goal for how much you want to achieve. Because once you do that, you've created a boundary for yourself and you will limit your growth.
He also shows him another trick, how to use moving averages to determine the trend of the price. They talk further about their dreams for the future and their plans for retirement. This interaction leaves Sis determined more than ever. He gets a renewed passion for trading. If BNF is a millionaire just from trading, then he can do it too. He won't give up, just the inspiration he needed. On that day, Sis makes it his mission to beat BNF in trading. He wants to make more money than the most legendary trader in Japan.
How did he do it? The guy's a gambler at heart.
Sis has been trading like a gambler so far, but after his interaction with BNF, he now shifts gears and starts trading professionally. He has realized the system will eat him alive if he doesn't watch out. His market of choice, the Nikkei 225. The Nikkei 225 is a stock market index for the Tokyo Stock Exchange.
It has been calculated daily by the Nihon Sheisai Kimbun newspaper since 1950.
He doesn't care about the fundamentals of the companies. He knows ultimately he's competing against other traders, so he relies on price action and price movements of the index. And to make his decisions even more accurate, he employs two strategies. The first strategy involves using moving averages, a short-term moving average of 5 days and a longer-term moving average of 25 days.
The moving average is a technical indicator that tracks a security's price over a time period and plots it on a line. This essentially smooths out price fluctuations and gives the investor a general idea where the trend is heading.
The second thing is about moving averages, and it's a very powerful quality, is they can suggest moments when the market is overbought and oversold relative to the average trend of the market.
Statistically, markets oscillate around the mean, and moving averages give you an idea of the current mean.
The 200-day moving average might be like that, and the 20-day moving average might be like that. The two averages combine. When this distance is greatest, suggests overbought, and when it's greatest on the downside, it's oversold.
So Sis checks for the crossover of the long-term and short-term moving averages and the angle at which they intersect. This means when a short-term moving average crosses a long-term moving average, the trend of that index has been established. However, this strategy has its drawbacks. For example, it lags behind and sometimes gives false signals, especially when the market is very volatile. On this chart, you can see the orange line, which is the short-term moving average, and the green line, which is the long-term moving average. When the prices fluctuate too quickly, the moving averages tend to form a straight horizontal line, making it impossible to determine the trend line. So to remove this uncertainty, he decides to add another indicator, the Forex market, specifically the Euro-Japanese yen currency pair.
The Euro-Japanese yen currency pair is a good indicator for the Japanese stock market, as the yen typically serves as a safe haven currency.
Sis realizes that the Euro-Japanese yen pair has a positive correlation to the Nikkei 225. When the Nikkei goes up, so does the pair, and if that doesn't happen, one of the two is wrong. So to determine his point of entry, he checks for when the Nikkei 225 and the Euro-Japanese yen pair move in opposite directions, and that tells him the Nikkei 225 will correct itself. With his new strategies now established, his life is about to change forever. The once destitute academic failure has climbed up the food chain to become a millionaire. His new trading strategies have proved their effectiveness. He's bought a nice house for himself. However, from the outside, apart from his nice place, he still seems like a normie, still rolls around in his pajamas, drives a Toyota, and has begun dating someone. Money to him is just a high score in a game. It's like he's in the Matrix and he is Neo. As he reminisces about his past, he remembers how his girlfriend rejected him for a guy with a Bugatti. Now he can buy 10 Bugattis if he wants. He's the girlfriend snatcher now, and his new girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also a die-hard fan of his career. He is deeply in love. Life is good. He picks up his computer to check his trades, and then he notices something. Someone at Mizuho Securities has made a costly typing mistake. Rather than selling a single share of a small recruiting company called JCOM for 610,000 yen, Mizuho has offered 600,000 shares for 1 yen each. It must be an error. He quickly jumps from his pool lounge and rushes to his bedroom where his workstation is. He buys 3,300 shares, about a quarter of the actual total at the limit low price. The correction is made, and then the price goes back to normal. Within 10 minutes, Sis adds another 600 million yen to his account, and he goes back to his swimming pool lounge with his wine. I mean, who can beat him in this game? He sips his expensive wine and continues chilling, listening to some beautiful music. The thrill is everything. He has become addicted to trading and winning. He can't stop. And the more he trades, the bigger his risk appetite grows. But it gets harder and harder to win. He'd need to execute a trade close to perfection to move his net worth significantly.
Tokyo prosecutors have raided several Livedoor locations, Hori's home, and the homes of other Livedoor and subsidiary executives on suspicions of securities fraud.
No one saw it coming, not even Sis. Livedoor was one of the leading internet providers in Japan. Its exponential growth was attributed to acquisitions and stock swap mergers, making it one of the country's most controversial enterprises. Turns out it was all a hoax, not real growth.
And Sis missed that because he only checks the technical price movements, not the fundamentals. You see, the technical analysis only shows you the market reaction. It doesn't show you how the actual company is doing.
And so when prosecutors begin investigating the company, all hell breaks loose. The stock price of the company nosedives and investors begin selling like crazy. At one point, the volumes are so large that the Tokyo Stock Exchange system collapses and the stop logic functionality gets activated. But then it resumes and the stock prices continue falling. Sis is panting and sweating the whole time. His trading account balance starts going in the red. He had taken a huge risk and a very high leverage, such that his lot sizes were impossible to fulfill. No one wants to buy his huge lot sizes. In a matter of days, he has lost more than $5 million and the price keeps plummeting. And this is just a first of many.
Japan is set to go to the polls in what could be an historic election.
All across northern Japan, they felt it. A violent, magnitude 9.0 earthquake on March 11, 2011.
The volatility keeps getting worse, and thanks to his huge trading sizes and multiple entry points over several markets, his exits lag behind. Every decision he's ever made, his entire childhood, and all his hopes and dreams comes down to this one moment. He could lose it all. His increased risk appetite has brought him to the brink of extinction. And if he doesn't learn his lesson, it's only going to get worse. He has become a gambler at heart, something that the stock market hates. His assets reduced to $10 million from a high of $30 million. For the next 2 years, he tries to recoup what he's lost. But even before he gets it back, he gets bombarded by another crisis, the 2008 financial crisis. Far away from home, the world is coming to an end. After the losses he got in 2005, he decided to venture into other markets to diversify his risks. The New York Stock Exchange is one of them. And when Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers collapse, he's once again caught pants down. mass fear spreads among investors.
Wall Street is seeing red today.
Investors are facing a tough day as stock prices tumble across major markets.
Stock prices plummet. At some point, Sis loses $6 million in one single day. His arrogance and unhealthy risk appetite have caught up with him. The heavy losses set him back multiple years of hard-earned gains. But if you think this will make him give up, think again. Because now more than ever, he becomes more motivated. He reviews all his mistakes since he started trading, and he notices something peculiar. It's not the markets, he is the problem.
He has maintained the same strategy he started with years ago and didn't change it to accommodate his newfound risk appetite. He needs a new day trading strategy to better fit his new investing style.
Improvise, adapt, overcome. He cannot lose his title as one of the most notorious Japanese traders. And after months of planning and analyzing, he comes up with the perfect trade. A trade that will earn him tens of millions of dollars. It's 6 minutes after the opening bell. Dozens of big-name stocks are still untraded in Tokyo. The telecommunications giant SoftBank is among those that haven't budged yet. Then the offer price falls 5%, then more, and still there are no takers. Then an order is filled, 300,000 shares at 6,714 yen, worth almost $20 million. Other buyers follow. The momentum builds up, and the stock ends the day as one of only 2 gainers in the Nikkei 225 stock index. Unbeknownst to everyone, that first trade that moved the Nikkei 225 was executed by one man in pajamas in his bedroom. So how did he do it? It's a chilly winter morning in Tokyo. The market is off to a slow start. Word on the street is that a recession is imminent. A reversal is coming. But that doesn't concern Sis. His eyes are on the technical aspects of the market. He notices something. The moving averages for the SoftBank stock prices have crossed over, and the price shows a strong indication it's going to go up. After further analysis, he makes his entry, but he is wrong. Immediately after making his entry, Capital Group hosts, a giant US fund manager, starts offloading their shares. The bank's share price starts going down. It goes down 1%. He doesn't budge. It will recover, he thinks. Another 2%. Something might be fishy, he thinks, but he lets it sit a few more days. 9 days later, the bank has shed 5% of its share price, and there are still no takers. It seems everyone expects it to rebound, but for it to rebound, it needs a slight nudge. Sis has already lost 2.5% from this trade alone. He gets out of the trade and takes his loss, but then he decides to do the unthinkable, betting against the market. He places a bid to buy the SoftBank shares at the low price. He has a strong conviction that the downward spiral is artificial, and he doesn't place a small bid, $20 million worth of shares, enough to move the Nikkei 225. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because soon after his order is filled, other traders follow suit. Their reasoning is if one person just bought $20 million of shares, then he knows something they don't.
This right here is the classical trader's mentality, moving with the masses. And Sis has capitalized on this knowledge. He knows people always follow the market.
A day where all the stocks in the Nikkei 225 have been falling, the SoftBank stock starts to rise. He doubles his trades and rides the wave as more and more traders follow suit. In that single day, his account grows by more than $33 million. And then, just as soon as he leaves the trade, SoftBank stock price plummets by 18%. It was the perfect trade. He had executed his entry points perfectly and exited just at the right moment. He manipulated the market to his advantage and left the rest of the traders suffering huge losses. He had moved the leading stock index of Japan, an absolute boss move that inflates his ego even further. He feels like a king, no one can beat him, and he flaunts it effortlessly. This trade alone earned him his enviable title, the most notorious Japanese day trader. From $1 million to $33 million in one day. What can beat that? The Japanese stock exchange is in chaos.
No one knew what happened.
A single trade has set the entire market on fire.
There are so many people and firms went bankrupt because of this incident.
The JCOM stock, a newly listed company, has just collapsed. Not because of bad earnings, not because of a financial scandal, but because of one human mistake. An order error so catastrophic it created the opportunity of a lifetime. And in the middle of it all, one man.
The reason why his legacy is so big is he still remains a mystery in people's eyes.
He doesn't wear a suit. He's not on a trading floor.
He was categorized as unemployed in social media and TV.
His empire, a tiny room filled with monitors, anime figures, and empty ramen cups. But in just a few minutes, he will execute one of the greatest trades in history.
He essentially makes $17 million in just under 10 minutes.
To understand how we got here, we need to go back. The stock market is recovering. In a small apartment in Tokyo, a mysterious young trader is quietly amassing a fortune. Nobody knows his name, and nobody knows his face, but his bank account is growing fast. For exclusive insights, we interviewed professional traders Mike Sir and Japanese forex trader Kei, who bring a combined 45+ years of market experience and offer unique perspectives into his story. By 2004, he has millions. By 2005, he's one of the most successful private traders in Japan. And then, one fateful morning in December, he sees it, the opportunity of a lifetime. But we'll get to that. The only way people refer to this legendary figure, 3 letters, BNF.
Once his name became in public, then he was introduced as unemployed because a trader basically wasn't a profession in Japan back then, and that encouraged the other unemployed people or part-time job people to trade, and that also made him famous.
But before he became a market killer, Takashi Kotegawa was just a kid in a room. Most kids played for fun. BNF played to win. The outside world didn't exist. Hours blurred into days, days blurred into weeks. Because unlike other kids, BNF saw something deeper. Patterns. Every fighter had weaknesses. Every move had a counter. The game wasn't random. It was predictable. It was a system, one that rewarded discipline. Years later, he would see the exact same thing in the stock market. A game where predicting patterns could make you rich. The economy is unstoppable.
I thought the Japanese were invincible. They seemed to be doing everything right, and they seemed to have so much money to make investments that they would be unstoppable.
I felt great about it. I thought it was the East's revenge on Western capitalism. If it comes to it, I thought, we should buy all of the United States. We really should have bought more of America.
Land prices up 500% in just a few years. The Nikkei stock index climbing to all-time highs. And the banks, they'll lend you as much money as you want.
They used to push us to take up loans, even if we didn't need the money.
It didn't matter if you could pay it back, because in this economy, nobody lost.
During the bubble years, I remember my parents, especially my dad, was really aggressive on spending money. They said, you spend all because you get more money tomorrow.
As Japanese technology and games dominated across the world, the entire country believed this was just the beginning.
We thought Japan was progressing from a trading nation with high technology into a finance nation with an even brighter future, just like Manhattan.
But then everything changed. At the time, the US had a problem.
I could see that we were going to be in real trouble competitively with the Japanese products, and I wanted to make Americans wake up to that challenge.
For years, American companies had been struggling to compete against Japan and West Germany. Factories closed, the trade deficit ballooned. US goods were simply too expensive overseas. To avoid an open trade war, the world's biggest economies made a deal, the Plaza Accords.
a kind of agreement which accomplished much more than everybody expected for the meeting.
As part of the deal, Japan agreed to let the yen rise in value against the US dollar to make American products cheaper. Nobody in Tokyo knew it at the time. What seemed like a good deal at first had just set Japan on a course for disaster and would shape the environment our trading legend would soon dominate in. Almost overnight, the yen doubled in value.
At the same time as we coped with the doubled yen, we started to believe our ability had doubled as well. We began to think our value had doubled.
Japan's companies, now flush with cash, suddenly had more money than they knew what to do with. To keep the economy growing, the Bank of Japan slashed interest rates to historic lows. Borrowing became easier than ever. Corporations took out massive loans, pumping money into stocks and real estate.
As a piece of real estate, Japan was worth the whole of the United States 7 times over, and talked about when to sell the land they owned. Everyone was very excited in those days.
Investors followed. Then regular families joined in.
It was stupid to leave your savings or retirement pay at the bank. Many of us wanted to do something better with our money. There's an important psychological factor dealing in stocks and shares. Even when you sold and made, say, 300,000, if the same share went up further and you could have made more, then you'd feel as though you'd lost money.
It was the ultimate gold rush, and for a while they were right.
As long as the market was going up, people were getting richer and they were spending the money and they were buying real estate, they're taking over US companies. As long as the market was going up, everything was fine.
By 1989, Tokyo's Imperial Palace was worth more than all the land in California.
It's because the banks fund the deals. They finance a purchase of land for 50 million one week, and they finance the sale of the same land for 60 million a week later. 1 month later, the same bank comes up with 65 million for the same land. That's how land prices go up.
Investors, corporations, even regular salarymen were all in. Nobody could see the warning signs, but they were there.
After the Plaza Accord, our exports suffered, and people worried it might be an even more serious situation than the oil shock. Many feared the Japanese economy was under threat again.
And the moment Japan's leaders tried to stop it, the whole system came crashing down. At its peak, Japan's stock market was worth more than half of the entire world's equity value. It was a bubble built on cheap debt, speculation, and pure belief. And like every bubble, it had to burst.
On the first day of 1990s, Japanese market began collapsing.
The government knew things were getting out of control, so in early 1990, they hit the brakes.
It was as though lots of cars were racing at a speed of 90 miles an hour, several hundred of them, all bunched up. Leading them was the Ministry of Finance car. It suddenly braked hard, and all the cars behind went right into it. A major pileup. That was the burst of the bubble.
Interest rates doubled overnight, suffocating businesses and homeowners who had borrowed too much. Banks, once eager to lend, suddenly pulled back, tightening credit and choking off the economy's lifeblood. And with credit drying up, stock market speculation collapsed in an instant. Then came the second blow, the real estate crash. For years, banks gave out loans like candy. Companies, investors, even regular families took out massive loans, betting on land prices going up forever. But then, when the stock market collapsed, the banks panicked. They stopped lending, and within months, the real estate market imploded.
At the height of the bubble, this site was worth 1.8 billion yen. Since the burst, it's been sold for 1/10 of the price.
Property values collapsed by 80%, wiping out entire fortunes overnight. Land that was once worth billions became worthless within months. Entire corporations built on debt-fueled expansion failed under the weight of loans they could never repay. A country that once felt unstoppable was now frozen in time. Businesses were forced to lay off workers just to stay afloat. People once eager to spend cut back on everything. A generation of workers had just lost everything. For regular families, the dream was over. In the middle of it all, a boy was growing up. Born in 1978, 11 years old Takashi Kodegawa was too young to understand what was happening. But he could see it. Money was tight. Banks weren't trusted. The stock market, just a gambling casino for old men. Everywhere he went, the messages were the same.
After bubble bursted, people start to think spending money is not good. You better save money in your bank account.
Parents taught Japanese kids that risk was dangerous. Most kids grew up believing that avoiding risks and working a stable job was the key to life. Security was the only path to success. But for Takashi, something about that never felt right. He rather spent his time eating delicious ramen and watching anime. The world outside was recovering. Japan's economy was still stagnant but slowly rebuilding. People were finding jobs again. But inside, for Takashi, nothing had changed. Takashi was a shy kid and barely talked. He doesn't really care about school or latest trends. All he needs? The comfort of his home and a few amenities. Cup noodles, ramen, a game, and silence. Takashi was hikikomori. In his room, hours blurred into days, days blurred into weeks, and the more he isolated himself, the sharper his mind became. The patterns in games, movements, reactions. He wasn't just playing, he was predicting. It is in these isolated hours where Takashi develops instincts that would later serve him. While most people see wasted time, Takashi was training for something greater. He just doesn't know it yet.
Investors were not the only ones suffering. Far-out money manager Victor Niederhofer and his investors were...
He was one of the greatest traders of his time, a Wall Street pioneer, a man who built an empire from nothing. His fund, one of the most successful in history. His strategies, so powerful that even George Soros trusted him with his money. But success in trading is fickle and can vanish at a split second. A wrong decision and you lose everything. That's exactly what happened to Victor Niederhofer.
Victor, what exactly happened?
I was too aggressive. I was always betting on a bounce. And one day, there was no bounce.
The market did something he never expected. It kept falling, and in one single trade, he lost everything. His hedge fund, his reputation, gone.
If you could go back, would you do anything differently?
I should have been more careful.
The light from the TV reveals a pair of eyes, sharp, unmoving. Takashi is watching. Most people saw a cautionary tale. Takashi saw something else. He was hooked. The documentary changes everything. Before, Takashi has no direction, but now he has an obsession. But there was a problem. Trading felt like a secret. The resources that did exist weren't made for someone like him. There were no guides, no instructions, just numbers. If he wanted to learn, he had to teach himself. Every spare minute, every late night, he was studying. He wasn't just reading, he was breaking down the numbers line by line. And then, something bothered him. It was too long, short, simple, unmistakable. It would be his name in the future, he decides. But it doesn't mean much. Not yet, but soon it would. The goal was simple, save enough to open an account, roughly 2 million yen. But reaching it, beyond difficult. Every paycheck saved. Every coin stored away. No eating out, no new clothes, no spending. Just work, save, repeat. Day after day, month after month, year after year. Then, he finally had enough money to open an account and jump into the markets. In 2000, he starts full-time, but he couldn't have picked a worse time. The market wasn't just bad, it was a bloodbath. It was an unforgiving bear market. And BNF, a complete beginner. Will he survive?
Fortune favors the brave.
In 2018, crypto was the future. In 2021, meme stocks and NFTs were the future. In 2023, AI was the future. Every time investors called it a new era. Money was essentially free, so companies with no revenue were worth billions. Everyone was getting rich. Sounds oddly familiar.
The internet is the future of business.
Then everything changed. They called it the new economy. The internet was changing everything. If a company had a .com in its name, it didn't need revenue.
Well, we are a famously unprofitable company, and that is a conscious strategy and an investment decision.
Investors didn't ask questions, they just bought. And then the crash began. The biggest financial euphoria in history ended. Money evaporated. Fortunes disappeared. By the time it was over, the Nasdaq had lost 78% of its value. But this wasn't just a market crash. It was the end of an era. The longest bull market in US history had been fueled by cheap money and speculation. Now, venture capital dried up, banks pulled back, tech stocks turned radioactive. The world was forced to reset. .com optimism had blinded everyone. Now, reality had arrived. By 1998, Takashi had studied everything he could about trading, but books and reality? Two completely different things. His first real trades were a total disaster, but BNF wasn't the type to quit. Instead, he adapted. If the market was this bad, if everyone was selling, then who was buying? That's when he saw it. Stocks didn't fall in a straight line. Even in a crash, there were moments of irrational panic. What if buying at the extreme lows could be profitable? The data was clear. When stocks dropped too far, too fast, they almost always bounced back. This wasn't just a hunch, it was a pattern comparable to the games he excelled at.
Yeah, he has a simple but really powerful rule, and that is to only buy stocks that are going up. Now, specifically what I mean by that is he only buys stocks that are already showing strength and have a clear upward direction.
The foundation of his legendary contrarian strategy was born. At the core of it, a concept called moving averages and mean reversion strategy. Let's start with moving averages.
Yeah, so moving averages, they measure the average performance of a stock over a set number of days. So they generally, moving averages are served as a trend indicator or trend tracker. So for example, if a price or stock price is above a moving average, so hence that it's in an uptrend. If the stock price is below the moving average, so it's suggesting that it's in a downtrend.
But it's not only the moving averages BNF is looking at.
So BNF focuses on identifying and capitalizing on significant price deviations from the moving average.
It's about how much prices move away from the moving averages.
Now specifically, he uses a specific percentage threshold to determine an entry or exit price for his trades. He looks to buy a stock when the price drops 5% below the moving average, and then he sells it when it returns to 2% above the moving average. So essentially the moving averages that he typically uses is, could be a 20-day moving average or a 50-day moving average.
The foundation for this approach is what often separates professional traders with beginners, the mean reversion strategy.
Yeah, so a lot of traders don't utilize what we call a mean reversion strategy, and it's based on the concept where if the price deviates too far away from its average price, which is the moving average, then will at some point revert back to its mean or to the average price over a time period.
BNF's strategy worked, at least sometimes. Some trades hit perfectly, but others didn't. The market was still brutal, and his savings still shrinking. Yet he had found a strategy. Now he just had to refine it. Just when BNF thought he had found a working strategy, the market surprised him again. Low-priced stocks wiped out overnight. This wasn't normal selling, it was outright panic. Would his contrarian strategy survive, or was he about to be wiped out completely? He had to adjust. The same signals didn't work across all sectors.
He started to switch his strategy to trend follow. strategy, and that's when he started to check the stock markets across the sectors.
For example, let's say he sets his eyes on the aviation sector. Once major aviation stocks gain momentum and start rallying, he looks for any other aviation stocks that are still lagging behind. Any stocks that haven't joined the initial bull rally yet.
And he was super good at identifying them in a second.
So he fine-tuned deviation percentages per sector. Instead of buying everything that dropped, he only bought where the data was strongest.
But what's surprising was that he has been monitoring more than 700 stock markets per day, every day.
He wasn't just betting on fear.
Whenever he finds opportunity, he doesn't think. He doesn't think it's an opportunity. Instead, he says his hands are moving by itself.
And by 2002, he had mastered it. He had done it. From near failure to one of the greatest bear market traders in Japan. He could now live entirely off trading. But success never lasts forever.
Yeah, so basically he was using only one moving average, which was 25. And he was basically trading, we call it kairi in Japanese, and that's like an estrangement or divergence. So whenever the price deviates from the 25 MA, then he buys. So actually it's downtrending. And it's downtrending, then because it was, the stock markets were going down that time, back in 2000 to 2003, he was using this strategy.
But by 2003, the bear market was over.
For the first time in years, stocks are rising again.
BNF had spent years mastering fear, surviving panic, thriving in collapse. But now, the market had changed. His strategy? Now useless. This wasn't his battlefield anymore. Could he adapt, or was the very market that made him a legend about to erase him? However, sometimes a slip costs more than just a couple of millions. And on early morning December 8th, 2005 in Tokyo, one slip would change everything. In a matter of a few hours, some will witness the greatest windfall they'd ever see. But for others, by the time the market closes, it will be the end. On December 8, 2005, Takumi Sato wakes up like any other day. He's a regular trader at Mizuho Securities.
Mizuho Securities was one of the, obviously, the most biggest security firms in Japan back then.
It handles high-profile listings for companies looking to go public in Japanese stock markets. Sato isn't a superstar, just another cog in the machine, but he's steady and reliable. A hard-working man looking out for the people around him. For Takumi Sato, it was supposed to be just another day, but by 3 p.m. his world would be turned upside down. In the 2 years leading up to this morning in December 2005, the global stock markets have been booming. In Japan, the Tokyo Stock Exchange is thriving. A steady run in 2005 has pulled the Japanese stock market out of a long funk. The Nikkei index is now at its highest level in more than 5 years. And the Mothers Index has surged 58% in 2005, driven by retail investors chasing tech IPOs. Fortunes made in minutes. And the next big thing? JCOM Holdings, a provider of broadcasting services, making its debut on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. The trading floor is buzzing. Sato takes his seat, glancing at the morning listings. Just the regular routine of a trader.
Traders like myself or BNF, we generally would look at headline news and, essentially see what's moving the market before the market opens. We will also look at the stocks that were most active the day before or the day current, if there's any news, if there's any type of catalyst that would trigger these stocks to be in play on that particular day.
For Sato, the big story today is the JCOM IPO. The stock is set to debut at 610,000 yen per share, valuing the firm at 9.1 billion yen.
So once the order goes to, let's say, buy or sell on the stock markets, then it has to go through Mizuho Securities in Japan.
As the market opens, Sato begins inputting a standard sell order for JCOM Holdings, selling one share at 610,000 yen.
He types quickly, following protocol. His fingers move over the keyboard, following his routines and years of experience. He hits enter. No alarms, no warnings, business as usual. Then suddenly, Sato notices JCOM's price dipping sharply. His heart races. Something's off. He scans the order details, and then the numbers hit him. He has just sold 610,000 shares at 1 yen instead of 1 share at 610,000 yen. A simple typo, but the kind that ends careers. He lunges to cancel, but another trader beats him to it, frantically trying 3 times to reverse the trade. Order cancellation failed. The system of the Tokyo Stock Exchange won't let them. It's too late. Word spreads fast. JCOM's stock drops 15% within minutes, a sharp fall triggered by the flawed sell order.
It was like only 13 minutes.
The stock hits its limit down price, 572,000 yen per share, halting further decline. Phones ring non-stop. The market descends into chaos. At Mitsuho, panic sets in. Sato sits frozen, watching red numbers flood his screen. The cost for Mitsuho already in the billions. He watches helplessly, fearing for his life. Meanwhile, across Tokyo, BNF sits calmly in his apartment, watching the same market chaos. He notices JCOM at the limit down price, 572,000 yen per share.
No one knew what was happening exactly, including BNF.
But where others see panic, he sees opportunity.
Although they don't know exactly what happened, some people may think that the market goes down. So furthermore,
for an experienced trader like BNF, it's like the feeling of seeing a pile of money on the ground. You know, you're not sure, hey, is this opportunity real? But you don't think, you just start picking up as much as possible of those profits off the ground.
BNF acts immediately.
He bought JCOM when it went all the way down, and when it hits stop limit,
he buys 7,100 shares, securing nearly 49% of JCOM. He effectively now owns half of the entire company. But this trade also means he's risking half his entire net worth on one move.
So he had back then 8 billion yen asset, and he traded with half of his asset, which was 4 billion yen, into JCOM. And so if he lost that trade, then he would have been lost half of his asset.
Massive risk. But BNF doesn't flinch. This is what he lives for.
So the mental pressure must be enormous, even if he knows what he was doing back then.
Back at Mitsuho, the bosses scramble to fix the error. They start aggressively buying back shares to cover the flawed sell order.
Mizo had to, buy back the stock share of JCOM, so that the market comes up and really recovers because of that.
Institutional investors jump in, sensing Mitsuho's desperation. The price surges, but their efforts only deepen the damage. Whispers spread that the government might step in to help Mitsuho recoup losses.
Most of the people, I think, thought that JCOM will be frozen for a while. They won't be able to trade. So lots of people took out the money from their trades, from the security firms.
Traders speculate on whether profits made from this error will stand or will be clawed back. The market will close in 30 minutes, but BNF isn't done yet. He isn't selling. As the Tokyo Stock Exchange closes for the day, Mitsuho faces catastrophic losses and hopes to be saved by government intervention. Sato has just lived the worst hours of his life and knows what's to come. Across the city, BNF slurps ramen, monitors still glowing. He holds 6,000 shares overnight, speculating that he can sell at an even higher price tomorrow, but with half his fortune on the line. If his plan doesn't work out tomorrow, he's ruined. If it does, he'll make history. Tokyo Stock Exchange had seen crises before, but nothing like this. The fallout is immediate. JCOM's stock collapses so violently that the exchange is forced to intervene. Trading of the stock is halted.
They froze so that no one could trade.
For Mitsuho Securities, it is nothing short of a disaster. They lose 27 billion yen on the trade, wiping out 3 months of the firm's profits.
Though no official records confirm it, the Mitsuho broker, the man responsible for the blunder, almost certainly loses his job on the spot.
In Japan, you can't just say you're sorry. Normally you have to commit suicide, or at least quit your job if you're the director of a company.
But the Mitsuho broker isn't the only casualty. The Tokyo Stock Exchange itself is humiliated as they are unable to cancel executed trades under their standing rules. The CEO of the prestigious stock exchange, Takuo Tsurushima, has no choice but to resign, taking the fall for a system that fails to protect itself from human error. He doesn't leave alone. 2 other high-ranking directors are forced out in a desperate move to restore credibility. And then there are the institutional investors. At first, banks like Morgan Stanley celebrate. Some walk away with millions in profit. But the mood quickly changes. Professional traders start returning their shares, fearing legal action. No one wants to be the one caught holding a profit that regulators might take away. But not everyone returns their gains. Rogue traders like BNF refuse. They see the game for what it is.
They view it as a zero-sum game where you're trading against the market. There's no other people beside you. You're essentially competing directly with the market. Now, in a zero-sum game, there's someone who wins and there's someone who loses, and he's striving to win every single trade.
As time passes and the government shows no intention of intervening, Mitsuho Securities is left with only one option to stop the chaos: a forced settlement. They agree to buy back rogue trader shares at the expected morning opening price, 975,000 yen. It is an unbelievably high number for a stock that just one day earlier was briefly available for around 572,000 yen. For BNF, it is the perfect ending. His name was already starting to echo through niche trading communities, but now he is known by a new name: the JCOM man. His total profit? 2 billion yen, one of the largest profits ever made by a bedroom day trader.
So the JCOM incident became a defining moment for BNF's legacy because he demonstrated his exceptional trading skills, sharp market intuition, and also the ability to seize rare opportunities, with confidence, which ultimately made him status as one of Japanese, most legendary traders.
But just as BNF secures his biggest triumph, a never-before-seen storm brews, about to shock Japan to its core. This time, it isn't a typo. It's an incident so dramatic, the Tokyo Stock Exchange halts trading across all listed stocks for the first time in its history. Japanese stocks are unstoppable. Undeterred by the craziness that just unfolded a couple weeks earlier, Japanese investors and traders alike are still bullish about Japanese stocks. The reason? Stock splits. For years, the market has been in love with stock splits, a technical corporate maneuver that doesn't increase a company's actual worth, yet investors treat it like a golden ticket. In simple terms, a stock split is like breaking a big bill into smaller ones. Imagine you have a $10 bill and someone exchanges it for 2 $5 bills. You still have the same total amount, but now it's divided into more pieces. For companies, it means slicing existing shares into smaller, more affordable pieces, making them look cheaper without adding any real value. However, in 2005 Japan, each time a company announces a stock split, its stock price jumps. Not because the company is worth more, but because traders believe it will be. This isn't rational, but rationality doesn't matter in a bubble. And no one rides the stock split wave harder than LiveDoor. Originally founded in 1996 as a Japanese internet company, LiveDoor isn't only the next hot tech darling anymore. It has turned into a financial machine that exploits the system perfectly. It splits stocks aggressively, fueling a cycle of hype, speculation, and pure euphoria. Everyone is making money until they aren't.
The scandal happened in January 2006.
Tokyo prosecutors storm LiveDoor's headquarters in full force. A high-profile raid. LiveDoor isn't what it seems. Instead, the company lied to everyone. The charges in question: fraud, market manipulation, and falsified earnings. Screens across Japan flicker with breaking news and panic spreads at lightning speed. It's as if Nvidia were raided today. An entire house of cards collapsing in real time. LiveDoor stock is in free fall. But it's not just them. It's a full-blown market meltdown. It's chaos everywhere. Investors dump everything, running from the flames. Traders don't stop to check if the companies they're dumping had anything to do with LiveDoor. It doesn't matter. Sell orders flood the system, but it's too many, too fast. The sell orders overwhelm the exchange and leave the Tokyo Stock Exchange with no choice. For the first time in its history, it halts trading, a financial system designed to handle billions in transactions per second, freezes. But amidst the panic, one man doesn't freeze. BNF watches calmly. He sees the overreaction for what it is, irrational fear. Solid, fundamentally sound stocks, untouched by fraud, are being wiped out too, just because they exist in the same market. Where other market participants see disaster, he sees a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
As he watches the markets every day, even a scandal can be a great opportunity for him to trade. He buys even where everybody else doesn't do that. And he is very good at it, and also he's very quick.
While others scramble for the exits, BNF moves in. He focuses on companies with strong fundamentals, blue chip stocks dragged down purely by panic, targeting sectors least affected by the scandal but hit hardest by the sell-off. He uses his contrarian strategy. He buys heavily into undervalued positions, scooping up shares at deep discounts. Methodical, calculated, buying aggressively. 100 million yen in total. His approach mirrors his past bear market strategies, buying the fear and waiting for rationality to return. Right now the market doesn't care, but it will soon. At least that's what BNF wants to believe. Weeks pass, the dust begins to settle. Prices slowly recover. Panic turns to regret, but not for BNF.
The IPO was cancelled by Tokyo Stock Exchange in March 2006. So within 3 months, when scandal happened until they canceled IPO, only 3 months, then he made that much profit.
He methodically exits his positions and is now richer than ever. By now, BNF is more than just a legend in trading circles. People talk about him, and even Japan's elite is listening. Masayoshi's son, a Japanese tech billionaire who built an empire, SoftBank. He knows talent when he sees it, and right now he sees it in BNF. He wants him to go pro, manage real capital, and play at the highest level. He wants him to step into a world where he's not just a trader, but a financial titan. For most traders, this would be the dream. But for BNF, taking this offer would be a nightmare.
He told us is that he just doesn't want others to control how he trades. Like, he has his own unique style in terms of trading.
But it's not only about freedom for him.
BNF, he just doesn't like working in a high pressure, stressful work environment. He prefers a much more private, low stress life. And quite frankly, he doesn't, based on his modest lifestyle, he doesn't need a lot of capital or need a lot of money to live his stress-free life.
BNF only needs the game, a screen, a chair, a bowl of ramen, and a market to master. No investors, no expectations, no one watching. Exactly the way he wants it. But the game is about to change. A storm is forming on the horizon. The biggest market collapse since the Great Depression is about to unfold. For BNF, the master of bear markets, this is good news. But this time BNF makes a critical mistake. The decision to reject Son's offer will soon haunt him. BNF is about to lose more money than ever before, and nothing less than his legacy is on the line.
And once he confirmed the loss, he said he broke 2 PC monitors by smashing by a TV remote controller. So he was really upset by what happened.
By 2007, BNF is at the height of his power.
Yeah, at that point, he started with around $13,000 USD, and he was able to turn that into over $150 million.
He has perfected the game, mastering the ebb and flow of Japanese markets with surgical precision. For years he lived frugally, obsessed with reinvesting every yen into the markets. But now he finally rewards himself. A 400 million yen luxury apartment. A splurge, yes, but also a calculated move.
At this time, he started to invest on the real estate. Back in 2008, he bought Chomchon building, which is in the center of Tokyo, and he bought one of the huge buildings right in front of the station, Akihabara station, with 9.0 billion yen.
It's a logical diversification into real estate, not a reckless indulgence. But even monk-like figures like BNF are still only human, and humans make mistakes. Even the greatest traders can fail, and soon BNF will do so too. But the mistake won't come from reckless spending. It will come from something far worse.
There are fears the sell-off will continue on Wall Street.
It is definitely a very, very difficult time, and it's not going to get better quickly.
We are watching this market deteriorate. The stock market is now down 21%.
The world is on the edge of collapse. For years, Wall Street has built a house of cards. Cheap credit and reckless speculation have fueled an illusion of endless growth. Subprime mortgages are packaged into securities, then shuffled through the system, passed off as safe investments. Banks pretend they aren't sitting on a ticking time bomb. But by mid-2008, the truth is impossible to ignore. In the United States, the housing market is crumbling. Banks are teetering. Investors are frozen in fear. And at the center of it all, Lehman Brothers. A titan of American finance, an institution renowned for its legendary trading divisions that had survived wars, recessions, and market crashes, now suffocating under the weight of its own bad bets. Its stock had already fallen 73% this year. To most, this is the beginning of the end. But BNF only watches from his apartment. For him, this is JCOM all over again. A stock collapse so extreme, it must be an overreaction. A textbook panic sell-off. Exactly what he thrives on. He doesn't hesitate. September 13th, 2008. BNF bets big. He pours $6.5 million into Lehman Brothers. A massive position in a company that, in his mind, is too big to fail. His biggest trade outside Japan, but 2 days later, the unthinkable happens. Lehman Brothers doesn't recover, it doesn't bounce, it doesn't survive. On September 15th, 2008, Lehman Brothers files for bankruptcy, proving that the markets were right. Lehman's stock is immediately delisted from the New York Stock Exchange. Technically, BNF could still sell his shares in Lehman, but with many institutional investors and funds having mandates against holding bankrupt companies, liquidity dries up. BNF can't find any buyers, even at rock bottom prices. He's left holding the bag. And just like that, BNF's position is obliterated. $6.5 million gone.
BNF's biggest mistake was breaking his own rule of holding on to a losing trade for far too long. And he's usually very disciplined in cutting his losses quickly when a trade goes against him. However, with the Lehman shares, he just hesitated a bit and he lost more than $6 million.
It's the single worst trade of his career. Trusting the US market like he trusted Japan was his downfall.
I think he thought the United States will save the Lehman Brothers company.
But he didn't account for the rot underneath, the hidden leverage and outright fraud. His golden rule: only trade what you truly understand. This time he had broken it, and now he swears to himself to never again trade US stocks. But this is bigger than the US. The entire world is crumbling. A perfect storm is brewing, and BNF is about to face his greatest test yet. The moment that will either destroy him or cement his legendary status forever. With Lehman gone, the panic spreads like wildfire. The global economy buckles under the weight of fear. Japan is next. For years, its economy has relied on exports, But as Western demand crumbles, Japan's largest corporations are in freefall. Factories cut production, corporations slash earnings forecasts. And on October 10, 2008, the inevitable happens. The entire Japanese stock market collapses. The Nikkei 225 freefalls and investors scramble to get out. But BNF doesn't blink. He has seen this before. He knows this pattern. And this is the moment to redeem himself after his painful Lehman loss. He dives in headfirst, buying aggressively into the chaos, not knowing what is awaiting him the next morning. And if he's wrong again, it won't just be another loss, it will be the end of BNF as the legend we know. The next morning, BNF wakes up to a sea of red. The Nikkei index keeps dropping and BNF's losses keep piling up. While most traders would go on a tilt, making desperate attempts to reclaim their losses, BNF remains calm. He finds the discipline to cut his losers short, but his biggest problem? BNF knows his mean reversion strategy. His lifeblood is failing him.
During the financial crisis, markets kept falling all around the world with essentially no recovery, essentially breaking the traditional mean reversion strategy or pattern.
But he also knows why. He has to change. For years, his system of gradually increasing position size based on 25-day moving average deviations had worked. His models accurately predicted the rebounds of fallen stocks. They should have worked again. But over the past years, markets had evolved. Rebounds across Japanese sectors were happening faster. He realizes that his approach is not working anymore. And unless he fixes it fast, he's done. This is it, his final chance at redemption, and he's not hesitating. He dissects the Nikkei, sector by sector, company by company, recalculating his deviation targets from the ground up. But the market isn't waiting. While BNF sharpens his entries, redefines his numbers and refines his approach, on October 27, 2008, the Nikkei plunges again. Corporate titans, household names, and once untouchable giants, everyone is sinking. Retail investors are in full retreat and big money is dumping positions left and right. No one wants to buy. But that's exactly when BNF sees his moment, the ultimate opportunity to restore and cement his legacy, and so he goes on a buying spree in the morning. But the market keeps falling, and BNF's losses grow rapidly. The weight of his trade gets heavier, and even watching anime, his usual escape, won't relieve him from the pressure now. But in the midst of it all, he realizes something. His true strength doesn't lie in his strategies alone.
A lot of his trades are coming from his experience, intuition, and his personality too.
All along, it had been his ability to block out the noise and remain focused. His discipline, his unwavering commitment to his own market instincts, that was his edge. And so, BNF didn't falter.
BNF built a strong cash reserve, which allowed him to avoid major losses at that period of time. And he adjusted his strategy somewhat, but mainly he focused on waiting for the market to recover before getting back with the same strategy that had worked so well for him.
Instead of retreating, he doubles down on his approach. He goes all in like never before. One by one, he starts buying into the carnage, diving into the most battered stocks across the Nikkei. Blue chips, exporters, tech firms, 90 companies in total, $64.8 million deployed in a single day. A massive career-defining bet, and if he's wrong, the consequences will be devastating. By lunchtime, the Nikkei has fallen further, but after the Tokyo Exchange meal break, the tide is finally shifting. The first stocks start to rally. A few large-cap names gain traction, and a chain reaction begins. BNF watches the Nikkei turning in his favor. Instead of cashing out by the end of the day, BNF holds tight until markets close. By the next morning, the rally is still in full force and the Nikkei rebounds hard, reversing its brutal decline. Stocks surge, wiping out losses, restoring billions in market value. Now it's time. BNF starts unloading his positions, methodically and precisely like a machine, each sale locking in profit. By the time the dust settles, he has done it. $12 million in profit, his GOAT status restored. The greatest bear market trader in Japan has won again.
So there's been very little interviews of BNF for the past number of years, but there is some speculation out there that BNF has grown his net worth to over $1.5 billion.
Although he has vanished from the public since his last legendary trade in 2008, there is still plenty of rumors about what he's up to today.
My wild guess is that he keeps trading stock market or land, probably not only in Japan, but also overseas. He looks at some overseas opportunities and still buying properties or assets.
It's speculated that he has turned into a real estate mogul, owning multiple buildings in Tokyo and even owning a baseball team. Regardless of whether the speculations are true or not, one thing is certain: the mystery only fuels the legend. A prime example for the unrelentless drive to achieve greatness.
He's a self-made trader success story, proving that you don't need to work for a hedge fund, you don't need to work for a bank and still be incredibly successful and still be able to make the same amount of money or even more compared to the big boys.
"15 minutes of chaos that shook the world's biggest markets."
What the heck is going on down here? I don't know. There is fear. This is capitulation, really.
Guys, all the way down. On May 6, 2010, without warning, the US stock market and futures markets just crashed.
Can't be there. That is not a real price.
The flash crash which wiped $1 trillion off the value of American companies in 5 minutes.
To look at a price chart, it looked like a kind of runaway elevator.
It took authorities 5 years, guys, to track down this lone British trader allegedly involved in a 2010 flash crash.
Navinder Singh Saroo, dubbed the Hound of Hounslow, has been accused of manipulating the market.
US regulators claim he made about $40 million.
So Navinder Saroo, he seems to be, to all intents and purposes, like a sort of arch criminal mastermind. What they find is very different.
We're in a working class neighborhood about 11 miles from the city center in the financial district.
It was hard to believe somebody trading this size was just a lone trader, but that's where we were.
I think it's ridiculous to say that this guy in this house in the suburbs in England
took down the market.
It's ridiculous.
If he really did, as the U.S. prosecutors allege, make $40 million, 3 people have now said to me, well, then why the heck is he still living on our street?
On the one hand, he was a kind of common cheat.
He purposefully manipulated the markets.
On the other hand, he's this kind of genius kid from the wrong side of the tracks. He just decided to almost stick 2 fingers up at the man and the establishment. And I think everyone can kind of relate to wanting to do that. I'm Liam Vaughan. I'm an investigative journalist with Bloomberg in London, and I'm the author of a book called Flash Crash, which tells the story of the 2010 flash crash and Navinder Singh Saroo, the British day trader who was accused by the US government of causing it from his bedroom. So Navinder Saroo was, in a lot of ways, quite an ordinary kid from a working class neighborhood underneath the Heathrow flight path. Had a bit of a gob on him, was always very kind of fast and quick-witted, but also a little bit quick to kind of anger. He had this gift for multiplication and for rapid thinking and for arithmetic. After university, He opens a newspaper, and it's the Evening Standard, and there's an advert in there which says, "Wanted futures traders must work well under pressure," which, as you can imagine, is not how they typically recruit, staff at JP Morgan. But this was a job at these kind of fledgling entities that were known as arcades at that point in time.
All the learning takes place on the trading floor among some of the best traders in Europe.
Essentially, you eat what you kill. And that's something really powerful when you're seeking a career where you make your decisions and profit on those decisions on a daily basis.
So Futex is above a Waitrose supermarket. It's about 45 minutes outside of the city of London, miles away from the skyscrapers of the city and Canary Wharf. And at first it's a fairly shabby office, which has got connections to the world's commodities exchanges. Now, Nav had this kind of background in computer games. He was incredibly focused and gifted at games like Halo and FIFA. And he was able, he found, to sit for hours and hours at a time, just focusing on one task until he'd mastered it. Fast forward, a couple of years, and Navinder is almost like a kind of enigmatic figure at Futex. He has decided that he can't stand the disruption of his colleagues chatting amongst themselves, getting very excited with market moves. So he moves himself to a desk completely isolated where he can work on his own. He buys himself a pair of ear defenders. They're not headphones, they're literally ear defenders of the type that road workers use. To the other traders there, lots of them, wannabe traders, he was almost like a godlike figure because they would see how much money he was making, the size of the trades that he was placing, and it was just a complete mystery to them how he was able to do it. So Nav traded a financial instrument called the E-mini, which essentially tracks the S&P 500, which is a barometer essentially of the US stock market. And he's able to build a sense based on his constant reading of the market and his almost preternatural ability to determine whether he thinks the market's about to go up or down based on what's happening and the orders that are entering and leaving the market. Nav leaves Futex in 2008 in the midst of the global financial crisis.
The banking sector bore the brunt of the collapse, with shares in Europe's major banks tanking by as much as 9%.
By that stage, he's in his late 20s, and he's already accumulated about $2 million. Lehman Brothers has just collapsed.
I don't think anyone really expected a bank as big as Lehman to be in a position that it's in now.
The entire global financial system is in danger.
We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action.
There's governments around the world stepping in to save financial institutions, and this is Nav's, first very big and successful trade, almost career-defining trade. He decides that with market prices as low as they are, eventually the government is going to have to step in and rescue them. So he places all of his money, which at that stage is a couple of $1 million, on this bet that the government's going to intervene and prices will rise again. And he times it absolutely perfectly. He places a trade on a Friday. The following Monday, the US government announces this big bazooka.
Under our proposal, the federal government would put up to $700 billion taxpayer dollars on the line to purchase troubled assets that are clogging the financial system.
And over the course of that week, US prices increased by 19%. Nav had ridden the wave, the entire wave, and he goes from a position of $2 million to suddenly being worth $15 million. And really, that's when he hits the big time.
I'm trying to stack up my paper. That shit will behave. The only time when they holler is when they need you for favors. See you, these haters are minor, cause this big shit is major. I'll be rocking designers and still designing my trainers.
One of the striking things about Navinder is that he really doesn't spend any of the money he makes at all. He kind of makes a decision early on that he doesn't want to tell his friends and family about the money. He doesn't want to be seen as a show-off, and he doesn't want them to treat him differently. So rather than actually spending the money or telling other people about it, he just keeps it to himself and he lets the dollars grow in his profit and loss account.
I was in the back with the bailers. You was doing fake with the favours. You was getting run down by the dippers. We were the ones with the tapers. You can't go to the ends. Never. Me, I'm there in my slippers.
You would have thought that Nav would be delighted at the money that he's made and his position and how successful he is. But there's something that's frustrating and bugging him, and that is the arrival in the markets of this kind of new breed of participant that are known as high-frequency traders.
So what is high-frequency trading?
Well, high-frequency trading is where the markets have evolved to. So people have written rules that would normally be executed in a human being's brain into the computer, and they trade at very high frequencies because high speeds because the computers and the communications lines allow them to.
They buy stocks just before other people do and then resell them at a small increase, pocketing the tiny profit.
So what's happening is a kind of skim. People are getting scalped in the market.
Well, for Nav, he wasn't so interested in the kind of equality of the markets. He was more frustrated that his profits and his ability to kind of make money was getting squashed by these robots.
We have executed 21 million shares already.
Wow, and we are not even 3 minutes in.
So in 2009, 2010, he makes this kind of fateful decision that he's going to build his own robot that's going to fight back against the HFT firms. And what he was planning to do was to essentially manipulate the market. And after a few, I guess, teething problems, it starts to work incredibly well. From his bedroom, he's able to routinely nudge the world's second largest futures market. He could quite easily make $500,000 in a day. In the week before the flash crash, on one day he made $400,000. The next day he made $800,000. And if you can imagine, he lives in Hounslow. His parents' house is worth, $300,000, and he's making 3 times that amount every single day.
Welcome to Street Signs on this Thursday afternoon. A big afternoon as stocks accelerate their slide.
May 6, 2010 is an extremely volatile day.
There is a feeling that the European Central Bank and bankers have lost control of the situation.
There's this index known as the fear index in financial markets, which kind of monitors volatility. And that morning it was up 30%. And Navinder starts to use his machine to pump sell orders into an already falling and very, very volatile market. For Nav, if you can imagine a big wave surfer and he looks out at the swell and there's just huge waves, it's like the dream. It's like a once in a year long condition. He switches his computer on at 9:30 in the morning and he starts pumping these sell orders using his algorithm into the market. In the afternoon, he gets to a point where he's placing $200 million of orders and he's having this huge success. At 1:40 p.m. exactly, it's not clear exactly why. Maybe his mum had, called him down for dinner. It's 7 o'clock in London. Nav decides to switch the computer off. Great day's work. He's made $950,000.
Completely wiped out.
Now, exactly 1 minute after that is when the market starts falling at a rate and a velocity that it never has before.
Traders say this is the craziest day they have ever seen.
And Nav is essentially a bystander as the bottom falls out of the market, and we have this, very dramatic event that comes to be known as the flash crash.
The flash crash, which wiped $1 trillion off the value of American companies in 5 minutes, the biggest sudden fall on record, before markets bounced right back.
Officials are meeting this week with executives from the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq to see if the issue of different exchanges having different rules played a role in Thursday's rapid freefall.
And over the next couple of months, there is a very deep dive into exactly what was going on that day, who was trading, and try and get to the bottom of this, really what was a mystery at that point in time. The US regulators, a few months later, produced this very detailed report in which they discuss what had happened. Nowhere to be seen in this 100-page report was any reference to manipulation, and certainly no reference to a guy in his bedroom in Hounslow. So Navinder, as you can imagine, is completely oblivious to these investigations in the US, and, you know, he only becomes more and more successful after the flash crash. At this point in time, you start to have the exchange and the regulators almost noticing that he's cancelling a lot of orders. And famously, at one point in time, he gets a letter from the exchange asking him to essentially explain what he's been up to. And he tells them to kiss my ass. Ultimately, it wouldn't be the regulators that would catch Nav. It would be someone more like him, another day trader, who was operating not out of his bedroom, but in a small firm in Chicago, who was back testing his own software and happened to notice that on the day of the flash crash, there were all these weird blocks of orders that were entering and then leaving the market. And he blows the whistle and the information arrives at the CFTC. The CFTC at that point in time has spent years really being the regulator for agricultural markets. To understand and to be able to analyze what's going on in financial markets at a kind of granular level is incredibly complicated. And at that point in time, there's only a few people at the CFTC who've got that expertise. One of them is Jessica Harris.
Can I get like an emissary, like a stand-in? No. The data sets that we reviewed for Nav's activity showed he would place these orders together and modify those orders several, sometimes thousands of times or hundreds of times before then canceling them and not getting hit.
Yeah, so effectively U.S. prosecutors say that Navinder Sarao was engaged in illegal trading. They say that he was doing something called spoof and layering.
Basically, traders will flood the market with the intention of them, with orders of a certain security, with the intention of then canceling those orders. And what that does is it artificially drives the price of that security up or down.
So after a year or so, the CFTC start to become comfortable that they've identified genuine manipulation and massive scale manipulation. And so what they do at that point is they decide to get involved the Department of Justice. They're the ones that can throw you in jail. They're the ones that can subpoena you. They're the ones that you really don't want knocking on your door. So in February of 2015, a judge signs an arrest warrant for Nav. And at that point, essentially, his fate is sealed. He just doesn't know it yet.
I tell that man don't speak. I don't want to hear that talk. I tell that man don't speak. I don't want to hear that talk. I tell that man don't speak. I don't want to hear that talk. I tell that man don't speak. I tell that man don't speak.
So it's the morning of the arrest, and half a dozen police officers, 2 prosecutors from the US Justice Department, and 2 agents from the FBI rendezvous at a McDonald's that Nav knows incredibly well, which is about a mile from his house, and they discuss how they're going to arrest this criminal mastermind. As the sun rises that morning, they creep through the streets of Hounslow and arrive at this address where sleeping upstairs in bed is Navinder. They knock on the door and Nav's dad answers. He shouts upstairs, and down the stairs kind of pads this guy in tracksuit bottoms and a t-shirt, his hair askew, looking utterly confused. As he's led out of the house in handcuffs, he turns to one of the officers and says, "Can I run upstairs a minute, bruv? There's a football match on telly that I want to record." And the officer says, "I don't think you're going to get a chance to watch that for a while, son." You know, as it turned out, he wouldn't set foot in the house for another 4 months.
Pretty hard for people in this neighborhood to get their head around. This is a real working class neighborhood.
Excuse me, sir, is the family making any comment today?
I'm really surprised, you know, I mean, I've lived here all my life, and I know a lot of the neighbours around here. Everyone gets on, you know.
Very, very nice family. I mean, his dad
not feeling well from quite a long time.
So a lot of people in the markets, and particularly people like him that were on the outskirts, that were day traders, they sort of almost idolized this guy who had made a fortune from nothing and had found a way to fight back against a system in which, the most well-funded and well-connected firms are the most successful. And for guys like, for guys like them, it was almost impossible to be profitable.
Ryan Chukot sat down with the former boss of the alleged flash crash trader, Navinder Singh Saro.
It can go one of two ways. If he's found innocent of the allegations, then he will be the world superstar trader.
The British trader accused of helping cause the May 2010 flash crash spent last night in jail.
They threw the book at him. There was 22 criminal counts against him, which had a cumulative total of 380 years in prison. And the judge looks at how much money he's made and sets bail at £5 million. And, for Nav, who's worth tens of millions of pounds, that should be fairly easy to get hold of.
What's unclear to me is how much money he made. If he's such a great trader, I'm assuming he probably has $7.5 million just lying around.
Yeah, so everybody's asking that question because he was granted the conditional bail, but he has failed to post the $7.5 million. So no, he's still in the clink.
His lawyers start getting in touch with these various investment advisors who've taken Nav's money over the years, and suddenly they don't answer his calls. And it becomes clear, disturbingly over time, that all the money that Nav has put aside and all the profits that he's made over his successful trading career may not be safe after all.
Has he been scammed out of $50 million?
It looks that way, Mark, yes. It's one of those stories that's almost too crazy to believe. Anyone that offered him a good rate of return, some of the places that he put his money offered him risk-free returns, and he seems to have been kind of willingly, very kind of willing to put it there. And Nav, on the one hand, is this kind of brilliant trader, and on the other, he's a kind of naive kid who's never worked in a bank, has no commercial experience, and, for want of a better word, has been duped by these guys.
The bulk of his money was with this entrepreneur called Jesus, who turned around and said, mea culpa, I lost it all, I'll give it back to you when I can. And in the end, the judge decides to lower bail, so his parents have to put up the value of their house and he gets let out.
The British trader accused of helping cause the May 2010 flash crash is free on $7.5 million bail.
The judge in the UK decided that he should be extradited to the US to stand trial. And what happens next is that his lawyer, who used to work at the Department of Justice himself as a prosecutor, flies to Washington and tries to strike a deal. And he speaks to the prosecutors and he says, yes, you could go to trial, but there's a risk that you could lose. And Navinder's a very vulnerable guy. Maybe the jury will feel sorry for him. Why don't we strike a deal?
We saw this guy who, initially we believed to be part of a bank or an HFT based on his trading activity and his size and the money that he was making, to somebody who evolved into just, a lone trader or an individual trading out of his house who didn't spend any money. And it was, I think, difficult to see what that motive was for him.
And so the DOJ, weighs it up and ultimately agrees to that, and then he pleads guilty. By the time it came to Nav being sentenced, you have the US authorities having a very different perception of him. On the one hand, he was incredibly helpful. He opened their eyes to how market abuse goes on. He helped them build a number of cases. He was about as useful a witness as you can imagine. But beyond that, he was also so far removed from the archetypal greedy financial criminal. By this stage, he'd been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, which kind of provided a useful prism for a lot of his actions, his kind of the way that he treated the authorities. So by that stage, the US authorities wrote a note to the judge where essentially they said, listen, he's had enough punishment. He's been incredibly helpful to us. We recommend that we let him off at this point with time served. And that's quite a remarkable thing for the US government to say.
And I think if you take everything into consideration, you know, the fact that he essentially lost all of his money, you know, I believe that the government made the right decision.
So the judge in the end sentences Nav to a year of house arrest. You know, there's a great circularity to the story because that's why he got in trouble in the first place. And obviously, as ever, Nav's timing was impeccable because within a couple of months, because of the pandemic, we were all in lockdown anyway.
But now I'm living that life.
I traced Nav's finances very closely, and over the course of his trading career, he made in the region of $70 million. I would like to say that the hidden twist in the story is that Nav squirreled away a few million, and that, you know, when this all blows over, he'll go to a desert island somewhere. But sadly, you know, having looked very closely into it, I don't believe that's true. Nav is penniless, and to be honest with you, I don't think it's made much difference to his life at all. He still cycles around Hounslow on his bicycle. He still plays football with his mates once a week. He still gets a fillet of fish from McDonald's. So for Nav, because the money never meant anything, hasn't changed his life too much.
Now I'm living that life.
$15 minutos de caos que sacudieron los mercados más grandes del mundo.
¿Qué es lo que está pasando aquí abajo? No entiendo. Parecen tener miedo. Esto es una capitulación.
El 6 de mayo de 2010, el mercado de valores de Estados Unidos y los mercados de futuros se desplomaron sin previo aviso.
No puedo creer que eso sea real.
El flash crash hizo que el valor de las empresas estadounidenses cayera $1 billón en 5 minutos.
Si observamos un gráfico de precios, pareciera que el precio sube como un ascensor descontrolado.
A las autoridades les llevó 5 años rastrear a este solitario negociador británico presuntamente involucrado en un flash crash de 2010.
Navinder Singh Sarao, apodado el Sabueso de Hounslow, ha sido acusado de manipular el mercado.
Los reguladores estadounidenses afirman que ganó alrededor de $40 millones.
Según las investigaciones llevadas a cabo, Navinder Singh Sarao parecía ser a todos los efectos el gran cerebro criminal detrás de todo esto. Pero resultó ser diferente.
Estamos en un barrio de clase trabajadora a unos 18 kilómetros del centro de la ciudad, en el distrito financiero.
Nos costaba mucho trabajo comprender que alguien que operaba a tan gran escala fuera solo un operador de préstamos. Pero esa era la realidad.
Me parece ridículo pensar que este tipo hizo caer el mercado desde una casa en los suburbios de Inglaterra. No tiene sentido.
Si realmente hizo $40 millones, como alegan los fiscales estadounidenses. Los vecinos se preguntan por qué Navinder sigue viviendo en este barrio.
Por un lado, solo era un tramposo común y corriente.
Lo que hizo fue manipular los mercados a propósito.
Por otro lado, es un genio que viene de un barrio marginal. Con sus acciones, básicamente decidió hacer frente al Estado y las autoridades. Y creo que muchos desearían hacerlo. Soy Liam Vaughan. Trabajo como periodista de investigación de Bloomberg en Londres y también escribí un libro que se titula Flash Crash. Este libro relata lo que ocurrió en el Flash Crash del 2010 y cuenta la historia de Navinder Singh Sarao, el negociador intradía británico al que el gobierno de Estados Unidos responsabilizó por lo sucedido. Navinder Sarao era dentro de todo un chico bastante común, vivía en un barrio de clase trabajadora que estaba ubicado debajo de la trayectoria de vuelo del aeropuerto Heathrow. Era un poco hablador. Siempre fue un chico muy inteligente y rápido de reflejos, pero se enojaba con la misma rapidez. Tenía un don para la multiplicación, para el pensamiento rápido y para la aritmética. Cuando terminó la universidad, abrió un periódico que se llamaba Evening Standard. En ese periódico se publicó un anuncio que decía: se buscan negociadores de futuros. Deben ser buenos trabajando bajo presión. Como podrán imaginar, esa no es la forma en que suelen contratar personal en JP Morgan. Sin embargo, este era simplemente un trabajo en ese tipo de entidades incipientes, conocidas como salas de negociación.
Aquí ofrecemos formación comercial práctica junto a los mejores corredores europeos.
Básicamente, comes lo que matas. Y eso es algo realmente poderoso cuando quieres dedicarte a una carrera en la que debes tomar decisiones que te den ganancias a diario.
Futex está ubicada arriba de un supermercado Waitrose. Se encuentra a unos 45 minutos de la ciudad de Londres, a kilómetros de los rascacielos de la ciudad y del complejo de negocios Canary Wharf. Como uno se puede imaginar, en un principio era una oficina bastante descuidada, que tenía algunas conexiones con las bolsas de productos básicos del mundo. Knapp tenía experiencia en juegos de computadora. Era increíblemente talentoso y tenía gran concentración en juegos como Halo y FIFA. Gracias a eso, Navinder descubrió que podía estar sentado durante horas y horas concentrado en una tarea hasta lograr dominarla. Luego, una vez que pasaron un par de años, Navinder ya se había convertido en una especie de figura enigmática ante los ojos de sus colegas dentro de Futex. Para ese entonces, ya no soportaba la interrupción constante de sus colegas hablando todo el tiempo entre ellos y emocionándose con los movimientos del mercado. Así que decidió mover sus cosas a un escritorio completamente aislado, para poder trabajar solo y sin interrupciones. Y se compró protectores auditivos, pero no eran auriculares, eran como los que usan los trabajadores de carreteras. Para los demás negociadores, muchos eran aspirantes. Él era casi una figura divina, porque veían la cantidad de dinero que estaba ganando y el tamaño de las operaciones que realizaba, y realmente no podían comprender cómo lo lograba. Knapp operaba un instrumento financiero que se llama Mini, y básicamente lo que hace es seguir al S&P 500, que es el barómetro del mercado bursátil estadounidense. Con el tiempo, Navinder logra desarrollar cierto sentido, en función de su lectura constante del mercado y su capacidad casi supernatural para determinar si cree que el mercado está a punto de subir o bajar. Para hacerlo, se va guiando con lo que está sucediendo en el momento y las órdenes que entran y salen del mercado. Finalmente, Knapp toma la decisión de irse de Futex en 2008 en medio de la crisis financiera global.
El sector bancario fue el más afectado por el colapso. Las acciones de los principales bancos de Europa cayeron hasta un 9%.
Para ese entonces, él ya tenía casi 30 años y había acumulado alrededor de $2 millones. Lehman Brothers acababa de colapsar.
No creo que nadie esperara que un banco tan grande como Lehman pudiera llegar a estar en semejante posición.
La totalidad del sistema financiero global se encontraba en ese momento ante un gran peligro.
Estamos en medio de una grave crisis financiera. El gobierno federal está respondiendo con medidas decisivas.
Varios gobiernos intervinieron para salvar instituciones financieras. Y este fue el primer intercambio extremadamente grande y exitoso de Knapp. Casi se podría decir que ese intercambio definió su carrera. Consideraba que, con lo bajos que estaban los precios del mercado, tarde o temprano el gobierno tendría que intervenir y rescatarlos. Entonces, puso todo su dinero, que en ese momento eran un par de millones de dólares, en esta apuesta de que el gobierno intervendría y los precios volverían a subir. Y su cálculo de los tiempos fue absolutamente perfecto. Hizo una operación un viernes, y para el lunes el gobierno de Estados Unidos anunció su gran plan.
Proponemos que el gobierno federal arriesgue hasta $700.000 millones de los contribuyentes para comprar los activos problemáticos que están obstruyendo el sistema financiero.
Y en el transcurso de esa semana, los precios en Estados Unidos llegaron a aumentar un 19%. Knapp había logrado aprovechar el momento por completo y pasó de tener $2 millones a que se convirtieran en 15 millones. Y ahí es cuando comienza a ser exitoso. Hay un aspecto que podría considerarse uno de los más llamativos de Navinder, y es que no gastaba el dinero que ganaba, y desde un principio, decidió no contar a sus amigos y familiares sobre el dinero. No quería que lo vieran como un fanfarrón, ni tampoco que lo trataran de manera diferente. Así que en lugar de gastar el dinero o contárselo a otras personas, se lo guardó y dejó que los dólares crecieran en su cuenta de pérdidas y ganancias.
I was in the back with the bailers. You was doing fake with the fibers. You was getting run down by the dippers. We were the ones with the tippers. You can't go to the ends. Me, I'm there in my slippers.
Uno pensaría que Navinder probablemente estaría encantado con la cantidad de dinero que estaba ganando, su posición y lo exitoso que era, pero había algo que lo frustraba y molestaba bastante. Y era la llegada a los mercados de este tipo de nueva generación de participantes, que se conocen como operadores de alta frecuencia.
¿Qué es la negociación de alta frecuencia?
La negociación de alta frecuencia es el punto al que han evolucionado los mercados. Las personas han escrito en computadoras reglas que normalmente serían ejecutadas por el cerebro de un ser humano, por lo que logran operar a frecuencias muy altas y a alta velocidad porque las computadoras y las líneas de comunicación se lo permiten.
Compran acciones justo antes que los demás y luego las revenden con un pequeño aumento, por lo que obtienen una pequeña ganancia.
Entonces, lo que está sucediendo es una especie de estafa. A la gente le están revendiendo acciones en el mercado.
En realidad, lo que le interesaba a Nav no era la igualdad de los mercados. Lo que a él más le frustraba era la forma en que sus ganancias y su capacidad para ganar dinero se estaban viendo afectadas por estos robots.
Mira, ya hemos realizado aproximadamente 21 millones de operaciones. Y ni siquiera han pasado 3 minutos.
Por lo que en 2009 o 2010, Navinder toma una especie de decisión profética. Decide que va a construir su propio robot y lo usará para luchar contra las empresas de HFT. Básicamente, estaba planeando manipular el mercado. Después de lo que supongo fueron algunos problemas iniciales, su robot comienza a funcionar increíblemente bien. Desde su dormitorio, tenía la posibilidad de influir en el segundo mercado de futuros más grande del mundo. Gracias a eso, en la semana anterior al flash crash, Navinder era capaz de ganar $500,000 en un solo día. Un día llegó a ganar $400,000. Al día siguiente ganó $800,000. Y tengamos en cuenta que vivía en Hounslow. La casa de sus padres apenas valía $300,000. Y él estaba ganando 3 veces esa cantidad todos los días.
Bienvenidos a Street Science en este jueves. Es una tarde importante ya que las acciones aceleran su caída.
El 6 de mayo de 2010 fue un día extremadamente volátil.
Las personas temen que el Banco Central Europeo y los banqueros hayan perdido el control de la situación.
En los mercados financieros, hay un índice conocido como el índice de miedo, que se utiliza para monitorear la volatilidad. Y en esa mañana, las acciones ya habían subido un 30%, por lo que Navinder comenzó a utilizar su máquina con el propósito de aumentar la cantidad de órdenes de venta en un mercado ya en caída y muy volátil. Imagínate un surfista de olas grandes que de repente mira y ve una gran ola aparecer. Para él sería un gran sueño. Nav se sentía de la misma forma. Logró aprovechar una condición que solo se da una vez al año. Enciende su computadora a las 9:30 de la mañana y comienza a enviar estas órdenes de venta al mercado mediante el uso de su algoritmo. Por la tarde, Navinder logra llegar a un punto en el que está haciendo órdenes por alrededor de $200 millones y está teniendo un gran éxito. Exactamente a la 1:40 p.m. No está claro por qué. Probablemente su mamá lo haya llamado para cenar ya que eran las 7 de la noche en Londres, pero Nav decide apagar la computadora. Hizo un gran trabajo y ganó $950,000.
Es un desastre.
Exactamente un minuto después de eso, el mercado comienza a caer a un ritmo y a una velocidad impresionantes, como nunca antes.
Los operadores dicen que es el día más loco que han visto.
Y mientras el mercado se desploma, Navinder es básicamente un espectador. Y de esta manera ocurre este evento muy dramático al que posteriormente se lo denomina flash crash.
El flash crash, que borró $1 billón del valor de las empresas estadounidenses en 5 minutos, fue la mayor caída repentina registrada antes de que los mercados se recuperaran.
Esta semana, los funcionarios se reunirán con ejecutivos de la Bolsa de Nueva York y de Nasdaq, para ver si el hecho de que las diferentes bolsas tengan diferentes reglas jugó un papel en la caída en picada del jueves.
A continuación, en los meses que siguieron, se procedió a realizar una investigación a fondo de todo lo sucedido ese día. Averiguar quiénes eran las personas que estaban operando y tratar de descifrar lo que en ese momento era un gran misterio. Unos meses más tarde, los reguladores de Estados Unidos toman la decisión de publicar un informe en el que dejan asentado en gran detalle todo lo ocurrido. En este informe de 100 páginas no se hace ninguna referencia a la manipulación, y ciertamente no se menciona a un chico operando desde su habitación en Hounslow. Como podrás imaginar, Navinder no tenía idea de estas investigaciones en los Estados Unidos, y después del flash crash llegó a volverse incluso más exitoso. Para ese momento, la bolsa y los reguladores comienzan a sospechar de sus movimientos, ya que notan que está cancelando muchas órdenes. Como ya se conoce, la bolsa llegó hasta enviarle una carta. En esta le pedían explicaciones sobre lo que había estado haciendo, y él les dice que le besen el trasero. Sin embargo, al final no serían los reguladores los que atraparían a Nav, sino que sería alguien más como él, otro negociador intradía que en lugar de operar desde su habitación lo hacía en una pequeña empresa en Chicago. Cuando estaba probando su propio software, esta persona notó de repente que el día del flash crash había unos cuantos bloques extraños de órdenes que entraban y luego salían del mercado. El negociador decidió denunciar lo que había descubierto, y la información llegó hasta la CFTC. Para ese momento, la CFTC llevaba varios años siendo la comisión reguladora de los mercados agrícolas. Para una persona, ser capaz de entender y poder analizar lo que sucede en los mercados financieros a un nivel tan detallado es increíblemente complicado. Y en ese momento, había unas pocas personas en la CFTC que tenían esa experiencia. Una de ellas era Jessica Harris.
¿Podría llamar a un representante? No. Lo que descubrimos cuando revisamos los conjuntos de datos pertenecientes a la actividad de NAB fue que él realizaba esos pedidos y luego los modificaba varias veces. En algunos casos llegaba a modificarlas cientos o hasta miles de veces y luego se aseguraba de cancelarlas. Así él no se veía afectado.
Los fiscales estadounidenses dicen que Navinder Sarao estaba involucrado en operaciones comerciales ilegales. Dicen que estaba haciendo algo llamado encubrimiento de suplantación por capas.
Explicado de una forma sencilla, lo que hacen los operadores es llenar el mercado de órdenes por cierto valor, con la intención de luego cancelarlas. Eso produce que el precio de ese valor se impulse artificialmente al alza o a la baja.
Después de pasado aproximadamente un año, la CFTC comenzó a sentirse confiada de que realmente había identificado una manipulación y de que era una manipulación a gran escala. Entonces, en ese momento, deciden que involucrarán al Departamento de Justicia. Esas son las personas que pueden meterte preso. Son quienes pueden decidir citarte. Realmente, no quieres que esas personas toquen a tu puerta. Finalmente, en febrero de 2015, un juez emite una orden de arresto para Nab, y en ese momento, su destino ya estaba sellado, solo que él aún no lo sabía. El día del arresto, por la mañana, media docena de oficiales de la policía, 2 fiscales del Departamento de Justicia de Estados Unidos y 2 agentes del FBI, acudieron a un McDonald's que Nab conocía increíblemente bien, ya que esa sucursal en particular quedaba cerca de su casa. Las autoridades se reunieron allí para poder discutir sobre cómo llevarían a cabo el arresto de este genio criminal. Al día siguiente, apenas amaneció, avanzaron sigilosamente por las calles de Hounslow hasta llegar a la dirección. En la planta alta, aún en la cama, se encontraba Navinder. Llamaron a la puerta, y el padre de Nab fue a abrirles. Pegó un grito hacia arriba. Y de repente, ven bajar con total tranquilidad a un tipo que vestía pantalones deportivos y una camiseta. Tenía el pelo algo revuelto y en su cara se veía una expresión de confusión total. En el momento en el que lo están sacando de la casa esposado, se dirige a uno de los oficiales y le dice, disculpa, ¿podría subir un minuto? Hay un partido de fútbol en la tele que quiero grabar. Y el oficial le dice, lo siento, pero no creo que vayas a poder verlo pronto. Y efectivamente, no volvió a su casa por 4 meses.
Para la gente del barrio esta noticia es difícil de creer. Este es solo un barrio de clase trabajadora.
Disculpe, señor, ¿la familia desea hacer algún comentario?
La verdad es que estoy muy sorprendido, he vivido aquí toda mi vida y conozco a muchos de los vecinos, y todos nos llevamos bien.
Es una familia muy agradable. Su papá hace mucho tiempo que no se viene sintiendo bien.
Mucha gente en los mercados, y particularmente personas similares a él, que eran negociadores intradía, que se encontraban en las afueras, casi idolatraban a este tipo que había logrado hacer una fortuna de la nada, y que había encontrado una forma de luchar contra un sistema en el que principalmente las empresas con más financiamiento y conexiones son las que realmente logran tener éxito. Y para tipos como ellos, era casi imposible tener rentabilidad.
Ryan Chilcott se reunió con el ex jefe del presunto operador del Flash Crash, Navinder Singh Sarao.
Puede ir en una de dos direcciones. Por ejemplo, supongamos que de alguna manera pudiera demostrarse que Navinder es inocente de las acusaciones. En ese caso pasaría a convertirse en un negociador superestrella a nivel mundial.
El negociador británico acusado de ayudar a causar el Flash Crash de 2010 pasó la noche en la cárcel.
Le cayeron con todo. Había 22 cargos penales en su contra. Entre todos, llegaban a sumar un total de 380 años de prisión. Teniendo en cuenta la cantidad de dinero que Nav había ganado, el juez fijó una fianza de 5 millones de libras. Con los millones de libras que Nav había ganado, debería haber sido un monto bastante fácil de conseguir.
Lo que no está claro es cuánto dinero ganó. Si es un gran negociador, supongo que probablemente tenga 7,5 millones en algún lado.
Sí. Todos se hacen la misma pregunta, porque se le otorgó la libertad condicional bajo fianza. Pero parece que no ha podido pagarla, por lo que todavía está en la cárcel.
Sus abogados comenzaron a ponerse en contacto con los asesores de inversión que habían tomado el dinero de Nav a lo largo de los años, pero de repente ya no respondían. Y lamentablemente, con el tiempo se volvía cada vez más claro que muy posiblemente todo el dinero que Nav había ahorrado y todas las ganancias que había obtenido a lo largo de su exitosa carrera como negociador no estuvieran en tan buenas manos.
¿Lo estafaron por $50 millones?
Sí, Mark, eso parece. Es una de esas historias que parecen demasiado descabelladas para ser ciertas. Parece que todas las personas que le ofrecieron una buena tasa de rendimiento, algunos de los lugares en los que puso su dinero y le ofrecieron rendimientos sin riesgos, ninguno aparece. Y él realmente depositó toda su confianza en ellos. La realidad es que por un lado, Nav es un negociador brillante, pero por el otro lado, es una persona ingenua, que nunca ha trabajado en un banco. No tiene experiencia comercial alguna y, por así decirlo, ha sido engañado por estos tipos. La mayor parte de su dinero se la había confiado a un empresario llamado Jesús, quien se hizo cargo, se disculpó y dijo que lo había perdido todo, pero que se lo devolvería cuando pudiera. Y al final, el juez decidió reducir la fianza, por lo que sus padres tuvieron que poner el valor de la casa y fue liberado.
El negociador británico, acusado de ayudar a causar el Flash Crash de mayo de 2010, se encuentra en libertad bajo fianza de más de 7 millones de dólares.
El juez en el Reino Unido decidió que Navinder debería ser extraditado a los Estados Unidos para ser juzgado. Entonces se ocupó su abogado, que solía trabajar como fiscal en el Departamento de Justicia. Este voló a Washington e intentó llegar a un acuerdo. Pidió hablar con los fiscales y les dijo que si querían podrían ir a juicio, pero que correrían el riesgo de perderlo, y que Navinder era muy vulnerable por lo que tal vez el jurado sentiría lástima por él, así que les propuso un acuerdo.
Pasamos de verlo como un tipo que creíamos que era parte de un banco, o tal vez de una HFT, según su actividad comercial, su tamaño y el dinero que estaba ganando, a verlo como alguien que resultó ser simplemente un negociador de préstamos, o un negociador individual que operaba desde su casa y no gastaba dinero. Y hubo algo difícil. Lo que realmente nos costó llegar a comprender fue qué lo motivaba.
El Departamento de Justicia consideró la propuesta y terminó por aceptarla, y se declaró culpable. Para cuando finalmente llegó el momento de que Nav fuera condenado, las autoridades estadounidenses ya tenían una percepción de él completamente diferente. Por un lado, les fue de gran ayuda. Les abrió los ojos a cómo se realiza el abuso del mercado, y los ayudó en varios casos. Fue verdaderamente un testigo de gran utilidad. De todos modos, más allá de eso, Navinder realmente estaba muy lejos de ser el típico criminal financiero y codicioso al que estaban acostumbrados a ver en estos casos. Para entonces, ya le habían diagnosticado síndrome de Asperger, lo que de alguna manera sirvió como explicación de muchas de sus acciones, como la forma en que trataba a las autoridades. Por lo que las autoridades estadounidenses tuvieron todo eso en cuenta y le escribieron una nota al juez en la que básicamente decían que ya había sufrido suficiente castigo y que además Nav les había sido de gran ayuda. Recomendaron que lo dejaran en libertad de inmediato, ya que había cumplido su condena. Y es realmente notable que el gobierno de los Estados Unidos llegue a decir algo así.
Considero que fue realmente importante que el gobierno tuviera todo en cuenta. Como por ejemplo, el hecho de que Navinder básicamente ya había perdido todo su dinero. Por lo que a mí, personalmente, me parece que se tomó la decisión correcta.
Finalmente, el juez toma la decisión de condenar a Nav a 1 año de arresto domiciliario. Fue una historia con un final redondo, porque su casa fue donde se metió en problemas en primer lugar. Y como siempre, la sincronización de Nav fue impecable, porque debido a la pandemia, a los pocos meses ya todos estábamos en cuarentena. Rastreé muy de cerca las finanzas de Nav y a lo largo de su carrera como negociador, ganó alrededor de $70 millones. Me gustaría decir que el giro inesperado de la historia es que Nav se guardó unos cuantos millones y que, cuando todo esto pase, se irá a vivir a una isla desierta. Pero me temo que, tras haberlo analizado muy de cerca, no creo que sea así. Nav no tiene donde caerse muerto y no creo que eso haya hecho mucha diferencia en su vida. Todavía pasea en su bicicleta por Hounslow. Juega al fútbol con sus amigos una vez por semana. Y todavía come el sándwich de pescado de McDonald's. A Nav nunca le importó el dinero, por lo que su vida casi no ha cambiado.
Como resultado de las mentiras y engaños que continuaron durante 8 años, los prestamistas transfirieron casi $400 millones en préstamos a ANI durante ese periodo, ¿correcto?
Así es, ese es el número.
Una reconocida empresaria fue acusada de participar en un esquema de fraude.
La acusada es una líder del sector empresarial de San Diego. Se trata de Gina Champion Kane.
Hoy la líder local de negocios, Gina Champion Kane, fue condenada a 15 años de prisión.
Gina Champion Kane era muy conocida dentro del sector de bienes raíces de San Diego. Quienes se dedicaban a alquiler, marketing, promoción y administración de propiedades la conocían. Gina tenía mucha personalidad, era carismática, atractiva y extrovertida. Y en un mundo que en muchos aspectos era machista, ella encajaba sin problemas. Le gustaban los deportes, disfrutaba de tomar algo en un bar, amaba jugar al póker y fumar puros, y también le encantaba ir a Las Vegas.
Era una persona muy amable y no cabía duda alguna de que tenía mucho conocimiento en el área inmobiliaria. Era una luchadora y tenía lo necesario para dedicarse a ese sector.
¿Por qué no frenó? ¿Cómo pudo seguir adelante sabiendo que estaba engañando a la gente? ¿En verdad creía que podría devolverles el dinero? Gina me trataba como si fuera su hija o su sobrina. Por eso fue tan decepcionante ver que alguien a quien apreciaba y respetaba hiciera algo así.
Si bien San Diego es conocida por su hermoso clima, también ha sido hogar de muchos escándalos financieros. A principios de los 70, el alcalde y gran parte del ayuntamiento fueron acusados de fijar los precios de los taxis. En la misma década, un empresario local llamado Conrad Smith, conocido como el Señor San Diego, presidió la que fue la mayor quiebra bancaria en la historia. Desde los 90, la ciudad estaba subfinanciando las pensiones y utilizando el dinero restante para subsidiar proyectos como un nuevo parque de béisbol en el centro. Y también se utilizó para ayudar a financiar la Convención Nacional Republicana de 1996.
Nuestros corazones y mentes republicanos están realmente agradecidos con la tan hospitalaria ciudad de San Diego.
De hecho, debido al mal manejo de las pensiones, San Diego se ganó un nuevo apodo, la Enron del Mar. Este es el mundo de rápido desarrollo céntrico en el que Gina construyó su carrera inmobiliaria.
San Diego es el punto más atractivo para la inversión y la especulación en la costa del Pacífico.
Recuerdo que llegué a San Diego a mediados de los 80. En esa época San Diego todavía era una ciudad militar relativamente pequeña. Si bien ya había algunas personas con renombre, en ese momento era muy fácil hacerse conocido ya que la industria de bienes raíces era pequeña. No había muchos inversores institucionales. Gina sabía dónde debía estar para relacionarse con las personas que necesitaba. Si mal no recuerdo, la conocí poco después de llegar a la ciudad a fines de la década de los 80. En esa época ella estaba haciendo algunos trabajos de asesoría sobre proyectos inmobiliarios en Gaslamp Quarter. El Gaslamp Quarter en sí había sido designado como un distrito histórico nacional. Así que se hablaba mucho al respecto, y aún quedaban algunos negocios que no se querían en esa área. Como por ejemplo tiendas eróticas y tiendas de tatuajes. Pero nunca coincidimos en ningún trabajo ni trato. Solo teníamos una relación amigable socialmente.
Gina fundó su propia empresa, que se llamaba American National Investments, cuyo nombre considero que sugiere algo sobre su ambición. Luego de la recesión, comenzó a dedicarse a la industria hotelera y ANI creció rápidamente. La empresa pasó de tener tan solo unos pocos empleados en 2011 y 2012 a tener cientos en 2015 y 2016. Ella tenía una oficina arriba de un club nocturno en el centro de San Diego, en el que en ese entonces era un barrio semicéntrico, llamado Gaslamp. Gina usó esa ubicación como carta de presentación durante muchos años, para sugerir su estatus como una importante promotora inmobiliaria de la ciudad. Desde ahí comenzó a aparecer en listas como la de 50 personas prometedoras y la de líderes jóvenes de Fortune, hasta salió en la portada de la revista San Diego Pets. En el 2003, la revista San Diego Magazine publicó una edición con el título ¿Quién es dueño del centro? Y en la portada estaba Gina Champion Kane, parada junto a un hombre mucho mayor, llamado Bud Fisher.
Mi socio Bud Fisher llevaba años activo en el negocio inmobiliario, desde mediados de los 70. Y finalmente recibió su merecido reconocimiento en esa edición de la revista San Diego Magazine. Sin embargo, justo a su lado estaba Gina Champion, en su mayor época de relaciones públicas, compartiendo portada con Bud en el tablero de Monopoly. En ese momento no estaba al tanto de que Gina tuviera algún inmueble.
En esa época Gina tenía como mucho algunas pequeñas participaciones en propiedades no muy grandes ubicadas en el centro de la ciudad. Sin embargo, para aquellas personas que justo leyeran esa edición de la revista San Diego Magazine, parecía que ella realmente era una figura importante en bienes raíces del centro.
Pero lo que me molestaba no era esto del sector inmobiliario, porque más allá de la portada, esta sí era su área de experiencia. Lo que sí no me gustó fue cuando comenzó a expandirse a otras industrias y a poner sus restaurantes y negocios auxiliares patio.
Ven a visitar el restaurante Patio en Goldfinch, a unos minutos del centro de San Diego. Te sentirás como en casa.
Mi restaurante es una representación de la atmósfera que experimentarías si vinieras a mi casa a comer.
Recuerdo que hablé sobre esto con varios allegados y personas con las que trabajaba, y ninguno podía entender cómo hacía Gina para mantener semejante imperio de restaurantes. Por lo que esa fue una duda que siempre tuve. Y debo admitir que me daba la sensación de que algún día me iba a despertar y algún diario por fin iba a publicar una noticia que lo explicara.
Gina tomó la decisión de cambiar el enfoque de promoción de bienes raíces corporativos para centrarse más en la industria hotelera. Al mismo tiempo también decidió entrar en el mercado de alquileres turísticos a corto plazo. Para eso compró varias mansiones con vista a la playa, ubicadas en el barrio Mission Beach de San Diego, y las remodeló para alquilarlas como una especie de Airbnb que permitía mascotas.
Podrías haber contratado a alguien para gestionar el negocio. Lo que me pregunto es por qué decidiste hacerte cargo tú de un negocio en otra industria que implica estar atenta a una gran cantidad de detalles.
Jim, tú y yo nos conocemos desde hace mucho tiempo, y sabes que tengo un pequeño problema. Y es que me gusta tener el control de las cosas y me cuesta delegar mi trabajo.
También abrió algunas tiendas de moda, una de las cuales estaba en Mission Beach, y se llamaban LabSurf.
Conocí a Gina en mi primera semana aquí. Comencé a trabajar en la tienda de inmediato. Era encargada y compradora. Creo que la conocí un día que ella vino a la tienda mientras yo estaba trabajando. Y mi primera impresión fue que era increíble. Era una persona tan amable y carismática. Me sentía muy cómoda con ella. Debo admitir que siempre me pareció un poco extraña la forma en que funcionaban esas inversiones, porque no entendía cómo alguien podía ofrecer ese porcentaje de ganancia. Pero confié en ella porque tenía la confianza de muchas personas muy respetadas y de alto rango. Se suponía que cada 6 meses obtendrías una ganancia del 15%. Cuando confirmabas que querías participar del plan de inversión, te daban un pagaré en el que se detallaba el monto que estabas invirtiendo y aclaraba que si decidías extraer el dinero en algún momento se te devolvería la suma total. Yo había heredado algo de dinero, así que me pareció una buena oportunidad para invertir. Invertí $20,000, y lamentablemente lo hice apenas un poco antes de que se descubriera la estafa, así que nunca pude retirar la inversión.
La realidad es que los negocios de Gina, en general, tendían a generar más pérdidas que ganancias. Por ejemplo, Gina tenía un asistente, que es lógico, pero al parecer en algún momento su asistente pudo contratar a un asistente propio. Y luego esa persona, la que asistía al asistente de Gina, obtuvo 2 asistentes más. Y para muchos empleados de la empresa no estaba del todo claro cuál era la función de esas personas. En el proceso de abrir su primer restaurante, Gina aprendió cómo funcionan las licencias para vender alcohol en California. Estas licencias pueden llegar a ser muy caras y en algunos casos hasta pueden costar cientos de miles de dólares. A muchas personas que quieren abrir un restaurante o que ya son dueñas de uno, podría costarles conseguir tanto dinero en poco tiempo. Y es por eso que a Gina se le ocurrió la idea de crear un servicio para hacer préstamos a corto plazo con altos intereses a personas que necesitaran depositar esos fondos en cuentas de garantía. Gina se contactó con un amigo suyo llamado Kim Peterson, quien también era un inversor y promotor inmobiliario de renombre en San Diego, y le comentó en detalle sobre la gran idea que se le había ocurrido. Inicialmente Peterson se unió como inversionista y le parecía que los préstamos que estaba haciendo funcionaban como esperaba y que efectivamente su inversión estaba dejando ganancias, por lo que le propuso a Gina asumir un papel más activo, el de atraer a inversores adicionales. Y a partir de ahí la plataforma despegó, porque Peterson logró interesar a varios inversores institucionales, bancos, fondos de cobertura, entre otros, por lo que la cantidad de capital de la plataforma de Gina aumentó considerablemente. Una gran cantidad de capital provino de inversores institucionales, en particular de un fondo de cobertura con sede en Austin llamado Ovation y también del Bank of California. El problema con esta premisa es que en realidad la Junta de Licencias de Bebidas Alcohólicas solo exige que se deposite el 5 o el 10% por adelantado. Solo se debe pagar la totalidad del monto una vez que se adquiere la licencia completa o cuando se completa la compra del restaurante que tiene la licencia, por lo que no hay una gran demanda de préstamos a corto plazo con altos intereses para cubrir estos costos de garantías. De hecho, hasta donde sabemos, nunca se realizaron préstamos a través de esta plataforma. Se cree que por la cuenta pasaron un poco menos de $400 millones. Los inversores iniciales sí obtuvieron ganancias.
No se trataba tanto de no ir a la cárcel. Creo que continué para seguir generándoles mucho dinero a las personas. Y así fue.
A principios de 2019, un promotor inmobiliario y de fondo de capital privado muy grande estaba considerando invertir alrededor de $100 millones en el fondo. Pero antes de hacer una inversión tan grande, decidió buscar el asesoramiento de un experto, por lo que contrató a un tipo llamado Michael Brewer, que es uno de los principales expertos en licencias de alcohol de California, para que le diseñara un proceso de debida diligencia. Y a lo largo de esa debida diligencia, Brewer y su cliente llegaron a la conclusión de que el programa de préstamos de Gina en realidad no estaba financiando ninguna garantía de licencia de bebidas alcohólicas, y que la explicación más probable de su éxito era que fuera un esquema de Ponzi.
De repente recibimos un correo electrónico del Departamento de Recursos Humanos. No recuerdo las palabras exactas, pero nos dijeron algo como que había salido una historia sobre Gina y que la SEC ya estaba investigando el caso. Y nos pidieron que por favor no habláramos con la prensa.
La Comisión de Valores y Bolsa afirma que la empresa ANI estafó a decenas de inversionistas minoristas por cientos de millones de dólares.
Yo estaba segura de que debía ser un malentendido. No creía que eso pudiera estar pasando. Pensaba que tendría ese trabajo para siempre. Realmente amaba esa empresa, por lo que estaba en negación. No quería creer que eso fuera cierto. No podía entender que alguien a quien yo quería y respetaba pudiera hacerle algo así a personas que supuestamente quiere.
Creo que en parte el fondo tuvo éxito por la buena reputación de Gina en la comunidad empresarial de San Diego. Y en parte también fue por la buena reputación de Kim Peterson, ya que era muy respetado. Se lo consideraba un tipo honesto y un inversor muy cuidadoso. Gina tenía relaciones muy cercanas con algunos empleados de Chicago Title, que era la empresa encargada de supervisar las cuentas de depósito de garantía de ella, y en parte mantuvo esas relaciones haciéndoles muy buenos regalos.
He regalado boletos para ver béisbol, también boletos para suites de los Chargers, cuando los Chargers todavía estaban en San Diego. También teníamos palcos corporativos en el Petco Park. He regalado muchas botellas de alcohol, champaña, joyas, hasta dinero en efectivo. Y mucha comida gratis en mis restaurantes.
Hay un mensaje de Gina a 2 empleados de Chicago que fue citado en varias demandas. En él les dice que si alguien llama preguntando por las cuentas de depósito y las licencias de alcohol, que solo le digan que les muestre el dinero. Me gustaría enfatizar que muchos de los inversores confiaban más en Chicago Title, o al menos eso es lo que dirían ahora, que en Gina Champion Kane. Chicago Title es una de las compañías de seguros de títulos más grandes del país. Como custodia de los depósitos de garantía, Chicago Title no debía permitir el ingreso ni la salida de dinero de ninguna cuenta, salvo para el propósito especificado por el titular. En retrospectiva, el esquema Ponzi de Gina podría haber sido bastante fácil de descubrir, ya que hubiera bastado con tan solo hacer unas llamadas a las personas que se suponía que estaban financiando sus cuentas de depósito de garantía con el fondo de Gina, para descubrir que era todo una gran mentira. Si piensas en los estafadores más grandes de la historia, lo más probable es que se te vengan a la mente nombres de hombres, como Bernie Madoff. Pero se cree que Gina es la estafadora de Ponzi femenina más prolífica de la historia. Una gran cantidad del capital provino de inversores institucionales, pero también invirtieron muchos conocidos personales de Gina.
Ese mismo día me envió un mensaje de texto preguntándome si quería ir a su casa. Dijo que quería explicarme todo lo que había pasado. Accedí porque quería escuchar lo que tenía para decir, ya que yo aún no conocía toda la historia. Cuando llegué me pidió que me sentara. Tomamos un poco de vino y me contó la historia desde que comenzó hasta que la atraparon. Me dijo que al principio todo era legítimo, pero que tener tanto dinero en sus manos la hacía sentir una especie de adrenalina y disfrutaba mucho de poder contratar gente y construir su imperio, pero terminó dejándose llevar y se le fue de las manos. Me prometió que me iba a devolver todo el dinero. También me prometió una participación en un documental de Netflix sobre el caso. Y yo pensaba en cómo creía ella que iba a conseguir un contrato con Netflix, si iba a estar en prisión.
Gina llevaba un estilo de vida muy alto, por lo que se sabe tenía una propiedad en Carmel, California. Y creo que tenía otra en la ciudad de Palm Desert. También era dueña de una hermosa casa en Mission Hills, pero parece que la mayor parte del dinero se destinó a los negocios.
Realmente creí que podría sacar algunas de estas empresas a bolsa y devolverles a todo su dinero. No digo que lo que estaba haciendo fuera correcto, porque no lo era.
Como te imaginarás, todos los negocios de Gina entraron en quiebra y se fueron liquidando de a poco. Si bien algunos pudieron venderse, otros tuvieron que dividirse para poder ser vendidos en varias partes.
Sigo sin poder creer que Gina haya podido mantener la farsa por tanto tiempo, pero lo que más siento al respecto es decepción. No puedo explicar la gran desilusión que me causó ver que alguien a quien amaba y admiraba tanto fuera capaz de hacer algo así, y me cuesta mucho no proyectar estas inseguridades en otras personas y no pensar que todas son mentirosas y me van a engañar. Cuando volví a postularme para conseguir empleo, me costó mucho trabajo poder confiar en los posibles empleadores. No podía evitar cuestionar a cada empresa que me entrevistaba y preguntarles de dónde sacaban su dinero, o cómo operaban el negocio.
Por lo que sabemos, el Departamento de Justicia está investigando a varios ex empleados de Chicago Title. También hay una serie de demandas civiles en curso contra Chicago Title. Gina se declaró culpable y la condenaron a 15 años de prisión federal. Se encuentra en una institución de seguridad mínima en el norte de California llamada FCI Dublín.
Actualmente estoy viviendo mi vida como una buena prisionera aquí en la cárcel de Dublín. Me dedico a dar clases, siempre brindo asesoría a quienes la necesitan y soy un miembro muy activo de esta comunidad.
¿Cómo se crea el dinero? ¿De dónde proviene? ¿Quién se beneficia? ¿Qué es un sistema monetario y qué tipo de dinero hay detrás? Durante siglos el funcionamiento del sistema monetario ha permanecido oculto a la vista de la población. Aún así, su impacto a nivel nacional e internacional es incomparable. Porque es el sistema monetario el que proporciona las bases para la dominación internacional y el control nacional. Hoy, debido a que estas bases están siendo sacudidas por la crisis, la necesidad de hablar abierta y francamente sobre el sistema monetario nunca ha sido más grande. Es como un cáncer. Si uno espera y espera creyendo que esto va a pasar, encontrará que esto solo va a crecer al igual que un cáncer y va a ser demasiado tarde. Lo que le diría a la gente es que se prepare. No es un momento para confiar en el gobierno o que el gobierno va a arreglar las cosas. No es el gobierno el que controla el mundo, es Goldman Sachs. Estamos al borde de una tormenta perfecta. En la oposición hay intereses corruptos en las altas esferas del poder, para quienes no hay motivos para renunciar a los privilegios que sienten son justos y merecidos. Tienen un plan de reforma de sanidad, de reforma para la policía, tienen un plan para reducir el déficit. No. Orden, desorden, orden. Confía en el gobierno. Cálmense e intenten comportarse como adultos, y si no pueden controlarse, salgan de la cámara. Lo arreglaremos sin ustedes. Comedor social para el sector bancario. No es una coincidencia que los auges y caídas se convirtieran en un problema cíclico alrededor del siglo XVII, cuando William Paterson fundó el Banco de Inglaterra. A los ojos de la población este comportamiento es intolerable. No, no es gracioso. Solo para ustedes es gracioso. No es para nada gracioso, es vergonzoso. Una solución, revolución. El sistema es inherentemente inestable debido al poder internacional que se otorga a los actores dominantes, porque se plantean la idea de cómo conseguir algo a cambio de nada. Un análisis estadístico ha mostrado que cada vez que un imperio se acerca a su final, su moneda se devalúa. No hay ninguna guía de cómo funciona este sistema. Por ejemplo, un investigador de la BBC, que trabajaba en un documental de Robert Peston, fue al Banco de Inglaterra y dijo, ¿pueden darme una guía de cómo se crea el dinero? Le dijeron simplemente, no. Este documental investiga y explica este sistema siempre cambiante y el impacto que tiene a nivel nacional e internacional. Deuda al 97%. ¿Cómo se crea el dinero? Billetes y monedas. En 2010, el dinero total en circulación de Inglaterra ascendía a 2,15 millones de libras esterlinas. El 2,6% era dinero en efectivo y el resto, 97,4%, era dinero de la banca comercial. El 3% del dinero se crea en el Banco Central, y con ese dinero, si se crea un billete de 10 libras, se podría vender a los bancos para introducirlo en un cajero automático, y tendrían que reembolsarlo o comprarlo por 10 libras. Ese dinero no tiene ningún interés y se añade al erario, y es una forma de recaudación de fondos para el gobierno. Se denomina señoreaje. Señoreaje, Ganancia obtenida por un gobierno mediante la emisión de moneda, la diferencia entre el valor nominal de billetes y monedas y sus costes de producción. Cuando el Banco de Inglaterra crea un billete de 10 libras que le cuesta imprimir 3 o 4 peñiques y lo vende a los grandes bancos por su valor nominal, es decir, 10 libras, y la ganancia, la diferencia entre la impresión del billete y venderlo por 10 libras, va directamente al tesoro. Así que toda la ganancia que obtenemos al crear el efectivo va al tesoro y reduce lo que tenemos que pagar de impuestos. En los últimos 10 años se ha recaudado unos 18,000 millones de libras. En 1948, billetes y monedas constituían el 17% de la oferta monetaria total. Esto fue un factor que facilitó financiar la reconstrucción de posguerra. Esto incluyó la creación del Sistema Nacional de Salud. En solo 600 años, billetes y monedas se redujeron a menos de un 3%. Antes de 1840, los bancos privados creaban los billetes y el gobierno no se beneficiaba de su creación. En la época preindustrial coexistían múltiples formas de dinero. El ascenso del dinero fiduciario, patrocinado por el gobierno, es un fenómeno bastante nuevo. En 1840 no había ninguna ley que impidiera que los bancos crearan sus propios billetes, así que solían emitir vales como un tipo de indicador de lo que se tenía en la cuenta bancaria. En lugar de tomar las pesadas monedas en el banco para ir a pagar con ellas, uno podía conseguir su vale con el valor del dinero que se tenía en el banco y entregárselo a alguien quien lo usaba para ir por las pesadas monedas al banco. Con el tiempo, estos vales se volvieron tan buenos como el dinero mismo. El uso de los vales se popularizó para evitarse la recogida de dinero real en el banco. Y obviamente, tan pronto como los bancos se dieron cuenta de que lo que estaban creando se había convertido en la forma dominante de dinero en la economía, se dieron cuenta de que creando más podrían generar ganancias. Con solo imprimir nuevos billetes y prestarlos, obtenían el interés adicional. Y así lo hicieron hasta la década de 1840, cuando se les fue la mano causando inflación y desestabilizando la economía. Entonces, en 1844, el gobierno conservador de Robert Peel aprobó una ley que les quitó el poder de crear dinero bancario y se lo entregó al Estado. Así que desde entonces el Banco de Inglaterra ha sido el único organismo autorizado a crear billetes. Desde entonces todo se ha vuelto digital, y lo que ahora utilizamos como dinero son los números digitales que los bancos comerciales pueden crear de la nada. El problema fue que no incluyeron en esas legislaciones los depósitos a la vista guardados en bancos por individuos o formas electrónicas de dinero. Hoy en día la mayor parte del dinero en circulación es dinero electrónico. Son los depósitos a la vista bancarios que están en nuestras cuentas. De alguna manera la legislación tiene que ponerse al día con la evolución del dinero electrónico y la manera como los bancos funcionan realmente. El dinero en cuentas bancarias se conoce como depósito a la vista. Es un término de contabilidad que los bancos usan cuando crean crédito. El banco emplea el mismo método que cuando concede préstamos. El dinero en una cuenta es una notación contable. Dinero bancario. La realidad es que actualmente la mayor parte del dinero no es de papel y de monedas, sino digitales. Son solamente números en un sistema informático. Es tu tarjeta Visa. Tu tarjeta de crédito es este plástico. Son números en un sistema informático que pasan de un ordenador a otro. Todo está almacenado en una gran base de datos y ese dinero es lo que utilizamos para pagar. Es lo que utilizamos para mover la economía. Creo que mucha gente en el Reino Unido piensa probablemente que el gobierno o el Banco Central tiene el control de la mayor cantidad de dinero en circulación y emite el dinero nuevo. Pero eso no es así. Los bancos privados son los que crean la mayor parte del dinero en circulación y también deciden cómo se reparte. La terminología oficial para esta notación contable es dinero bancario. Cuando los bancos conceden préstamos al público, crean nuevo dinero. Cuando un cliente paga un préstamo, se destruye el dinero bancario. El banco se queda con un interés como ganancia. Hay un montón de ideas erróneas sobre el funcionamiento de los bancos. Hubo una encuesta realizada por el Centro Cobden en la que se le preguntó a la gente cómo creía que funcionaban los bancos. Cerca del 30% creía que cuando se depositaba el dinero en la cuenta permanecía ahí protegido. Es como el caso de todos los niños que tienen una alcancía donde guardan el dinero. Cuando ocurre algo malo se rompe, se coge el dinero y se gasta. Se sigue creyendo que guardar el dinero en el banco es algo seguro para proteger el dinero, porque estará ahí siempre que se necesite. El otro 600% asume que cuando se deposita el dinero se traspasa a quien lo esté solicitando. Así un pensionista ahorra toda la vida y luego presta este ahorro a jóvenes que quieran comprar una casa. En realidad los bancos no funcionan así. Básicamente es un truco contable. Los bancos crean dinero, no lo prestan. Cuando un banco concede lo que conocemos como préstamo, simula que el dinero sea depositado. Tiene que inventar la responsabilidad. Así es como se crea el dinero en circulación. Profesor Richard Werner. Ahora la creación y el control del dinero en Inglaterra están en manos de los bancos privados. Cerca del 97 al 98% del dinero que se crea se puede llamar dinero de deuda, bancario. Cuando los bancos emiten dinero para circulación en forma de préstamos, es un hecho poco comprendido. No es una teoría conspirativa, es la manera como el Banco de Inglaterra describe el proceso. Cuando los bancos hacen préstamos, crean dinero nuevo. El papel más grande en la creación de dinero es realizado por el sector bancario. Cuando los bancos hacen préstamos, crean depósitos adicionales para aquellos que han pedido prestado el dinero. Paul Tucker, subdirector del Banco de Inglaterra. Unos pocos economistas comprenden cómo funciona el sistema monetario. Pero si alguno no entiende cómo funciona el dinero y creen que todos los ahorros van a salvar la economía, están equivocados. Lo que realmente sucede es que si todo el mundo comienza a ahorrar cantidades de dinero, la economía se encoge y tenemos una recesión. La mayoría de los economistas no tienen esa idea clara, no comprenden los elementos del sistema. Se basan en suposiciones, en conocimientos que han adquirido, sin entrar en los detalles, y el dinero es el centro de la economía. Si uno no entiende de dónde proviene, quién lo crea y cuándo se crea, entonces, ¿cómo entender la economía entera? La mayor parte del dinero que usamos no es efectivo, sino dinero electrónico. Entonces, quien lo crea es quien obtiene los beneficios de crear ese dinero, ya que crearlo es mucho más rentable que crear dinero físico, debido a que no tiene costos de producción. Así que mientras se obtuvieron 18,000 millones de libras de ganancias en la creación de efectivo en lo largo de la década, los bancos han creado 1,200 billones de libras. Entre 1998 y 2007, el dinero en circulación en Inglaterra se triplicó. Los bancos crearon 1,200 miles de millones de libras, mientras que el erario se hizo con 18 billones. Cuando alguien lo dice o cuando la organización Positive Money lo dice, mucha gente cree que somos locos. Pero el 9 de marzo de 2009, el director de la Reserva Federal, Ben Bernanke, dio la primera entrevista televisada jamás dada por un director del Banco Central de Estados Unidos. El día antes de haber rescatado a la AIG, que es una compañía de seguros, ni siquiera un banco realmente, por una suma aproximada a 160,000 millones de dólares. Por lo que el periodista le dice, señor Bernanke, ¿de dónde sacaste 160,000 millones para rescatar a la AIG? Están gastando el dinero de los impuestos. No es de los impuestos. Los bancos tienen cuentas con la Reserva Federal. De igual manera que uno tiene cuentas en un banco comercial, así que para prestar a un banco simplemente utilizamos el ordenador para marcar el tamaño de la cuenta con la Reserva Federal. Los bancos crean dinero nuevo cada vez que otorgan crédito, compran activos existentes o hacen pagos por cuenta propia, que es en su mayoría la expansión de sus activos. Cuando un banco compra títulos como bonos corporativos o del Estado, los añade a sus activos y aumenta los depósitos de la empresa por el importe correspondiente. El dinero de la banca comercial entra en circulación cuando la gente gasta el crédito que le han concedido los bancos. En 2009, cerca de las elecciones generales, yendo de puerta en puerta, fue cuando empezamos a explicar cómo funciona el sistema monetario. Existe casi un rechazo inmediato de la gente por aceptar que esta situación puede existir realmente. No, no puede ser. ¿Qué quieres decir? No, los bancos no pueden crear dinero de la nada. Es absurdo. No pueden hacerlo. No pueden prestar el dinero del depositante. La gente tiene una idea general de cómo es el dinero. Están acostumbrados a su manera de tratar con él. Y tratan de extrapolar esa idea de economía doméstica hacia la economía nacional. Esto no funciona así. En 2008, la cartera de créditos por pagar de crédito bancario creado, también llamado dinero bancario, se sitúa en más de 2 billones. En 1982, el índice de billetes y monedas en depósitos bancarios fue de 1 a 12. En 2010, el índice se incrementó hasta 1 a 37. Por cada libra que se creaba en el Tesoro Público, los bancos creaban 37 libras. En los 10 años anteriores a la crisis de 2007, el dinero de la banca comercial de Inglaterra creció anualmente entre un 7 y un 10%. Una cifra de crecimiento del 7% equivaldría a doblar el dinero en circulación cada 10 años. La cantidad de dinero que se está creando de la nada es asombrosa. 1.200 billones en los últimos 10 años. Ese dinero se distribuye en función de las prioridades del sector bancario, no de las de la sociedad. El propio sector bancario creció de 2,5 billones de dólares en los 80 a 40 billones gracias a los activos. En los 80, los activos bancarios mundiales valían 20 veces más que la economía mundial. En 2006, de acuerdo con la Unión Europea, valían 75 veces más. Como muestra el siguiente cuadro, el total de activos bancarios de Inglaterra, como porcentaje del PIB, se mantuvieron estables entre un 50 o 60% hasta finales de los años 60. Más tarde cayeron en picada. El dinero que se hace actualmente no es para producir nada. Es simplemente una forma de especulación. Hacer dinero del dinero, sin duda, es la forma más rentable y la mayor actividad económica que existe actualmente en el mundo. Hoy los bancos ya no están restringidos por cuánto pueden prestar, ni cuánto crédito nuevo puedan crear de la nada. Ellos están restringidos únicamente por su propia voluntad de prestar. Existe un problema. Bueno, dos problemas. A la hora de permitir que los bancos creen dinero. El primero es el hecho de que lo hagan cuando hacen préstamos garantizando que todos tengamos que prestarles nuestro dinero. Para tener una buena y creciente economía, el gobierno debe establecer estrategias para garantizar el constante aumento de la deuda. El único modo de que el gobierno pueda crear más poder adquisitivo es creando más deuda. El segundo gran problema es de permitir a los bancos crear dinero, es que tienen el incentivo de crear siempre más. Crean más dinero si emiten un préstamo, reciben bonos, comisiones e incentivos para prestar tanto como sea posible. Hay que desarrollar una cultura comercial. ¿Qué han hecho? Reclutar a Andy Hornby, un chico increíblemente encantador de Asda, para hacer de los bancos un supermercado de barrio. Si confías en los banqueros para que controlen el dinero en circulación, crecerá y crecerá hasta que el nivel de deuda sea tan alto que estalle y la gente no pueda devolverlo. Se oye a los políticos y periodistas decir, hemos vivido por encima de nuestras posibilidades. Nos hemos vuelto dependientes de la deuda. Tenemos que controlar nuestros gastos y vivir modestamente. En el sistema actual eso no es posible. La razón por la que tenemos esta deuda no es porque hayan estado haciendo préstamos. No hemos cogido prestado todo el dinero que los pensionistas han estado ahorrando toda su vida. El dinero en el sistema actual es deuda. Se crea cuando los bancos hacen préstamos. La única manera de tener algo de dinero para llevar a cabo operaciones sería si todos pudieran pedir prestado a los bancos. Es justamente lo contrario de lo que dice el Partido Conservador, que considera que primero hay que ahorrar para poder mejorar la sanidad. Es por los economistas que han confundido tanto los términos de la política monetaria como el pensamiento económico, y por la gente que sigue con esa mentalidad anticuada, creyendo que se necesita ahorrar para poder invertir, por lo que tenemos el lío en el que estamos hoy. Ahora, una de las razones por las que nos resulta difícil comprender el sistema bancario y la creación de crédito es que salimos de la escuela sin dinero. Vamos y obtenemos un trabajo como aprendiz de plomero. Trabajamos muy duro todo el mes y al final del mes alguien pone dinero en nuestro banco. Así que para todos nosotros la lógica es, se trabaja, se obtiene dinero y se ahorra. En realidad, uno nunca habría tenido ese trabajo si el crédito no se hubiera creado en primera instancia. Es una concepción errónea muy importante de la que la gente no tiene la culpa. Los economistas no entienden esto. El dinero no surge de la actividad económica. Mucha gente asume que si se tiene negocios y la gente hace cosas, de alguna manera el dinero surge del proceso. Cultivar, vender y producir cosas, que de alguna manera el dinero surge solo. No es así. Es como echarle aceite al coche. Hay que introducirlo. Cuando veo a David Cameron hablando de cómo necesitamos una economía no basada en la deuda, sino que necesitamos una economía basada en el ahorro, no sabe lo que está diciendo, es ridículo. Es totalmente absurdo y ahí se ve su completa falta de comprensión de cómo funciona realmente nuestro sistema monetario. Lo que está diciendo esencialmente es que necesitamos una economía sin dinero. Si todo el mundo ahorrara, habría una desesperación masiva de dinero, que es la declaración del banco de una deuda incobrable. La gente no paga su deuda y ese dinero desaparece. Pero si la gente no tomara deudas, entonces sería una broma. Es una forma básica de entender cómo funciona nuestra economía, el sistema monetario y la creación de dinero. Me río viendo de lo que la gente dice, repiten lo que han aprendido unos de otros. Me pone nervioso cuando alguien dice, si necesitamos más reglamentos, hay que regular los bancos y sus bonificaciones. Todo está poco definido. Para hacerlo es necesario examinar el sistema monetario, la forma en la que se crea el dinero. Si no queremos deudas, estamos diciendo esencialmente que no queremos dinero y que queremos una economía sin dinero, con la excepción del 3% creado libre de deudas.
And if we don't want any debt, then we're essentially saying we don't want any money and we want a moneyless economy with the exception of the 3% that's created debt-free.
Es una paradoja en el sistema actual. Si nosotros como público nos endeudamos más, se pone más dinero en la economía y vamos a tener un boom. Cuando esto ocurre, es más fácil conceder préstamos, por lo que la deuda es aún mayor. Y este ciclo continúa. Se vuelve más y más fácil endeudarse, provocando que algunas personas tienen tantas deudas contraídas que no pueden ni hacerlas ni pagar sus hipotecas. Eso se dio por primera vez en las hipotecas americanas, provocando una oleada de impagos que afectó a los bancos. Los bancos se declararon insolventes, dejaron de conceder préstamos y se produjo una crisis financiera debido a que con el boom concedieron demasiados préstamos, dejaron de hacerlo y provocaron una recesión aún peor. La gente perdió su trabajo, haciendo que dependiera aún más de la deuda. Tenemos un sistema en el que necesitamos préstamos para tener una economía. Tenemos que estar en deuda con los bancos para que así se obtengan beneficios. Es el ciclo de auge y crisis. Y lo he dicho antes, señor vicepresidente, no retornemos a los auges y a las caídas. El crédito bancario neto debe aumentar siempre. Pagamos intereses por cada libra, incluso si uno piensa que el dinero le pertenece. Alguien en algún lugar está pagando intereses por ese dinero. El sistema bancario tiene un impacto enorme en el mundo, pero solo porque provee la oferta monetaria de la nación. Tenemos que protegerlos, subvencionarlos, permitirles continuar, porque el colapso de un banco nos afecta a todos de una manera enorme. Quien diga que no deberíamos haber rescatado a los bancos no entiende bien la naturaleza de nuestro sistema monetario. Es como tirar una gran parte de nuestro dinero. También rescatar los bancos perpetúa un sistema que nunca va a funcionar de todos modos. Hagamos lo que hagamos, siempre vamos a tener este ciclo hasta que separemos la creación del dinero y las actividades de la banca. Entonces los bancos podrían hacer lo que quisieran. Serían un negocio normal como todos los demás. Hay otro gran problema. Existen los bancos privados que buscan beneficios y que crean hasta 200,000 millones de libras al año. Lo inyectan en la economía de forma que puedan obtener beneficios. Lo invierten en activos tóxicos, como en la burbuja inmobiliaria, haciendo la vivienda más cara. En 2007 se introdujeron 200,000 millones de libras creadas de la nada. Y de hecho, donde este se usa determina la forma de nuestra economía. Si vamos a permitir que alguien cree el dinero de la nada, por lo menos deberíamos tener cierto control democrático sobre el uso de ese dinero. O sea, preferiríamos usar ese dinero en el sistema de salud, o para abordar algunos de los problemas ambientales, o para reducir la pobreza. O preferiríamos usarlo para encarecer las casas, para que nadie pueda permitirse el lujo de vivir en una casa. Esto se puede ver como un supersubsidio para los bancos, o el derecho de crear dinero que debería ser para el beneficio público, usado a través de un proceso democrático. Moneda de reserva del Banco Central. También hay otra forma de dinero que es efectivamente una versión electrónica del efectivo, y es un tipo de dinero que los bancos comerciales utilizan para hacerse los pagos entre sí. Los grandes bancos no quieren llegar a grandes cantidades de dinero porque es peligroso, incómodo y caro. Se tienen que contratar guardias de seguridad para ese tipo de dinero. Así que lo que hacen es pagarse entre sí con una versión electrónica del dinero, en efectivo, que en este sector se conoce como reservas del Banco Central. Mantienen este dinero electrónico en cuentas en el Banco de Inglaterra. Pero los miembros del público no pueden acceder a este dinero electrónico. No pueden tener una cuenta en el Banco de Inglaterra. Lo que hacen es vender este dinero del Banco Central a los bancos. Y lo hacen creándolo de la nada. Y utilizan este dinero para pagar bonos comprados a los grandes bancos. Así que un gran banco vendrá con un bono, que es de hecho deuda del gobierno, y se lo dará al Banco de Inglaterra. Y este a su vez escribirá algunos números nuevos en la cuenta de ese banco. De hecho, están creando reservas del Banco Central de la nada. El Banco de Inglaterra crea reservas del Banco Central aumentando el crédito disponible en la cuenta del banco liquidador con el Banco de Inglaterra. A cambio, el banco liquidador emite bonos o vende activos como garantía de las reservas. Un total de 46 bancos tienen cuentas de reserva central con el Banco de Inglaterra. Los bancos más pequeños o extranjeros tienen cuentas con uno de estos bancos para aceptar o hacer pagos en libras. Antes de marzo del 2009, el Banco Central se ponía en contacto con los grandes bancos liquidadores para saber cuántas reservas necesitaban. Los bancos intercambiaban un bono por la moneda y acordaban la recompra del bono por un determinado valor en un término especificado. Los bancos recibirían intereses de tipo básico u oficial por las reservas que tuvieran en el Banco Central. Desde la crisis, las reservas centrales de los bancos liquidadores se han desplomado drásticamente. Importancia de las reservas del Banco Central. Cuando un cliente realiza una transferencia de su cuenta a otra persona, se produce un proceso llamado liquidez intradía. La cantidad de la moneda de reserva central con que el banco A cuenta en el Banco de Inglaterra se reduce por la cantidad correspondiente que recibe el banco B. Esta es la importancia de la moneda para los bancos. Antes de la crisis del crédito, si a un banco le faltaba reservas centrales en el Banco de Inglaterra para cumplir con sus obligaciones, tenían que prestar reservas de otros bancos. Solo la moneda de reserva del Banco Central se mueve. El dinero bancario es simplemente deducido y añadido. Si se vende algo por eBay, se sabe que el trato no está completo hasta que se ingresa algo de dinero en la cuenta. La mayoría de la gente quiere ver el dinero en su cuenta antes de cerrar el trato. Los bancos actúan de la misma manera, pero quieren ver el dinero en su cuenta del Banco de Inglaterra para considerar cerrado el trato. Por ejemplo, si vas a comprarle una casa a alguien que tiene un banco diferente y después de haber pagado $250,000 por esa casa, le dice a su banco que transfiera el dinero al banco del vendedor de la casa, y ese dinero se transfiere de hecho entre las cuentas en el Banco de Inglaterra. Cuando ese dinero se ha transferido, los bancos consideran que el pago se ha efectuado. Realmente no comercian con el tipo de dinero que tenemos en nuestras cuentas. Comercian con ese dinero especial que solo puede ser usado en el Banco Central.
We have in our accounts. They deal in this special money that can only be used at the central bank.
Hay millones de personas que transfieren dinero utilizando algunos de los bancos más importantes del país. Estos llevan un registro en sus ordenadores y por lo general, al acabar el día, esas transacciones se anulan. Los 5 principales bancos como Barclays o Santander poseen más del 85% de todos los depósitos. Al haber un número limitado de bancos en el sistema, el dinero de la Reserva Central solo puede circular en un circuito cerrado. Ese dinero circula todo el tiempo por el sistema, y si se piensa bien, una moneda de 1 libra se podría utilizar para hacer 1,000 millones de libras en pagos, si circulara 1,000 millones de veces. Ese es el sistema que tenemos ahora, un pequeño fondo de dinero real que circula por el sistema y se utiliza para hacer una gran cantidad de pagos a nuestro nombre. Justo antes de la crisis hubo solo 20,000 millones en las cuentas del Banco Central. Si no tienen suficiente cantidad de dinero del Banco Central, entonces no pueden hacer pagos, y si eso ocurre, todo el sistema se traba rápidamente. Así que el Banco de Inglaterra es responsable de asegurarse de que hay suficiente dinero en el sistema. Los requisitos para que los bancos puedan tener cierta cantidad de reservas han cambiado muchas veces desde 1947. En esa época, los bancos debían tener una cantidad mínima del 32% de reservas, efectivo o bonos del tesoro. En 2006 se instauró el sistema corredor, por el que los bancos podían fijar sus propias metas de reservar cada mes. Las reglas cambiaron de nuevo en marzo de 2009, cuando el Banco de Inglaterra introdujo la flexibilización cuantitativa. Esta da a los bancos liquidadores la moneda central sin costo. La moneda de la Reserva Central hace referencia al modelo de reserva fraccional y permite que los bancos puedan tener tanto cuanto quieran. El dinero de la Reserva Central es en sí mismo un dinero fiduciario que no está respaldado. Como consecuencia, la reserva fraccional ya no tiene sentido. Una breve historia del dinero. Si echamos un vistazo a 150 años atrás, vemos que el desarrollo del patrón oro comienza a entrar en acción entre los años 80 y 90 del siglo XIX. Por él, los países ajustaron a determinados valores para después llegar a un acuerdo y fijar, mantener y comerciar con los valores de ese oro, asegurándose de que existiera un equilibrio. Intentaron también restringir, expandir y reducir la actividad de sus propias economías para asegurarse de que ese equilibrio de precios se mantenía. Después de la Primera Guerra Mundial se desintegró. Es aquí donde todo se derrumba, donde se produce un gran cambio en el sistema monetario internacional, que no se resolvió hasta que llegaron los acuerdos de Bretton Woods, tras la Segunda Guerra Mundial, donde todo, incluyendo el oro, se vinculó al dólar. Así que estamos desligados un poco de la reserva de oro, diciendo que hay un tipo de dinero aparte del papel moneda y el físico que todos utilizamos. Después de Hiroshima, Tokio se preguntó, aunque no por mucho tiempo, cuándo caería la siguiente bomba atómica. En 1944, en Bretton Woods, Estados Unidos e Inglaterra empezaron a negociar con controlar la economía y el sistema monetario mundial. Crearon el Banco Mundial y el FMI y otras instituciones para gestionar el dinero mundial, atendiendo al patrón oro, que estaba ligado al dólar. Todo el oro mundial se trasladó de Londres a Fort Knox, y todas las monedas del mundo estaban ligadas al dólar. Este sistema se diseñó para controlar desequilibrios económicos y evitar la contracción de créditos. Para algunos países, esta concentración se conoce como déficit de la balanza comercial y ocurre cuando no pueden pagar las facturas y su moneda se colapsa. La moneda y el sistema eran estables siempre que los americanos lo supervisaron. ¿Alguien sabe cómo acaba esa historia? Con el dinero que se financió la guerra de Vietnam. Junto con la crisis del petróleo, esto demostró que los americanos no estaban controlando el acuerdo del sistema monetario. Estuvieron incrementando el valor de su moneda, que debía de estar ligada al patrón oro y a las demás monedas. ¿Y qué hicieron los franceses? Estaban preocupados de que Nixon no estuviera siendo del todo sincero. Estaban preocupados porque Nixon estaba imprimiendo dinero cuando no debería. Al pensar que posiblemente no hubiera suficiente oro para la tasa de cambio del franco francés, enviaron una lancha al puerto de Nueva York para pedir cortésmente que les devolvieran su oro. ¿Consiguieron su oro? Vamos a adivinarlo. No. Y el sistema Bretton Woods se acabó. Fue en ese momento en el que entramos en la nueva era financiera. Dinero fiduciario, forma de intercambio basada en la confianza de que el emisor no asegura reembolsar el dinero. Antes, la creación de moneda estaba ligada a la mercancía, como oro, pero hoy en día no está ligada a nada. Por tanto, no hay nada que proteja nuestro dinero. Este billete no es más que un trozo de papel. ¿A dónde nos lleva esto? Si el dinero no se basa en nada, ¿por qué creemos que tiene algún valor? ¿Perdón? Porque aún podemos ir a cambiarlo. ¿Cómo? Alguien iba a hablar. ¿De qué palabra latina viene crédito? De creencia, correcto. Creeré, igual a creer. Desde la caída del patrón oro del dólar en 1971 y la desregulación del sistema financiero, la creación de dinero ha crecido exponencialmente. El Foro Económico Mundial, que se reúne en Davos, ha apelado a la necesidad de incrementar el crédito de la economía mundial a 100 billones de dólares americanos.
To be expanded by $100 trillion, $100 trillion US dollars. trillion is 12 noughts, so 100 trillion.
Un billón son 12 ceros. Así que si quieres imaginarte 100 billones, es un 1 seguido de 14 ceros. ¿Creen que esta expansión de crédito creará un boom porque ahora hay más dinero en la economía con el que hacer inversiones? Es increíble cómo ha cambiado todo con la aparición del dinero digital. Ha permitido que los bancos tengan la libertad total de crear y dominar el sistema monetario en su beneficio y en el de los bancos privados. Crecimiento e inflación. Si se quiere una economía creciente en la situación actual, hay que tener una deuda creciente. Esto es algo que muy poca gente entiende, sobre todo los políticos que gestionan la economía, lo que es alarmante. Producto Interior Bruto, el valor del mercado de todos los bienes y servicios finales producidos en un país en un periodo determinado. Al aumentar la oferta monetaria se dispone de más capital para invertir en vías productivas, aunque también puede usarse para apostar y subir el precio de los activos. Un aumento de la oferta monetaria es probable aumento relativo en la actividad económica. Los efectos de una expansión rápida del crédito. La inflación es un aumento de los niveles generales en los precios de los bienes y servicios de una economía durante un periodo de tiempo. Cuando el precio general sube, cada unidad monetaria compra menos bienes y servicios. Al crecer la oferta de dinero y al haber más disponible, se dispone de más dinero para invertir, pudiendo dar lugar a un crecimiento, pero también hay dinero disponible para la compra de bienes y especulación, lo cual produce inflación. La inflación ocurre cuando una gran cantidad de dinero se intenta adquirir pocos bienes y servicios. Esto provoca que haya demasiado dinero para un producto de la economía. En los 7 años entre 2000 y el 2007, la oferta de dinero se duplicó y el Banco de Inglaterra creía que por aquel entonces que todo estaba bajo control, porque decían que los precios no estaban subiendo tanto. Por supuesto, ellos miraban a los precios de la tienda local de la esquina y no a los de la vivienda, ya que es ahí donde la gente invierte grandes cantidades. Muchos países occidentales subvencionan fuertemente la producción agrícola, lo que tiene el efecto de mantener los precios y la inflación baja. El aumento de precios de la vivienda puede hacerte sentir que te vuelves más rico, pero mientras tu riqueza aumenta, el efecto es que disminuye la riqueza de tus hijos. De hecho, no hay ningún aumento neto de la riqueza porque tus hijos van a tener que pagar más cuando quieran comprar una casa. Así que, en efecto, no hay un aumento neto. Tendrán que ganar aún más y endeudarse más. Así, los crecientes precios de la vivienda no crean valor neto adicional del PIB en la economía. En realidad se redistribuye la riqueza hacia los que ya tienen casas, es decir, la gente más rica, y se la quita a los pobres, que no pueden subirse en la escalera de la vivienda. Así que permitir que los precios de la vivienda se inflen es otro ejemplo de políticas muy regresivas. Hace sentir a la gente que las cosas van bien y que gastan dinero en otras cosas. Les quita el patrimonio neto a sus casas, pero no está creando nuevos puestos de trabajo. No mejora la calidad de la economía. No ayuda a nuestra balanza de pagos o déficit público. Es un juego que suma cero. En agosto de 2011, el 85,5% de los préstamos bancarios realizados se invirtieron en viviendas. Si alguien está creando un dinero que solo puede gastar en una cosa, en este caso, la vivienda, ese precio va a subir. Entre 2000 y 2010 se creó más de 1 billón de libras de dinero nuevo, y justo 3 años antes de la crisis se crearon 500,000 millones de libras. Ese es el motivo por el que los precios de la vivienda subieron tanto. Fue una excusa para inyectar ese dinero en el mercado. Si el dinero se invierte en la economía, una parte irá, por ejemplo, a las hipotecas y provocará un aumento del dinero en la economía. Pero no un crecimiento en la actividad de ese producto, en el PIB. Es un gasto no basado en el PIB. Eso es lo que causa la inflación. En Inglaterra, este gran boom inmobiliario ha durado mucho tiempo. En mi opinión, la principal causa fue la enorme cantidad de crédito especulativo creado por los bancos para invertir en este sector. Si las casas fueran más baratas, sería más fácil construirlas. Se construirían más. Habría menos casas grandes donde apenas personas. Londres no sería el centro de un gran exceso especulativo, donde los más ricos del mundo quisieran tener propiedades por ser un gran activo. Las casas serían vistas como lugares para vivir, sobre todo en vez de lugares para invertir. Lo importante es pensar que si eres un banco y tienes que hacer un préstamo, existen diferentes opciones. Se puede darle ese préstamo a un negocio pequeño y que se abra el riesgo de que ese préstamo falle o incumpla es bastante alto, debido a que las pequeñas empresas, los dueños de estas, tienen responsabilidad limitada, lo que significa que si ese negocio quiebra, el banco no obtendrá prácticamente nada. Así que esa es la clase de alto riesgo comparado con prestar su dinero a alguien que tiene algunas garantías, con una casa detrás como hipoteca. Hay un incentivo para que los bancos prefieran poner dinero en vivienda y no en negocios pequeños. Ahora, es un verdadero problema si se extiende por toda una economía, porque significa que hay un incentivo para ingresar dinero en inversiones especulativas y no productivas. Repito, tenemos que pensar en cómo creamos un sistema monetario que sea más equilibrado entre esos dos tipos de inversión especulativa y productiva. El gobierno está mostrando gran renuncia en regular el mercado de la vivienda y también regular la cantidad de dinero que los bancos ponen en casas. No decidimos quién crea el crédito. Dejamos que un par de tipos en un banco lo decidan. Una breve historia de burbujas. Las burbujas ocurren cuando hay un gran aumento en el precio de un bien o servicio durante un corto periodo de tiempo. La primera burbuja fue la de los tulipanes de 1637. La importancia que tuvieron los tulipanes nos muestra la primera burbuja financiera y su colapso. La moda de los tulipanes negros, era un ideal mítico de lo que alguien podría conseguir con la ingeniería genética tras muchas generaciones. Se volvió una manía en Holanda en los años 30 del siglo XVII. Lo que no sabían era que muchos de los raros tipos de bulbos de tulipanes no habían sido alterados genéticamente, sino causados por un virus. Pero ellos los comerciaron hasta el punto en que los tulipanes costaban 10 veces el salario anual promedio de un trabajador. Vieron por tanto que había un futuro en el negocio de los bulbos, porque una vez que los plantaban, no sabías qué iba a salir. Ya vemos hace 400 años que los sistemas monetarios financieros no son un ente abstracto, sino que están relacionados con el gobierno, el poder, el comercio y cómo se relacionan entre sí. A diferencia de los tulipanes, que son un lujo desechable, las casas son a la vez un lujo y una necesidad. Y como tal, son un conductor ideal para crear dinero de burbujas. Una vivienda es tal vez la posesión más preciada a la que una persona aspira. Inflar los precios de la vivienda permite a una nación ampliar su oferta monetaria sin afectar los índices de inflación. El poder de compra adicional aumenta la riqueza percibida en relación con otras naciones y así crea un poder relativo. Es una forma de aumentar el poder monetario sin invertir en el crecimiento productivo de la industria. Si tomamos como ejemplo a Inglaterra y Estados Unidos, vemos que son países con altos índices de viviendas en propiedad, por lo que son una buena base para intentar aplicar esta política. Creo que en el caso de Estados Unidos se hizo de forma bastante deliberada, casi explícita, ya que Alan Greenspan, como jefe de la Reserva Federal, tras enfrentarse a la caída de la bolsa a finales de los 90, recortó las tasas de interés casi a cero. Todos podemos acceder fácilmente a préstamos, en particular si tenemos una casa, puesto que es un activo y es algo de lo que el banco puede decir: bien, tienes una casa, así que en caso de que no puedas devolver el préstamo, te lo prestaremos. No te van a decir esto cuando te concedan la hipoteca, pero pueden hacerlo. Esa burbuja será la que alimente la expansión, como en Estados Unidos e Inglaterra, donde se producirá algo similar durante la próxima década. Creo que es un reflejo de una debilidad subyacente de estos gobiernos, que carecen sobre todo de la voluntad y posible de la capacidad. Pero creo que es más la falta de voluntad para desafiar a los mercados financieros, para desafiar el gran capital y decir que ahora se va a hacer de manera diferente y se va a tener que aceptar, porque hemos sido elegidos democráticamente. Tú, en cambio, no. Tenemos un mandato para ello y vamos a lograrlo. Recuerda que todo es parte del plan. ¿De qué te quejas? Votaste por esto. Lo que tuvo Holanda durante el periodo en el que intentó independizarse de España, reuniendo dinero para una armada, fue la innovación financiera. Creó loterías públicas para obtener dinero. Tenían contribuciones públicas. Esta idea llevó a la creación de las acciones públicas, que son parte de acciones en las que cualquiera puede invertir. Eso significó que 2/3 más o menos de la población estaba invirtiendo en bulbos de tulipán en los años 60 del siglo XVII. Tras la independencia, estas acciones se emplearon para financiar la expansión. ¿Cómo un país tan pequeño fue capaz de aguantar ante otros mucho más grandes como España y Portugal, que tenían grandes beneficios de sus imperios con respecto a los Países Bajos? ¿Por qué podían competir? ¿Sobre la base de cuáles recursos? Tenían un sistema financiero más eficiente, más evolucionado, más amplio. Con la innovación de estos instrumentos se pudo canalizar más dinero y más rápido que cualquiera en otro momento dado. Increíble, pero cierto. ¿Cómo evitar la inflación? La inflación se puede evitar si se regula el dinero que entra en la economía de manera que no supere la actividad que esté realizando la economía actual. En mi opinión, la mejor manera de hacerlo es asegurarse que el dinero que entra en la economía se utilice solo para inversiones, bienes y servicios productivos. De esta forma, el dinero que se utilizaría para ayudar a abrir pequeños negocios, lo que crearía trabajos y poder adquisitivo adicional, evitando así la inflación. A lo largo de la historia, casi todos los bancos centrales han empleado formas de regulación directa del crédito. El Banco Central determinaba el crecimiento del PIB deseado y luego calculaba la cantidad necesaria de crédito nuevo para lograrlo. Luego asignaba este crédito nuevo tanto a los distintos bancos, tipos de bancos y sectores industriales. El crédito improductivo se suprimía. Era difícil o imposible obtener dinero bancario a gran escala, operaciones puramente especulativas como la actual financiación a gran escala a los fondos de cobertura. En 1993, el Banco Mundial demostró que esta forma de asignación crediticia era el eje principal del milagro económico de Asia Oriental. Los diferentes gobiernos han hecho todo tipo de cosas en el pasado con mucho éxito, en varios casos y a menudo sin éxito en este país. Pero los ejemplos que vienen a la mente, como Corea del Sur, Japón, donde los gobiernos han sido puestos en la mira para equilibrar la economía, seleccionando sectores y decidiendo dónde se debe invertir. Creo que esto debería empezar a suceder en Inglaterra, porque estamos en una recesión por el lado de la demanda, en vez de estar mirando la crisis de suministro. Debes tener un sistema donde el crédito se ponga en vías productivas en la construcción de enlaces ferroviarios de alta velocidad, en la construcción de viviendas, en lugar de dar a la gente dinero para inflar el precio de las casas. Así que en realidad es muy simple. El sistema actual está hecho para no hacerlo. La creación de dinero por los bancos privados para uso no productivo provoca una inflación real, y es un impuesto sobre el poder adquisitivo del medio de pago. Disminución en el nivel de vida. Las cifras en Inglaterra son bastante alarmantes. La media de ingresos reales ha disminuido en los últimos 8 años. Ahora están en un fuerte declive a medida que estamos en la recesión, el más agudo desde los años 30, por lo que los ingresos reales están disminuyendo. La moneda fiduciaria creada por la banca permite a los bancos privados succionar la riqueza de la economía que provoca una disminución gradual del nivel de vida. A medida que la gente se empobrece, se vuelve más dependiente de deudas. Y esto en un momento cuando la eficiencia y la mecanización han mejorado drásticamente. Si se vuelven los años 60, y es lo que se espera, vislumbramos una edad de ocio. Los programas de televisión se preguntaban, ¿qué va a hacer la gente con su tiempo libre? Y ahora tenemos más gente trabajando más que nunca, gastando más que nunca, lo que parece genial. Todo el mundo gasta más. Pero si uno se beneficia de lo que gasta, pero si tiene que gastar el dinero en el cuidado de niños, en los costes de desplazamiento y demás, costes que la gente no tenía que pagar en el pasado porque podía caminar al trabajo, y un miembro de la familia podía quedarse en casa cuidándola permanentemente, entonces no está mejor. Hoy en día todos estamos bajo una presión enorme. Soy consciente de que mis 4 sobrinos se enfrentan a tiempos difíciles. Van a tener que trabajar muy duro, solo para tener un techo sobre sus cabezas. La gente es cada vez más pobre en términos reales. Los precios siempre están subiendo, porque los bancos están inyectando en el sistema todo este nuevo dinero anormal. Y lo están creando todo como deuda. Así que al mismo tiempo que los precios suben, las cosas son cada vez más caras. Nos endeudamos más y más. Nuestra riqueza y el pago por nuestro trabajo es cada vez menor. Uno no puede ocuparse de la pobreza cuando se tiene un sistema financiero y monetario que distribuyen el dinero de los pobres a los muy ricos. Cualquier distribución que se intente hacer en la dirección opuesta es como orinar en el viento. Si nos fijamos en temas como la creciente desigualdad, una evidente forma de abordarla es tener, por ejemplo, un sistema de redistribución fiscal. Se cobran impuestos a los ricos y se da algo de dinero a los pobres. Se envía un poco de dinero a los peldaños de abajo. Todo eso está muy bien. Pero si se pasa por alto el hecho de que existe otro sistema redistributivo que quita dinero a los pobres para dárselo a los ricos, entonces no se va a hacer nada enfrente a la desigualdad. Y la forma en que funciona un sistema monetario basado en deudas garantiza que por cada libra de dinero hay una libra de deuda. Ellos terminan con la deuda y pagando intereses que vuelven a la banca y se distribuyen a la gente que trabaja en la ciudad o en Wall Street. Lo que este sistema hace en general es distribuir el dinero de los pobres a los ricos. Distribuye el dinero de las regiones más pobres del Reino Unido hacia la ciudad de Londres y también distribuye el dinero de todas las pequeñas empresas, de todas las pequeñas fábricas del Reino Unido y al sector financiero. Contamos con un sistema en el que la misma entidad que es responsable del suministro se beneficia de conectar a los prestatarios con los prestamistas, es decir, un banco. Así pues, un banco crea la oferta monetaria de nuestro país, además de conceder préstamos con fines de lucro. El gobierno no puede permitir el fracaso del sistema bancario porque si lo hiciera, más del 97% de todo el dinero desaparecería. Por eso, en caso de crisis, el riesgo se transfiere al contribuyente. Pero incluso en tiempos normales, los bancos reciben numerosas garantías y beneficios más allá del derecho de crear dinero. Bill, por cierto, sé que el Banco de América es muy grande. Resulta que tengo $32 ahí, entre nosotros. ¿Qué garantía tengo de que este dinero está seguro? Bueno, todos los depósitos de hasta $10,000 están asegurados por el gobierno federal de Washington. Esa es mi garantía. Sí, señor. ¿Has oído que el gobierno federal está endeudado por unos 280,000 millones de dólares? Los bancos reciben grandes garantías del gobierno. El contribuyente garantiza 85,000 libras como seguro de depósito. El Banco de Inglaterra ofrece un seguro de liquidez en caso de que un banco se quede sin moneda de reserva. Alguien escribió que un gran banco de inversión es como un calamar vampiro gigante que se apega a la humanidad, hipnotizando a los políticos que dan dinero a los bancos, sin restricciones, sin importar el daño, destrozando el planeta, forzando recortes a las cosas que hacen la vida mejor. Adiós escuelas, parques, empleos. Los banqueros rescatados se otorgaron bonos más altos que la primera ola de recortes del gasto público. Inglaterra dio a los bancos más dinero de lo que costó poner a un hombre en la luna 6 veces. ¿A dónde fue nuestro dinero? ¿Quién dejó que los bancos lo pudieran hacer? ¿Por qué? ¿Pueden ser útiles los calamares vampiro? Ningún gobierno es lo suficientemente valiente para domesticarlos. Quizás necesiten un plan. Recuperar nuestros bancos. Cada vez más deuda. El programa de recortes del gasto es un intento por cambiar la deuda de su cuenta a la del público. Es la respuesta del gobierno a los rescates bancarios y es necesario en un sistema monetario basado en la deuda, donde el mayor poder adquisitivo resulta de una deuda creciente y donde una diversificación de la deuda proporciona estabilidad y confianza. El aumento de las tasas universitarias y la privatización de los servicios públicos activos e industriales siguen el mismo modelo. El problema es que existe esta transferencia de la deuda pública a la privada, que es básicamente transferir el riesgo del gobierno y de las sociedades anónimas a los individuos más vulnerables.
Jesse Livermore made $1.8 billion off a single trade.
You ever wonder what it would feel like to make $1 million off of one trade? As a young trader, I dreamed of it, and the truth led me here. Since you want a taste of my trading secrets, I'll show you my trading journey and my dog pain.
It's the dawn of a new world order. As America exits the Civil War, it's on track to becoming an industrial giant and birthing America's most powerful day trader. But a war between two American tycoons is shaking the very foundation of the country and potentially collapsing the entire economy. Leading the attack is Edward Henry Harriman. Harriman is an infamous stock market speculator. His skills managed to get him control of the Union Pacific Railroad. As railroads lead America's economic boom, Harriman plans to monopolize the entire industry. To realize his ambition, Harriman teams up with the cunning banker Jacob Schiff. Schiff leads investment bank Kuhn, Loeb and Company. Schiff was known for bringing in large European bank loans to fund America's industry. Together, they got capital backing from the Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, and the Goulds. Their plan of attack was simple: use their immense capital to secure control over the West Coast territory, from Omaha to California. But they faced an immediate crisis as one of America's most powerful industrial tycoons made his own advance on a railway monopoly.
That railroad trade was my first big trade in New York. During those times, New York was wild, and I was young. I had yet to learn just how ruthless the markets could be. When I lost everything, I often learned the greatest lesson.
Miserable, the boy was desperately searching for a home. He loved school, but his father forced him to drop out to help out with the farm. Destroyed, he decided to run away from home. With the help of his mother's $5, she arranges a place for him to stay in the city to find a job. But the boy decides to follow his own desire, taking a cab to a place that fascinated him the most. Stockbrokers Payne, Weber, and Co. Watching day traders on the floor captivated him. The loud cheers after life-changing profits. the wall of noise as each trader battles for survival. The rush feels amazing. Charming the owners into a temporary job, he works as a chalk boy for $5 a week. His job was to write down prices from the ticker tape onto a quotation board, a big board for traders to view every 15 minutes. While nobody's going to teach trading to a simple chalk boy, his own curiosity came up with an idea. He starts memorizing all the stock numbers at night, trying to find the patterns and theorizing price action. The next morning, he checks the price action and compares it to his theories, doing it all over the next day. After months of repetition, his confidence grows as he wants to try his first bet. While he can't trade at the brokerage, he discovers a shady new place to make his own bet. Industrial tycoon J.P. Morgan also had his eyes set on a railway monopoly. He wants it for his gigantic United States Steel Corporation to transport cheaper and international. As America's greatest financier, his will breaks opposition. J.P. Morgan lends his financial weight to empire builder James J. Hill, the railroad top dog, expanding his railroad empire, the Great Northern Railroad. With Morgan's financial backing, they buy out competitor Northern Pacific, granting them control over their northern front. As the industry blasts forward, they battle to secure the centerpiece. Chicago Burlington Railroad Company was run by Charles Eliot Perkins. While both parties attempt to talk Perkins into a merger, he refuses. He isn't interested unless they offer a crazy $200 per share. But unknown to everyone, Morgan and Hill have made a cunning move. Through third parties, they started buying up Burlington stock on the public market. Their position is so large, internal board members' pressure is building up, forcing Perkins' hand to side with Northern Pacific. As news spread of their partnership talks, Harriman is furious. Refusing defeat, Harriman decides to strike them at their heart. Harriman begins buying shares of Northern Pacific. As the Titan wage war, Wall Street is in a frenzy. Everybody wants to buy the industrial boom. The entire Wall Street hopes to buy stocks of the railroad winner. Even retail investors are frantic. One man is waiting on the sidelines. Ahead of the frenzy, he secured a sizable investment in Northern Pacific. The notorious speculator, Jesse Livermore. The shady bucket shops is where he learned his first painful lesson. Bucket shops were gambling pubs. It's where you bet on stocks going up or down without actually owning the stock. Filled with common folks, it's the perfect spot for him to test his theories. He makes his first winning trade of $3 by testing patterns he had memorized from his chalkboard work. It felt unbelievable, but the high was quick to pass as the boy fought to balance his time between chalkboard work and betting in bucket shops. Working long days and betting on price action memorization in the evening, the fatigue was starting to catch up with him. Through his struggle, the boy accumulated $10,000, but word had gone back to Payne and Weber, and they aren't happy. Pulling him in their office to tell him to either quit betting or lose his job. Jesse decides to bet on himself and leaves. He continues to bet in bucket shops and start winning so much that all his bucket shops start banning him. Even after trying a disguise, word gets around too fast and he's no longer welcome. At the age of 21, trading in the last Boston bucket shop with a bankroll of $10,000, Jesse Livermore decides it's time for him to test his theories against the real market in New York. At the dawn of a new industrial boom, Jesse moves to the King City. Feeling confident and high on life, Jesse gets involved with a lady and marries her only after a few weeks. It's America's second industrial revolution and a raging bull market. Jesse wastes no time and starts trading. His trading technique still relies on memorization, going long and focusing on price movements and patterns on the ticker. He kept it familiar, betting on his own trends and price action. His experience quickly paid off. 4 days after reaching New York, he's already in the green. But in the next few months, he would face the greatest challenge yet. Jesse Livermore risks everything on a railroad battle that could crush the entire economy. Monday morning, Morgan's brokers start buying up any Northern Pacific share they find, and everybody wants in. The price rises from $110 a share to $130. Tuesday, the price runs up to $150 as the frenzy for the Northern Pacific shares continue. The action on the Wall Street floors is so wild, fights break out. Unprecedented chaos, the mass of traders move towards shorting, doubting the stock's rapid rise. The pressure tightens as the price shoots up from $143 to $200. All hell broke loose as the share price hits the moon at $1,000 per share. As most of the market have bet on its drop, traders fear the worst. News spread that Northern Pacific shorts are far exceeding buys. Nobody can cover their short, leaving most of Wall Street insolvent. That morning, Jesse Livermore sees his golden opportunity, and that's where he moved. Having sold his stocks near the peak price, his $10,000 now stood at $50,000. He issued his brokers to get him a huge short position on Santa Fe and JP Morgan's U.S. Steel Company. He takes the 4-to-1 leverage short with all his capital on Santa Fe and JP Morgan's U.S. Steel Company. Where short is insolvent, Livermore is confident the stocks are going down. While the risk is great, having been calm through the storm, it feels like a well-timed move. With no money left on Wall Street, he knows the market has nowhere to go but down. Despite the state of the market, the two biggest holders, Morgan and Harriman, refused to sell. As Morgan told reporters, he owed the public nothing. Other stocks plummeted as interest rates on short-term call loans go up 60%. As Wall Street is in a state of emergency, with stock dropping at huge rates, Livermore is about to make the largest profit in the history of Wall Street. Unfortunately, young Jesse Livermore makes a critical error. Trading on the New York floor isn't the same as the bucket shops. In the bucket shops, he places the orders himself. Here, he telephoned orders in with his brokers. The broker then still has to fill the order. Despite having good brokers, due to the insane volume on the markets that day, the delay was great. The orders didn't fill until 2 hours later. By then, the stock had already dropped huge. Realizing the dangerous state of the market, powerful players fear a collapse. Later that day, Morgan and Harriman brokers scream over the floors. We will not force payment of shorts on the Northern Pacific. The fear is over, and Northern Pacific drops down to $320 per share. Even though he's right on tape, the 20-year-old Jesse Livermore is broke at $500 in debt. All because of the mistiming of his orders.
All alone in New York, with easy money in my pockets, and the belief in my heart that I was beginning to understand the new machine. But I was still sticking to the tape. That is, I was still ignoring general principles. And as long as I did that, I could not spot the exact trouble with my game.
Broken and frustrated, Livermore isn't mad at the markets. He's mad at himself. Ignoring general principles had cost him. He isn't facing the ticker, he's facing a market. He failed to factor in the broker's timing as well as the high commission rates. In an attempt to build up his capital again, Livermore asks his wife to help. He asks her to sell the expensive jewelry he had bought her. She refuses. They divorce a while after. Broken, alone in King City, he is desperate to find a quick way to pay off his debts. In needed quick cash, Livermore turns to his old heists. Being banged from bucket shops, Livermore decides to turn his bets to other people. While it worked, the bucket shops didn't take long to recognize who was really behind it. Some ban him while others takes matters into their own hands, gathering troops to swindle him. Livermore responds in kind. He and his rookies start running sting operations on thinly trading stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. Kicked out and hated by bucket shops, Livermore returns to New York victorious with $2,000 to trade. He pays off the remaining $500 debt as he sets out to trade for his redemption. He battles with the dark demons of his past. As time passes, Livermore fights for redemption. The painful bankruptcy lingers in his mind as he trades. Haunted by broker slipperage, Jesse faces the markets. Even though his trades are green, he cuts his winners short. Even though he knows his trades have more upside, he's emotionally damaged and fears the risk. Despite the struggle, his price reading is so sharp that he manages to grow his account. After a few years of trading, Livermore is back and more confident than ever. As he moves up the social ranking in New York, his hunger for money grows. The quicker the money, the more powerful the market makers involved. As he grows, Livermore learns the dark truths behind the markets, sparking the most unbelievable trade of his entire life.
Where each day ends with the promise of an even brighter tomorrow. Enjoy our boats, and the water, and the golden beaches. The Palm Beach Country Club, the real winners.
Invited on a vacation to Palm Beach Club, Livermore joins the eccentric speculator Thomas W. Lawson. Without mentioning too many details, Thomas tips Jesse to go short on Union Pacific Railroad. Was he being set up, or is it insider trading? After all those years, Livermore is now rolling with a whole new circle, New York's finest. This isn't just any club, it's an elite beach club for the most powerful men in America. In a time of American titans such as JP Morgan and Rockefeller, architects of generational wealth. Even though Lawson gives off an ominous vibe, filled with his desire to be part of the elite club and make profits that span multiple lifetimes, he believes Lawson is telling the truth. He informs his brokers to go short the same day. On April 18th, an earthquake strikes near San Francisco, the largest city on the west coast. With a huge magnitude of 7.8, its destruction strikes the city. Fires break out due to collapsing glass lines, falling power lines. Thousands die, and many more hurt. Following the damage, Union Pacific Railroad Company takes a huge hit. Truly eccentric, one day after placing his trades, Livermore walks away with a profit, $250,000. But America's crisis is far from over. After the earthquake, the American markets entered an unstable period. As liquidity flows from New York to San Francisco, the U.S. Treasury steps in. They start buying government bonds on a huge scale and drop requirements for banks to hold reserves against government deposits. The result, a flood of money supply. Despite entering an economic recession, with the money supply, stock speculation is high. Anticipating the economic return, two men attempt to capitalize. Copper mogul F. Augustus Hines and Wall Street banker Charles W. Moore scheme to corner the market. Their plan is simple: corner the market through Hines Family United States Copper Company. The Hines family already controlled a lot of the shares, so all they needed is to convince speculators their stock is overvalued and going down, talking a huge number of traders into shorting their own stock. Then make the price go up and scheme together a short squeeze. With a lot of their stocks trading at speculative bucket shops, they're confident in their plan. On Monday, they begin purchasing shares of United Copper. The price shoots up from $39 to $52 a share. The next day, they issue a call for short sellers to return the borrowed stock. They continue to push the price up to $60, but the short sellers aren't phased, and they find plenty of United Copper shares from others than the Hines. Hines have misread the market. As word spread of their scheme, the share price of United Copper begins to collapse. The stock closes at $30 a share on Tuesday and falls to $10 by Wednesday. Otto Hines is bankrupt. Both Hines and Morse have controlling positions in the bank. They used a lot of leverage in their attempt to corner the market. The result, the brokerage and state saving bank of Montana go insolvent. Amongst the panic, one man had kept his ear to the street. With his connections to the bucket shops, Livermore sees their plan coming from miles away. Watching the squeeze fail, he knows the drawback is huge. Livermore had his eyes on the squeeze, but had also learned to factor in the larger market trend, anticipating both the shorter time frame events and the longer time frame market cycle. For months, he saw the FOMO and speculation run up. So when the Northern Pacific and Great Northern announced their payment in installment, Livermore read it as the new boost in money had run out. Liquidity's back to its bottom, and the economy heading to a recession. Livermore smells profit. He opens a short position on the entire market. As the headline spreads, bank runs start on all the banks of Hines Associate. The bank runs continue to spread and affects banks on a regional scale. More banks collapse. The hit on the financial system is so severe that the stock market dropped at a rapid speed, heading towards 50%. This could lead to the greatest economic downturn the U.S. had ever experienced in its history. Understanding the gravity of this situation, the most powerful financier in America steps up. JP Morgan organizes a group of banking executives to come up with a scheme to save the markets. JP Morgan gets Rockefeller, the U.S. Treasury, on board to deposit millions into New York's banks. The U.S. Treasury pledges $35 million in deposits into New York City banks, most of which are Morgan's banks. Meanwhile, the markets continue to drown, and Livermore is making incredible profits. His position had gotten so large, it's moving the entire market. It's so powerful that one day he receives an anonymous letter. The letter said, "Please stop shorting the market, as the entire system can take no more." Some say the letter came from JP Morgan himself. Shortly after, Livermore decides to close his positions. And with the new inflow of liquidity into the markets, a lot of panic emerges. JP Morgan, a one-man central bank, had saved America's economy. The trade printed Jesse Livermore a profit of $1 million, gaining him the reputation as America's most powerful trader, known as the Boy Plunger.
This time, I was cold-bloodedly right. Not because of a hunch or from skillful reading of the tape, but as the result of my analysis of conditions affecting the stock market in general. I'm not guessing. I'm anticipating the inevitable.
His high life did not stop there. After the trade, everybody wanted a piece of him. After his victory, Livermore buys himself a yacht, a rail car to emulate JP Morgan's Corsair. As Wall Street legend, Livermore changed his fate. From poverty to elite. Along with the fame came a huge pride. Surrounded by Wall Street's finest, their insider information, Livermore enters his prime. His trading is unstoppable. Livermore is in a different class from the ones he calls Wall Street suckers. Addicted to the thrill of trading, Livermore still trades daily. Impatient and stagnant in his daily trades, he plans a huge move. Corner an entire market. For the last years, Livermore had been trading commodities. Familiar with his price action, he's short cotton and long weed. His positions were in profit until one day he receives a dire warning. The Cotton King, only known by the pseudonym Percy Thomas, he misread the market and goes bankrupt. Broken and defeated, the Cotton King learns of Livermore's plans. After tracking him down, he pitches Livermore his expertise, even claiming to have people inside the farms for insider info on the crop yields. Not impressed, Livermore turns him down, as he always preferred trading alone. Despite this, Thomas's knowledge and charm gradually sways Livermore, sharing alarming information, worrying yields, and much more. Livermore's armor is chipped away bit by bit. Before meeting Thomas, Livermore was short on cotton, but after a month of listening, Livermore goes long. With his judgment clouded, he continues to average down on his long position. As cotton continues to fall, he even sells his profitable wheat position to meet margin requirements in cotton. He buys more cotton as prices continue to decline, breaking his own trading rule. It doesn't take long for Livermore to realize what has happened. He sells out with $300,000 remaining, 10% of what he had only a few months ago. Livermore sells his apartment and yacht in an attempt to recoup his losses. In one bad trade, was left once again, alone and broke. But to make matters worse, this time he had a monstrous ego pressuring him to trade his way back as fast as possible.
Gradually, as I begin to accept his facts and figures, I start to fear that I had been basing my previous position on misinformation. I couldn't ignore that feeling and not take action. It cost me millions to learn that another dangerous enemy to a trader is his susceptibility to the influence of a magnetic personality when presented convincingly by a brilliant mind.
Spiraling out of control and desperate to regain his wealth, his emotions run wild. Using drinking and affairs as a coping mechanism, his trading skills are hit. His desperate trading is forcing him into a death spiral. Each trade, he feels the pressure of getting closer to blowing his account. Trading to make his losers back, high leverage bets, and averaging down. He needs to make a big win quick, or else. Livermore is broke again. His reputation as boy plunger weighing on him. He hits a cold streak. Everything he touches turns into a loser. Livermore trades himself into debt. His desperation spirals into depression as Livermore tries to retrace his steps once again. He even goes to Chicago to try his luck at bucket shops.
I've been in the speculative game ever since I was 14. It's all I've ever done. And the conclusion that I've reached after 30 years of constant trading, both on the shoestring and with millions of dollars behind me, is this. A man may beat a stock or a group at a certain time, but no man living can beat the stock market.
One day, he receives an invitation to return to New York. Livermore meets Dan Williamson, the owner of a stock brokerage. In awe of his boy plunger reputation, Williamson offers him a $25,000 stake and a brokerage account. Desperate and seeing it as a quick way out, he agrees. Shortly after, he trades his way up to $112,000. Despite his struggle, Livermore fails to realize Williamson's plan. He wants Livermore for his reputation. See, Williamson is using it to hide the brokerage's other trades, and even trades on Livermore's behalf, accumulating huge losses. Angry, Livermore and Williamson get into a fight. Livermore leaves the brokerage soon after. Betrayed, alone, broke, and seeing no light at the end of the tunnel, Livermore decides that the only option left is to file for bankruptcy. Looking back on his losses, it had gone to his head. Jesse Livermore realized that he had become the super sucker, breaking his own trading rules, trusting others' views, overconfidence, and impatience. The humiliation destroyed his calm composure and led to even more blunders, forcing trades and averaging down. His emotional state preventing him from doing better. A true super sucker, thinking he was above the market.
A man must know himself thoroughly if he's going to make a good job out of trading in the speculative markets. I sometimes think that no price is too high for a speculator to pay to learn that which will keep him from getting the swelled head. There's only one side of the market, and it's not the bull side or the bear side, but the right side.
While the reflection and filing for bankruptcy felt relieving, there was something missing. With no other option, Livermore returns to Williamson. He begs for another tiny stake of 500 shares. Feeling the pressure of his last chance, Livermore decides to make it one final bet. Clear price action in the line with a larger market trend. For the next 6 months, the markets stay flat. Livermore immerses himself in reading the tape, spending countless hours observing price action and memorizing market movements. He reads newspapers to form his own educated view on the general market. And that's when the beginning stages of World War I unfold. Allied and German troops clashing in a drawn-out trench war. While America vowed to stay out of it, things change in May 1915. As Germany sinks the British Lufthansa, it kills 1,200 civilians and 128 Americans without warning. This incident sparks mass debates on whether America should enter the war. Livermore sees this trade. Seeing no clear end to the war and with potential American interference looming, he anticipates a bullish cycle for American steel companies. As one of his target stocks drop, he places his final bet, going long on Bethlehem Steel, buying on the high margin at $98. As prices rise, he buys again at $115. The following day, he sells the stake at $140, securing a large profit. The next years, Livermore makes his comeback of a lifetime. Some suggest he engages in massive markets manipulation in the con market, while others believe he strictly rides the bull. While the record isn't clear, one thing is certain: Livermore learns the most valuable lesson of his life as a market speculator.
Nobody can catch all the fluctuations. In a bull market, your game is to buy and hold until you believe that the bull market is near its end. To do this, you must study general conditions and not tips or special favors affecting individual stocks. One of the most helpful things that anybody can learn is to give up trying to catch the last eighth or the first. These two are the most expensive eighths in the world.
Enjoying newfound success, Livermore starts trading a lot less. It had a huge positive impact on his performance. After a long public divorce from his wife, Nettie Jordan, Livermore finds a new love, Dorothy. Living a high society life, and after having 2 children, they buy a house in Great Neck. Here, Livermore begins his conversations with Edwin Lefree, the writer of Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. He moves into custom design offices in the Heckscher building on 5th Avenue, enjoying the distance from the hectic Wall Street. The grass couldn't seem greener until 1929 strikes. Consumerism. After World War I, the Western economies explode, with America leading the charge. Decadence and excess are the name of the game. The stock market flourishes as prices seem to rise without limit. Banks get more lenient on loans and allow everyday consumers way more debt. Everyday folks start playing their hands in the market. Stock trading becomes so popular that telegram services are set up to help people trade on cruises. In 1929, Livermore feels the bubble has reached its limit. With experience trading market tops, the signs are clear. True to his boy plunger name, Livermore makes a massive gamble. He shorts the entire market, as he did in 1907. He takes a huge short position against the market and sustains months of heavy losses. At one point, he's down by more than $9 million. Traumatized by his previous bankruptcy, Livermore starts doubting his call. For months, he eats red numbers. But he knew this time it was his own call. Ignoring fears, Livermore holds on. By September 1929, the bubble starts to crack. Sustained losses hit Wall Street. The volatility exploded in October, with several trading days of huge drops, one of the greatest stock market collapses in American history. In the aftermath, as the world picks up the pieces of a destroyed economy, Livermore emerges with a fortune of over $100 million. If it ends here, Livermore would have spent the rest of his life living like a king. But it doesn't. He's a gambler and a speculator at heart, which ultimately costs him everything. While 1929 was his peak performance, it also marked the end of an era. All the easy money retail traders were left scarred. The excitement of the stock market was gone. The huge inflow of liquidity was disappearing. The reality sets in, America heads towards the Great Depression, and the momentum for the last 20 years is gone, along with Livermore's passion and opportunities. The markets enter a new, ever-changing cycle. In 1932, living lavishly, his wife develops a bad habit of drinking, and Livermore had continuous affairs. His marriage comes crashing down to the tune of a $10 million divorce settlement, and even his mistress sues him. 1934 marks the start of the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, illegalizing many of the trading practices that Livermore relies on. His lifestyle and trading are a train wreck. Some say he lost his fortune going long on sugar futures as the FDR put a ceiling on the sugar price. Others say he lost his fortune by going long after the crash and not getting out in time, thinking the 1929 dip would show a similar pattern he experienced in previous cycles. Yet one thing is clear, Livermore is no longer flexible enough to go along with the ever-changing cycle. He failed to speculate the creation of the SEC and the impact of the FDR on the boom and bust cycle. By the end of the same year, his huge fortune is gone, and he declares bankruptcy for the final time. Livermore becomes a symbol of all that is wrong on Wall Street, and as his wealth disappears, so does his remaining prestige. Livermore marries a socialite and American singer, Harriet Metz. 4 times widowed, she had enough money to support their lifestyle. As he heads towards another bankruptcy, he and his wife sail to Europe, hoping to relieve his mind of some of his troubles and to make another comeback. But Livermore never quite does. The dark demon of his depression hangs over his head, and with his wife's finances, he had lost his drive. He felt like a failure. And in 1940, at the Sherry Netherland Hotel in New York, Livermore ends things himself. (1979), with Japan is just entering one of its all-time greatest booms in the stock and real estate market, with Japan absolutely dominating international markets in the 1980s. Japan was developing unrivaled technology and workforce efficiency. In 1988, the 8 largest banks in the world were Japanese, and Japan accounted for almost half of the global stock market. In this climate in 1979, a clever little fellow was growing up in the streets of Tokyo. While his true identity is still unknown, this kid would later go on to be the legendary name Sis, the most notorious day trader in Japan. Sis' first lesson in day trading came in kindergarten. Sis loved playing games but hated losing. He and his kindergarten friend would often go to the local snack store to purchase snacks and play the lottery game. However, they always walked away with a loss, and as competitive as he was, this was upsetting Sis. After months of repeatedly buying in and losing, he had enough. One day, being the clever kid that he was, Sis came up with a plan to beat the lottery game. Instead of buying single lotteries, both Sis and his friend each bought themselves an entire box, feeling confident that this way, they would definitely win. They started handing in the numbers at the counter, and the results were astonishing for both Sis and his friend. Much to their surprise, both the winning numbers in each box were exactly the same. While he did not know it at the time, that day would mark on one of the most important lessons Sis would learn throughout his entire life, the lesson of the universal law that every game has expected values and patterns. So with the Japanese economy re-emerging after World War II and growing up in a traditional middle-class Japanese household, Sis' parents were extremely strict. His parents wanted Sis to have a great education, which was a problem for Sis as he sucked at academics. Unable to make his parents happy and succeed in academics, Sis was forced into feeling like he's a good-for-nothing kid. As many young